with this one murder, and it was tragic. It was horrible. I am glad the feds have stepped in and investigated this to make an example, to show that the federal government is doing something other than just patrolling the southern border, that they are actually doing things to help state and local law enforcement in a community. I think that that's a good thing, and they can use the federal government resources. But the problem you've got, and the president's speech about this, the president's comments about this, was just pandering to a base of folks, throwing red meat out there to try to use this for political advantage. That is not appropriate. This is the criminal justice system. Even the defendant is even although he is on videotape, he's still in this country, in the eyes of the law, innocent until proven guilty. But now this has become such a political issue that and there's so many others. You know, I wonder, Stephanie, would this have been such an issue if this hadn't have been a pretty blonde Ukrainian and was a poor black woman coming in the subway just trying to get home from a domestic help? Would that have been publicized? I doubt it. I doubt it seriously. And so, you know, I think people have to see this for what it is. It is a tragedy. They're doing what they should be doing, but don't make it the kind of national issue that we have. Let the local law enforcement do their job.
Right, most murders in the U.S. never become national news. This one's garnered attention for a couple of reasons. Number one, first and foremost, the recent release of that gruesome video. Second, the energy from pro-Trump activists. They picked up on this video from local news and ran with it. It's a little bit like the times when civil rights groups have raised attention about police-involved shootings. In this case, it is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media. Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. We heard President Trump asked about it yesterday when he was heading home from New York City. He didn't seem to know much about it. He said he would get briefed, and then today Trump did know all about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention, and it's being used, as you said, Brianna, as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishments and more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping. But there are also legitimate questions about this so-called career criminal, someone who had been a repeat offender. And those questions, I hope they're not lost amid all of the cesspool kind of comments on social media.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 10 September, year of our Lord 2025. Let's get right into it because we are fairly packed today from now through the 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock show. Royce White joins us. Royce, what is going on here, particularly guys like Van Jones, former Senator Jones down in Alabama? What is the state of play in this tragedy, sir?
It's disgusting. The man should get the death penalty. We should have much harsher penalty for people who we see can easily see are guilty. And this is one of those scenarios. And the race thing, again, and Steve, I think you and the War Room have done a great job in trying to include, teach, educate the minority community in America, blacks in America, on how to value their citizenship and become a part of the process, precinct strategy and whatnot. But we got to just start calling a spade a spade. It's not racism. When you're successful in the black community, they call it black excellence. They hold you up as a symbol of the entire black community. When you demonically and violently kill an innocent, unexpecting woman, It's said that it's just random. It has nothing to do with black communities or black people or the Democrat-run cities. It absolutely does. When you're black and you're successful, you get rich, and everybody moves away from the hood. There's a reason. When you get rich, you move away from other Negroes, pardon my language. You move away from other Negroes because there's a problem with violence in our community. There's a self-hatred, and in this scenario, it ended up, representing itself as a racial hatred towards this young white woman.
What do you mean? Because this is why the crime rates. I mean, President Trump's sending the troops and federalize the National Guard in D.C. And like I said yesterday, I was with some people on Friday night in Georgetown who are not Trump fans, and to a person talking about how it's worked here. And now he's talking about Chicago. It's all this pushback on this. I mean, where do we stand? We just got the National Education Report. Massive drops in reading, comprehension, math skills, understanding science, all ties back to the iPhones and the social media. You see the drop off starting in 2010. Where do we stand with all this? And particularly the populist, nationalist, black working class and middle class. Where do they stand on these issues?
Well, I think if you asked, and you're starting to see it pop up all across the internet, a lot of black people there in D.C., there in Chicago, and other cities all across the country are saying, we need help. We're not going to listen to the bourgeois academic celebrities like Van Jones tell us how it is to live in the south side of Chicago. Van, where's your area code? What neighborhood do you live in, buddy? You're not from North Minneapolis like I am. You didn't grow up playing basketball in the park where you heard gunshots and you had young teenage friends killed and you had to go to those wakes and those funerals. You didn't grow up like that, and you certainly don't live like that now. So I think again, after George Floyd, and I'm sorry to go on, Steve, but after George Floyd, there was supposed to be a conversation in this country about black communities taking more responsibility for themselves and exercising what American fundamental ideas are, such as self-governance. You give up your right to self-govern. You forfeit the right to self-govern when you let the product of your community be this debauched, be this depraved, be this violent and demonic. So, and I, as a self-governing American patriot, we want people to self-govern, but you can forfeit that right, and that's what's happened across these cities. I'm like a third base coach telling a guy to come on home when it comes to supporting Donald Trump and sending the National Guard all across the country. It's not tyranny. It'd be tyranny if there was no reason to send them across the country. Right now, the reasons are obvious in many black communities. Van Jones and the rest of the liberal media are lying again. It's a problem.
The situation in the crime statistics, the gap in wages, the education, the education comprehension. I think a big part of that too is also flooding these schools where black kids go and Hispanic kids go with the children are illegal aliens, so they got English as a second language. All the problems are personified in these big urban areas. Since you have the Van Joneses of the world, you call them the black bourgeoisie that is totally tied to the liberal media that kind of promotes them. What is, as a populist and a nationalist, and you're running again for the Senate in Minneapolis, you were the Republican candidate last time. And that's a city that's kind of example one of, taking, 50,000, 100,000 Somalians, right, over top of the black community. What are the solutions here? If we got to start talking about problems, what are the solutions? What are you're a big Trump supporter. What are your solutions? And when you talk to the black community?
Well, I mean, let's just be up front. This guy deserves a death penalty. Again, I'll say it again. We need harsher penalties, and for the time being, until we're able to take back our schools from the Marxists and communists and teach people some national honor, some sacred honor, and prioritize real America education, American Christian-based, moral-based education, until as time as we could do that, there have to be harsher penalties. There have to be more police. There may need to be the National Guard across the country to create some calm and some peace and ultimately some healing. I mean, black people need some rest. The south side of Chicago is a war zone. They call it Chirac for a reason, and they brag about it. So part of me doesn't feel bad for the black community, honestly. And I love you, Steve, and I know that there are some real systemic issues that have put us in this position. But as a fellow black person who gets a phone call on the weekend every other weekend about one of my black friends or somebody getting stuck up at gunpoint or having their house broken into. Some of this is just the black community in America needs to stop listening to drill rap. We need to stop promoting and glorifying all of this, this gangster culture. And we need to remember that there's some sacred honor. Our forebears, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, these people, they'd be rolling over in their graves right now if they could see what's become of black America today.
When are you going to start seeing politicians actually get elected to office? Black politicians that are populist nationalists like yourselves, and even some of them Christian nationalists, that confront, the political apparatus that is the Black Congressional Caucus, particularly redistricting. It seems like you're getting more radical voices from the black community in Congress, at the state level, at the city level. I mean, look at these cities; they're out of control. Yeah. When are you going to see this actually translate to working class blacks saying, "Hey, I can't do this anymore"? Right? I'm a victim of all this. These politicians have sold me out. I've got no, I need to look at other alternatives, sir.
Well, it's already begun. But again, and I think President Trump and the administration is focusing on the integrity of these elections, and that's going to be important as well. But look at Minneapolis, for example. The Republicans didn't even run a mayoral candidate against Omar Fateh and Jacob Frey because they assume we'll just lose. We will start to take this country back in the inner cities when the rest of the GOP and the NRSC and these rhino neocon Republican organizations take your lead and actually reach to these people. These people want to be saved. Look at the woman that the White House put out a video of her son was shot and killed at 23 years old, just going on a date, and he never came home. These people exist. We need to go into these communities and empower these people to run for office where they are.
Royce, where do people get you? You've got social media. You've got the show here on Rev. You've got a podcast that comes on a couple nights a week. Where do folks go to get your content?
RoyceWhite.us. That's the Senate website. You can go there and follow up with the campaign. And then, as you said, Real America's Voice, Saturday mornings before you and the War Room at the 8 a.m. hour Eastern. And I'm on all social medias. Thanks, Steve, for having me. I appreciate you, brother.
Are you going to take this? Are you going to be the nominee again? I want our audience to pile in on backing Royce White. Are you going to be the nominee again for the Republicans?
We'll see. They're running a Nikki Haley slate against me here in Minnesota on the Republican side. The MAGA movement will prevail. We know exactly who Nikki Haley is.
Royce, we got about a minute. Are you a Christian nationalist?
Proudly. Absolutely. I'm a Catholic nationalist. Be more clear.
Royce White. Social media, where do people go on Twitter, Getter, all of it to get you, sir?
Royce White, you can find me on every social media platform. I'm there, and I appreciate the time, Steve. Honestly, I hate to ramble on about it, but the black community has to find some sacred honor, stop making excuses. It's not racist. I'm worried to go down into the south side of Chicago because there's going to be gunfire. You just know it. So it's not racist. This man deserves a death penalty. And here's another thing, Steve. It seems that black people hate themselves so much in this country. Maybe we should start charging as a federal crime when black people kill each other too.
Royce White, honored to have you on here, sir. Thank you.
God bless.
Royce was known as an enforcer on the basketball court, one of the great ones. Helped build the Big Three League and great college career, all of it. Okay, short commercial break. We got so much to get through. Mary Holland's going to join us. The Make America Healthy Again report yesterday. I think somebody might have dialed it down a tad as the fight on vaccines heats up and Big Pharma's advertising on television. President Trump going after it. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Storm always comes. Sometimes it's flooding. Sometimes it's fire. Sometimes it's the silence when the grid fails and no one's coming to help. You can't predict the disaster, but you can decide how it ends. That's why 4Patriots is doing something that they have never done before. When you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, you're gonna get a free expansion pack that will double your power and your peace of mind. Look, no gas, no fumes, no noise. Just solar power you can count on when everything else fails. So go over to 4patriots.com because being prepared is powerful.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
What do you say to parents who had a perfectly healthy child at whatever age, 18 months, 2 years, whatever, take their child in, they get a vaccine, or multiple vaccines. They come home, that child has a severe fever, seizures, never utters another word. Ends up being 20 years old, so frustrated. What do you say to those parents who have that? I know it's anecdotal. I know it doesn't prove causation, but what would you think if you were a parent, perfectly healthy child, talking, developing great, vaccine? What do you say to those parents? Are they just making it up? Because I get that's what's being denied. That's what I've seen. As I've gotten involved in this, starting with the COVID injection injuries, they're still being denied because nobody wants to have to deal with it. Nobody wants to admit they're wrong if you're a doctor and you suggested that injection or these vaccines. You don't want to admit that maybe that wasn't right for that person. So and society, trust me, doesn't want to bear the costs. I mean, the cost of compensating vaccine and injection injured. Again, I'm a fiscal hawk. We're $37 trillion in debt. That's a problem. So again, in all honesty, what do you say to those parents that have that experience?
I truly sympathize with my patients, and I would truly sympathize with that parent, and I would try to understand, everything I could about that particular case, and I would take it very seriously, and I would sympathize.
It sounds like you'd have an open mind.
Yes.
And honestly, that's all I'm asking. I think that's all that anybody in this community is asking. Please, God, Have 100%. An open mind. Help us discover the cause. It's just that pent up frustration of we've been ignored, we've been gaslit, we've been vilified. That's the problem.
RFK, his new Make America Healthy Again report, it was officially released. There are 128 separate recommendations about things like vaccines and nutrition, but almost no specifics on any of it. How's Capitol Hill reacting to this?
Yeah, not only just short on specifics, but doesn't even go far in some of the things that initially were promised with MAHA, like cracking down on regulations and trying to force these big industries to actually reckon with some of the things that they're trying to do, which sound really good in theory, right? Trying to make kids more healthy, trying to get the bad stuff out of our food. But when you really dig into this report, so much of it is just light on specifics, things that the administration has already done, or in some cases, there was a focus on vaccines and going after vaccines and suggesting that kids are getting too many vaccines and that's contributing to why children are sick. So while on its face, again, it sounds like it could be something bipartisan, and maybe they had this really rare opportunity coming into this administration for the MAHA movement to do something bipartisan. Instead, they have used that as sort of, a Trojan armor almost to come in and try to attack vaccines. That is something that is deeply concerning, not just for Democrats, but also for some Republicans on Capitol Hill. Next week, there's going to be a hearing with the fired CDC director, so we could see whether things really, the rubber meets the road on Capitol Hill there.
That's going to be pretty intense. Mary Holland joins us. Mary, you were actually over in the hearings yesterday. I want to get to that in a second. Let's take the report first. Do you think the report, because this was supposed to be the battle plan and the map, do you think it was watered down, or like some of the concerns about maybe they weren't? There were 128 recommendations, but not a lot of specificity around it. Is it because they're still thinking that through? Do you think it was watered down given the reception that Secretary Kennedy and the headhunters over at the Democrats, the Pfizer core over in the Democrat Senate side, because we were supposed to have two things. Number one, the MAHA report, which is look at the whole battlefield. And number two, the autism report that'll come out at the end of September. Do you think the Make America Healthy Again battle plan, the report, was a little dialed down, ma'am?
Steve, it's consistent with the diagnostic report that they came out with in April. This was an executive order from January. Then there was the sort of diagnostic Make America Healthy Again commission. This is what we're going to look at. This was the battle plan. You're right. This was the strategy. My sense of it is that there's a reason why it's light on specifics. I don't believe that Secretary Kennedy or the commission is any less committed to the idea of really turning around the trajectory that this country is on. People are getting sicker. We're spending more money. We're living shorter lives, and we have more chronic disease. So what this is a declaration of war on chronic disease. And yeah, it's light on specifics. That doesn't really trouble me, given that I think Kennedy is absolutely committed to this goal and is working with this bigger team in agriculture, in EPA, in all of these different divisions, in Veterans Affairs, to move forward. It's a radical shift in a perspective on public health. Remember that for the last 50 years, a pill for every ill, more pesticides, more pills, more drugs, more vaccines has been the course. It's been the mantra. So I'm not discouraged. I'm encouraged that things are moving forward.
Yesterday, two events. By the way, Grace and Mo, if you can please, I think I posted it yesterday, but I want to put the entire report out. Everybody in the audience should read it. We're going to break it down, if not later in the week, then early next week, because we've got the live shows in New York, which I'll talk about in a little while. I want to break the report down so people understand it is a strategy. It's a kind of a battle plan. And it'll drive where Secretary Kennedy's taking us in the Make America Healthy Again. Yesterday, I want to connect two dots because I don't think either of them got enough coverage. One was present on this proclamation or this new executive order to really go after, to begin to go after TV advertising of Big Pharma, which essentially controls MSNBC and CNN. Coupled with this hearing of Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson's been a hero throughout this. because he's a guy that came to this, during COVID with really no background, right? He's really an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
Focuses more on debt and deficit. So talk to me yesterday. You were there. It was, and I told the guys in the middle of the day, our team, with Grace and Mo and Cameron, the whole thing, I said, this hearing is one of the wildest hearings I've ever seen, right? And Blumenthal did sit there and came back for it. So connect the dots there. What happened yesterday with this hearing under Senator Johnson and President Trump with Secretary Kennedy starting to drop the hammer on Big Pharma.
Yeah, well, it was a shame, Steve, that they were scheduled at the same time. That was unfortunate. The change around direct-to-consumer advertising is really big. So what I heard Secretary Kennedy say is he's reinstating the 1997 rules, which means that the pharma has to include all of the side effects in their advertisements, and presumably they will apply that to biologics, to vaccines, as well as just to drugs. Right now, they don't do that with vaccines. When the pharmaceutical company has to give a list of 50 known side effects for every product, which is probably about right, it's going to be very discouraging to advertising on TV, which is it's a beachhead, right? It's the beginning of the process. So the hearing with Ron Johnson was literally, Steve, one of the first hearings in 20 years on vaccines and autism. And it was two very able people that Ron Johnson had put there, attorney Aaron Siri and scholar Toby Rogers, and public intellectual, if you will, and a physician who was nominated by Senator Blumenthal, Dr. Jake Scott. And what was so extraordinary on display, Steve, was that this poor doctor, who's a clinician associated with Stanford Medical School, he knows nothing about vaccines. He basically knew nothing about the COVID injections. And his ignorance, and yet his sort of elevated self-view, his arrogance of I'm a doctor and I know best, was on display. And for everybody in that room, a lot of whom have vaccine-injured kids or been in this movement for 20 plus years, as I have, every single person in that audience knew more than that physician, and it was on display. And it was just extraordinary. And as you say, Senator Ron Johnson is a hero to this movement, and he really has given this attention and given it care and given it thought. He understands how deep this is, as does Secretary Kennedy, and they've really been allied. And Secretary Kennedy also came out yesterday saying, we are going to pay attention to the vaccine injured. It is important, Steve, that this rapid escalation in chronic disease, especially among children, is at the same time, it's in parallel to this explosive rise of vaccines. You cannot say there is no plausible connection, and it's more than plausible. And in fact, one of the centerpieces of the hearing yesterday was discussion of a study that's never been published, but it was done by a group of doctors at the Henry Ford Center in Detroit, Michigan, explicitly to show that vaccinated children are healthier. But in fact, it showed that they're 2.5 times more likely to have a chronic disease condition, including autism, asthma, ADHD, allergies, et cetera. It's never been published. Ron Johnson learned about it from Aaron Siri and Del Bigtree, and he was like, I am going to blow the whistle on this. I'm going to make this study available. So I'm looking at the study right now. We're all going to be looking at it. But we are now at the beginning of a truth-telling that has never happened in the world around what vaccines are really doing.
Mary, can you hang on 1 second? I want to talk to Blumenthal and the expert he brought in, plus the Detroit thing one more time. It's so important. The battle's engaged with Big Pharma. And one side's going to win here and one side's going to lose. No doubt about that. They are one of the institutions that control the imperial capital by funneling the profits back to politicians so that they are their spokesmodels. Short commercial break. Laura Loomer. Major security breach last night around the President of the United States. We'll get to all that shortly.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of Elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of Elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
Okay, we're almost sold out for Friday night and getting close to Saturday. We want everybody there in the area. It's going to be a fantastic time. Talk a little bit more about it. And the Love the Life shows kind of kicks off what we're doing. Hopefully have another announcement in another part of the country, maybe out west right after that. So come. It's going to be live. Intense, intense, intense. Urgent, urgent, urgent. We're going to have a great time. That I can commit to you. Mary Holland, real quickly, just give me the Detroit thing again. It's kind of a bombshell. Johnson's a very smart guy, probably one of the best entrepreneurs we've got in the Senate, or really on Capitol Hill. Just quickly, the Detroit report, which they've rubbed our nose in for years, is proving I thought vaccines worked. You're saying that actually shows they don't?
Yeah, so apparently back before 2020, Del Bigtree and Aaron Siri met with the head infectious disease doctor there, Dr. Zervos, and convinced him to do a study, a retrospective study of vaccinated and unvaccinated children. I think it's 16,000 vaccinated, 2,000 unvaccinated. Look at all their medical records, really do a deep dive to see, and they wanted to prove that the vaccinated children were healthier. Lo and behold, what it showed is data that's very consistent with things that we've published at Children's Health Defense, the meta-analyses we've done. The vaccinated children were considerably less healthy. They had more doctor's visits, and they had 2.5 times, 250% more chronic disease conditions than the unvaccinated. The unvaccinated kids had no cases of ADHD, no cases of autism, but they did sometimes have asthma. They had some allergies. They would go to the doctors when they were sick. This study, because it went against the narrative, because this Dr. Zervos and his team didn't want to lose their jobs, as was likely to happen if they were to publish this, because they would suddenly become anti-vaxxers, they didn't ever publish this study. And apparently when Aaron Siri, in anticipation of testifying, explained that this had happened to Ron Johnson said, "I'm going to take this on myself. You know what? I trust that these people won't lose their job given this publicity, but this is too important. Over 200 kids, it was 290 kids a day, Steve, are diagnosed with autism in this country. It's an outrage what has happened. And frankly, what we do know is that the federal government, the CDC, absolutely knew about this from 2000. We can talk about that another time. But they had a closed-door meeting called Simpsonwood where they really were discussing how do we hide the data. So this is a great new study. I'm really excited. It was unpublished. It hasn't yet been peer reviewed. I'm hopeful that it will be peer reviewed and it will be published. And it is important. It is a big study over many years comparing vaccinated and unvaccinated children's health conditions.
Remember, if it was not for Aaron Siri and Dale Bigtree, we would have never gotten to the data from Pfizer and Big Pharma, the Pfizer papers, all of it, all of your work, the 3,500 War Room posse that worked under Naomi Wolf and Amy Kelly over at Daily Clout. We had never gotten any of this. It was not for those guys.
Right.
So real quickly, that to me was the tell, because Blumenthal's all in on this, right? How did he come? It was a tell that they couldn't get an expert, because they talked to 1,000 people to have somebody in that chair. They said no mas, none of the quote-unquote experts. They sent a guy that really didn't know much about it.
Steve, that's what's so extraordinary. We were all sort of saying, who are in the audience, like, this is the best that they can come up with. So Offit seems to be off of their rate, not on their list anymore. Peter Hotez off of their list. Dorit Rice off of their list. These were the people the puppets that they would put up over the last 20 years. So they brought in this new guy. This guy had been putting together a database to prove that Bobby Kennedy, the secretary, was wrong about inert use of placebos for the childhood schedule. Aaron Siri decimated him on this, that he didn't even know his own studies in his database. And Aaron Siri disproved what he said is that there have been all these double-blind placebo-controlled studies. No, there haven't been. They've never used a true inert placebo for any vaccine on the childhood schedule, let alone for the schedule as a whole. So they don't have anybody to defend this, Steve. That is what's so astonishing. Typically, they won't show up on the same stage. They won't debate it. And what I feel like now is that the mantra has to be, if Kennedy's wrong, prove it. If Siri and Rogers are wrong, prove it. And they can't, Steve. So they are backed into a corner right now. And you're right. Either Big Pharma is going to win on this vaccine, everybody has to follow the mandate, or they're going to lose spectacularly. And we are coming closer to that. They're still trying to knock Secretary Kennedy out of the box. No question about that. All of the Democrats last Thursday on the Senate Finance Committee signed a letter that he should resign. I wasn't aware until just now that there's a hearing next week with the dismissed director of CDC. That's going to be an interesting one. But this is a fight. This is pretty much, it's not a fight to the finish to keep pharma going, but it's a fight to the finish about, do they get to essentially buy legislators to mandate products that have no liability? That has to be fought to the finish.
No, this is going to be I think Hotez and those guys told him. I think they went to him. They told him, "Nah, I don't want to do that." They're losing the ability of people to stand in the breach here and fight us, which is a great first start when you when you can see victory if we just continue to press on. Mary, where do people go to get all your guys' great content?
Please come to childrenshealthdefense.org. Follow us at Children's HD. And we've got a fantastic conference coming up. Steve, I hope you're going to be with us. November 7 to 9 in Austin, Texas. It's going to be really fantastic.
Of course we're going to be there. Probably live broadcast from there. Come on,
Awesome.
This is one of the fight of the ages.
We're counting on it.
One thing the War Room loves is fights against long odds. That's when we're at our best. Man,
well, I'm telling
thank you so much.
We've got that, Steve.
No, that's long odds. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
It took the great Laura Loomer to alert the nation of what really happened last night. Let's go and play these clips. When I saw it, I was like, what the F is going on here? Took Laura Loomer to make it a national discussion topic. Let's play the clips and bring Laura in.
Enjoy your dinner. Thank you.
Let's go. Let's go. He's terrorizing communities. Let's go. Time to go. He's terrorizing communities. Time to go. The world. Time to go. Puerto Rico. Let's go. Free DC. Free DC. Free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time.
Folks, we were in a situation last night that Polly Pockets, Mike Johnson, could have been the president of these United States this morning. And I'm not kidding you. Laura Loomer joins us. Laura, it's so many. First off, it's not that there weren't many important people there. The president of the United States, the vice president of the United States, Secretary of State Rubio, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Those four individuals right there. How did this happen? And are some heads going to roll on this? Since McKinley was shot by the Polish anarchist, I don't believe any hostile individual has gotten this close physically to a president of the United States. And you could tell President Trump was a little shocked there. And explain who these people are, how radical, and how the frick did this happen, ma'am?
Yeah, Steve, well, thanks so much for having me on. This happened last night at around 10 p.m. when President Trump was leaving Joe Stonecrab, which is a popular Democrat hangout spot for the elites. I mean, look, everybody can go to Joe Stonecrab, but this restaurant was infamous for hosting Obama and Biden and a lot of high-level Democrat lobbyists. And so generally speaking, Republicans get their food to go. That being said, President Trump went in for this kind of impromptu dinner with members of his cabinet, as you said. But as we all know, Steve, nothing is truly ever impromptu with the president of the United States because, well, you have to have a Secret Service detail. They have to do a sweep. They have to make sure that nobody is waiting inside to attack or harm the physical well-being of the president of the United States. However, if you look at this video, you see a group of women. They have now admitted that they are from Code Pink, a radical pro-Hamas, pro-CCP, pro-Iranian group that calls themselves an anti-war group. There's been calls to kick them out of Congress because they constantly hang out on a permanent basis inside the cafeteria of the Capitol, and they wait for members of Congress and they ambush them on video. And through my own investigative
hang on. Ho. You know it's a setup. Joni Evans, was it Joni Evans and Medea Benjamin? They're two of the most radical individuals. Andrew Breitbart fought these people 15 years ago. I mean, this was Andrew Breitbart's big nemesis. They can't be more radical, and they also can't be more dialed in. They're dialed in everywhere because of the billionaire husband, right?
Because, well, this is the thing. So if you recall the violent LA riots that were taking place a couple months ago, where President Trump had to send in the National Guard for these raids on illegal alien criminal invaders, it was brought to light that Naveel Singman was funding these violent riots. Who is Naveel Singman? Naveel Singman is a CCP propagandist. He spends his time between Los Angeles and Beijing. He is the second husband of Jody Evans, who is the co-founder of Code Pink. He is a billionaire, and it's worth noting that Medea Benjamin comes from the, very wealthy Benjamin family, big real estate family in the New York area. And so these people, they might look grungy, they might look kind of downtrodden, and they might look like, your typical leftist purple-haired freaks, but they are very well funded. And so, when you look at the implications of this, not only does it show that there's a lack of security within the Secret Service, something that is of grave concern, given the fact that President Trump has now survived 2 assassination attempts. The trial for Ryan Ralph, the individual in Palm Beach who tried to assassinate President Trump, began yesterday. We still don't have a full briefing on the Butler report, has not been released to the public. And yet we know that the Iranians have tried to assassinate President Trump on more than one occasion. Why do I bring this up? Well, because the individuals in this video and Code Pink founders are on video and in photographs traveling to Iran to meet with leaders of the regime themselves. And when you look at the fact that they are funded by the CCP and this massive shift towards multipolarity, I mean, you have to ask yourself, was this a foreign hit? Did foreign intelligence track President Trump? Was this an inside job from somebody in the White House leaking his itinerary?
Hang on for 1 second. We're taking a short break. Outrageous. Laura Loomer's with us on the other side.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
For National Preparedness Month, 4Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles its power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The president was there, this impromptu, to show the safety of the streets in D.C., and it's happened. The restaurants are going back, et cetera. I do take umbrage a little bit with Laura on about Republicans and Democrats. It's known as at least an order out place for Republicans, but I wouldn't trust the security over there to go sit down and eat. Laura Loomer, you tweeted last night, and you're not overstating the case. You're not being hyperbolic. Folks, this morning, we could have had Polly Pocket's Mike Johnson as president of the United States. You had the president, you had the vice president, you had Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, and you had Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Pete, and I think Marco, at least Pete, just back from being with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff down in Puerto Rico about what's happening in the Gulf of America and off of Venezuela. You had basically the National Military Command, the civilian part of it right there, with a Secret Service that you have to say is asleep at the switch. Why that place was not scoured, and particularly these Code Pink types, know who's in the thing and turf them out if they're there, is shocking. And they were just feet away from the president with steak knives and glasses right there, ma'am.
Yeah, look, I mean, I pointed it out, and I think that's even Susie Wiles in the back, too, if you go and you show that other angle of the video. So not just cabinet members. I haven't seen that angle, but in the video that you just showed before you showed the tweet on the screen, I think that's even Susie Wiles. And so you have the chief of staff. I mean, you could have taken out, looks like, majority of the cabinet. And then you're right. As I tweeted last night, we would have had Mike Johnson as our president this morning, God forbid. But I do want to say something else, and it needs to be said. It is, almost 11 a.m. Eastern, and we have not heard a statement or seen any type of statement from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who, technically speaking, is in charge of Secret Service. I mean, and so where was DHS Secretary Kristi Noem as President Trump was being berated by foreign agents from Code Pink? Oh, that's right. She was with UK Home Secretary and jihadi sympathizer Shabana Mahmood. I mean, so you have these jihadi lunatics just inches away from President Trump. They could have thrown a steak knife at his heart and stabbed him to death, or cut his jugular with a piece of sharp glass. I mean, look, how come Secret Service isn't immediately whisking him away or tackling these women to the ground? Look at that.
Listen,
she has a knife.
Exactly. Why were they not? They said it's over now. Why were they not thrown right to the ground and cuffed right there and dragged off to a not to DC Metro? Go ahead.
It gets worse. So where was Kristi Noem yesterday when all of this was going down? And again, she has not issued a statement. She was with UK Home Secretary and jihadi sympathizer Shabana Mahmood. Okay. She is a literal sympathizer for the Intifada movement. And so why is Secretary Noem legitimizing jihadi sympathizers who are calling for the Islamification of the West? There's photos of her with Shabana Mahmood all over Twitter, and she hasn't even issued a statement about this. So this is the problem, right? We don't have a Republican Party, and I hate to say it, even people within the cabinet of the Trump administration, they don't have what it takes to call out the threat of Islam in America. And we are about to witness a Muslim communist from Africa take over New York City, Steve, the largest city in America. And we're going to see copycats all across the country. Why do I bring this up? Because if you think that this is going to be an outlier, what we saw happen to President Trump last night, that's going to happen to every single non-Muslim in our country. You are going to be harassed by these jihadists when you go out to eat. Our politicians are going to face threats of assassination from these Palestinian lunatics who are calling for globalize the Intifada and calling for jihad against anybody that doesn't want to support a Palestinian state. We saw it last weekend in Detroit, Michigan with the People's Conference for Palestine. And I just want to know, what is it going to take for the Trump administration to take these jihadis seriously. We hear talks about revoking their visas, right? But what is it going to take? We already saw a Palestinian murder 2 Jewish people, a beautiful young couple outside the DC Jewish Museum. What makes them think that these people aren't going to assassinate the president? I mean, hello, we've already had political assassinations in our country at the hands of Palestinians.
Last night they should have been thrown to the floor, cuffed, and taken not to the DC Metro, but to a federal prison. To allow that to happen that close to the President of the United States, and remember, they're holding up Luigi as a hero. If they had done something to the president last night, all over left-wing media, you would have seen these people as a hero. Laura,
needs to be fired. What are you looking?
What are you looking for out of we got about a minute here. What are you looking for out of Kristi Noem? By the way, I keep saying there's going to be a civil war in the UK because you have Sadiq Khan as the mayor of London. The same thing's going to happen in New York. But I might add, Laura, with all you're coming in hot on this, the polling shows 60% of young Jewish people under the age of 30 are going to vote for Ma'am Donnie, and I think a third of his staff are young Jewish professionals. So this is all happening out in daylight. New York's going to be just like London in 10 years. This is the actual real threat, and people, and now all the big donors and all the big corporations in New York City are bending the knee to Ma'am Donnie, just like they did in London, to bend the knee to Sadiq Khan. Ma'am.
Yeah, well, look, it's a tale as old as time. Only 20% of the Jews left Egypt. That is a real statistic. And so, unfortunately, it appears that there is a severe mental illness or a mental deficiency or some type of, genetic malfunction within 80% of the Jewish community. And I say that as a Jew myself. They vote against their own interests. They have suicidal empathy. They stand with jihadists who openly call for their eradication. And look. First, what do they say? First they come for the Saturday people, then they come for the Sunday people. It is time for Americans to unite over the threat of this global jihad. If the UK falls, the US is next. You don't just have Mamdani and Sadiq Khan, but as I just pointed out, you also have Shabana Mahmoud. How can the United States continue to share intelligence with the United Kingdom through the Five Eyes program when you have a literal jihadi Muslim in charge of the UK's intelligence agency now?
We got to bounce. What's your social media? I'm looking for you to
meeting with her. You got to follow me on X at Laura Loomer. Follow me on X at Laura Loomer. Tweet at Kristi Noem. Call for an immediate investigation and review of Secret Service and ask her to issue a statement about this instead of rubbing elbows with jihadi Muslims from the UK.
Laura will be watching through the day. I'm sure Secretary Kristi Noem will put out something. We'll look forward to you putting it up on your platform. Thank you, ma'am. And thanks for making this a national issue. What happened last night at Joe's, steak and crab or stone crab? Unacceptable. To put the president in harm's way like that, unacceptable. Short break. Senator Josh Hawley next.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at AHS.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The eugenicist Julian Huxley predicted this as far back as 1957. He wrote then that 1,000 million years of evolution would lead to a moment when man, harnessing his modern control of physical nature, would transcend himself, would achieve a new state of being. And many of today's technologists believe that moment is now. For Huxley, this was a religion all its own. I believe in transhumanism, he said. He coined the term. And so do untold numbers of today's tech class.
The timing of the drop of the technology was intriguing. It came right at the end of Cold.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 10 September, Year of Our Lord 2025. Honored to be joined now by one of the true stars of the United States Senate and a young man to keep your eye on, Senator Josh Hawley. Senator Hawley, I want to. There's going to be four, and we got more of a cold open to play. There's four things we want to tie together. Number one, your historic speech last week at National Conservatism Conference on transhumanism, and then you had a huge hearing yesterday on Meta. I want to tie that with this horrific report we got out of the National Education Council about just the complete free fall of reading skills, reading comprehension, English, math skills, science, all of it. And the dinner last week of what I call the demons around President Trump, put together by God knows who. After Bobby Kennedy's, inquisition he had in the Senate last week. Let's start the speech, because they show two things are going on. The elites are focused on a whole different set of issues than what impact the American people in their day-to-day lives and what we have to do here. They are focused on immortality and transhumanism. This parade last week, I said the most important thing that came out was not the geopolitical attempt at realignment on the Chinese Communist Party, as bad as that is. It was Xi and Putin talking about, caught on a hot mic, or a hot mic, quote unquote, about living to 125 to $150 right now on organ harvesting, with transhumanism going to give them immortality. Let's start with your speech and the warning that you gave the American people, but you also put Silicon Valley and the oligarchs on notice, sir.
Well, here's the thing that they want to do, Steve. These guys in Silicon Valley, these oligarchs, that's exactly the right word. They want to rule this country forever. I mean, these are guys who have so much power already. They want even more power. They are focused on extending their lifespans at the expense, by the way, of every working man's lifespan. You look what's happening in this country. You look what's happening in my state, in the heartland of this country. Life expectancy going down. For working people, it's going down. They are ravaged by drugs, ravaged by chronic disease. Meanwhile, these Silicon Valley oligarchs are spending $1 billion a year so that they can live longer and longer. And here's the worst part. They're using AI systems to help them and hurt us. They're using AI to short shorten the lifespans of working people by taking away their jobs, taking away their livelihoods, and they're turning around and using that same AI to try to make themselves immortal. It would be crazy if it weren't so dangerous. And the ideology that these people have is that they should have all the power. Working people should have no power. They should run the country, not the people. That's not what we're founded on, Steve.
Your individual inquiry into this leads you to believe we're not talking about science fantasy or science fiction, correct? I mean, because sometimes when you mention this thing, people go, what are you guys talking about? Immortality. Your individual research into this topic makes it very real to you, sir?
Yeah, I mean, listen, all I can tell you is that the tech people who are spending literally, when I say $1 billion, I'm not kidding. I mean, they're spending cumulatively billions of dollars on these new wellness regimens. They think that they can extend their lifespan into the far horizon. But here's the bottom line. Whatever the truth is in that, they are using artificial intelligence to further their ideology. And that's what matters for us, Steve. That's what matters to this country and for working people. They're going out there and they're turning AI into a weapon to help the oligarchs and to hurt the working man. We cannot allow that to happen. Right now, AI is turning into a tool of the rich and powerful to extend their control over this country. We got to stop that. There'll be no jobs left for working people if this goes on, if we don't put guardrails up, and if we don't make this technology serve working people rather than the other way around.
Let's play the clip from yesterday. We got a bunch. Let's play the first clip for Senator Hawley.
Why is it so important to Meta? Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
Children drive product adoption in the household, and VR is a gaming device.
So they drive product adoption, which means what for Meta? Just cash it out for us.
That means the reason that families buy VR headsets is for kids.
Which means more money for Meta.
Yes.
So this is about profits at the end of the day.
Yes.
Let's just be really clear. Meta's number one bottom line is money. It is profits, bar nothing. That's it. And what you're testifying to is they will do anything, including exposing our children to the most vile sexual abuse if it means more profits for Meta. Have I got that right?
Yes. If I may.
Please.
When I was doing research to identify the harms that children were facing in VR, which I had to be sneaky about because legal wouldn't actually let me do it, I identified that Roblox, the app in VR, was being used by coordinated pedophile rings. They set up strip clubs and they pay children to strip, and that Robux can be converted into real money. So, and I flagged this to Meta. I said, under no circumstances should we host the app Roblox on their headset. You can now download it in their app store.
I'm going to turn this back over to the chairwoman because my time has expired. I just want to end by saying this. It is abundantly clear to me that it is time to allow parents and victims to sue this company. They have got to be able to get into court and to get in front of a jury and hold this company accountable. And that begins with Mark Zuckerberg. There has to be accountability. We need to open the courtroom doors and allow victims to have their day in court.
Hawley, you got to go pretty far in the woods to hit your tripwire, but they hit the tripwire yesterday. Who were those folks, and what caused you to come on so hot there at the end?
These are researchers who worked for Facebook. These are Facebook employees. And Steve, you know, you hear all this stuff that they were testifying about, all the child porn that's all over the web. You and I both remember it wasn't so long ago. If you even mentioned child pornography, if you mentioned child sex abuse material, you were called every name in the book by the left. They said, oh, that's just a fantasy. That's all a conspiracy theory. That's not going on. These are Facebook researchers, big-time liberals, by the way. You read their declarations. These are libs. I mean, if their political views, they're not conservatives. But it made them sick to their stomach what this company was doing, exposing kids to child sex abuse material in order to make money. And that's the problem with these tech oligarchs. It's all about their power. It's all about their money. There's nothing they won't do, Stephen. I mean nothing. They will not do in order to extend their control over our families and over our country. And we cannot allow that to happen.
Senator Hawley, what you're hearing yesterday showed is that these researchers were paid to actually go do they showed it to senior management. This is happening. Senior management went out of their way to hide that, to make sure they continued on to make profits. Am I correct? They not only didn't make any changes, they hid the fact of what exactly was happening and children were exposed to?
Yeah, they hid it and they falsified it, Steve. I mean, they came in and they said to these researchers, oh, whoa, your research is showing that there's a lot of child abuse on Facebook. falsify the data. And then they turned around to the public and their shareholders and said, we've done all of this research and it's all fine. I mean, Facebook's a great, upstanding company. They're lying to their shareholders and the public. They're committing fraud. And listen, if you follow these companies at all, you know that this is just par for the course, but it's sickening when it involves our kids. I mean, is there nothing these people won't do in order to make money and get power? And the answer is no, there is nothing, including taking away the innocence of our own children. These people, they have got to be held accountable.
Because of the heroic efforts of the FTC and even Lina Khan before that and President Trump in his first term, they're in federal court. We're looking to break them up, both on Instagram and other things that they have to actually force them to start to deconstruct their company. But somehow Zuckerberg got into a dinner last week, sitting next to the President of the United States, particularly on the day that Bobby Kennedy had the Star Chamber, given everything that Facebook had done to steal the 2020 election, suppress any information about the vaccine mandates, all of it. How does that happen? How are you going to get folks in the Senate to get worked up to actually go after Facebook as you should and open it up to people to go after them when somehow somebody in the administration and or the White House thinks it's appropriate to have Zuckerberg sitting next to President Trump at dinner?
You know, isn't it amazing that, as you say, the very day that Bobby Kennedy's getting raked over the coals because he's trying to take on the people responsible for the chronic disease epidemic among our kids, this guy, Mark Zuckerberg, one of the worst purveyors of child abuse, when you look at this testimony from yesterday, is going scot-free. I just want to emphasize something you said about President Trump. He took on these companies in his first term, all of these antitrust investigations and prosecutions that he launched that are now bearing fruit. That, to my mind, is one of the most important, significant things he has done. We need to keep the pedal to the metal on that, number one. But number two, your point about Congress. Congress has a role to play here. Congress shouldn't just sit back and say, well, good luck to you, President Trump. Good luck to you, DOJ. You guys go prosecute him. No, we need to open up the courthouse doors on these companies. Right now, these companies are the only ones in America who cannot be held accountable in court for what they do. You know, if Ford builds a car that blows up, you can sue them. That's as it should be. Right now, these companies have built platforms where your kids are getting abused. You can't do anything about it. Congress needs to change that. Congress needs to end the sweetheart deal and allow Mark Zuckerberg and Meta and all the rest to be sued in court by victims.
Last thing, I know you got to bounce. We got about a minute or two. This education report that came out is nothing but catastrophic. It completely falling off the cliff of young people's ability, with all the money we put in education, falling off the cliff on reading comprehension, on writing, on math skills, on science, across the board. What can be done about it? I mean, this is now this has now become a crisis, and it just ties back to a lot of factors. But it ties back. The big falling off the cliff goes back to the beginning of the smartphone. What say you, sir?
I would just say this, that the smartphone and the AI revolution, pretty soon our kids aren't going to be able to write a thing because AI is going to do it all for them. Already you hear these technology gurus say, oh, we need to outsource teaching. Let's just replace all the teachers with phones. Let's replace all the teachers with computers. Let's just let the kids sit in front of a screen. I mean, are you kidding me? That's the worst thing possible. We need to put more power back in the hands of parents. Parents have had their power taken away from them, left, right, and center. In education, in technology, we need to be putting power back into the hands of parents, and that begins with taking power away from these tech companies. I don't want them running our education. They're destroying it. I don't want them running our kids' health. They're destroying it, and I sure as heck don't want them running this country.
Senator Josh Hawley, where do people go to keep up with you, sir?
Hawley Mo, you can follow me on Twitter, on social media all across the board, and joshhawley.com.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Got to ask yourself, one of the most MAGA states in the Union, Missouri, have generated two of the best MAGA senators. Think about that. Folks in Missouri, you're doing this redistricting. The only thing I would say is give us that last seat. Let's go maximalization. Don't give the Democrats, don't give them anything. They don't deserve it. Don't rate it. They've taken 25 seats in New England? Folks, this is all inextricably linked. Just telling you. One of the things we've got to do is start breaking up these companies. Say, oh, we need these national champions against the Chinese Communist Party. Hell, they're helping the Chinese Communist Party. Don't give me that excuse that, oh, this is our bulwark against the Chinese Communist Party. Farthest from the truth. And what happened yesterday, you saw Facebook, you saw Zuckerberg's one of those evil people in this nation. He should be in prison for stealing the 2020 election. Stealing. You saw them in all their glory yesterday. I'm going to get some compilation of the clips from this hearing. Absolutely monumental what these whistleblowers are saying. Curdle your blood. Short commercial break. Birchgold.com. Go talk to Philip Patrick and the team today. Birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team. Why is gold on a run? What are the forces driving it? Short commercial break.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar.
September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
It's AmericaFirstWarehouse.com. AmericaFirstWarehouse.com. That's where we go get the tickets. And we're going to have a great time. It's selling out, and want to make sure everybody gets access to it. Out on Long Island, one of my favorite spots in the greater New York City area. New York City's, we're going to have some folks, we're going to have a surprise guest here from California, talk about this California situation, redistricting. But you lose New York City, and we're going to lose New York City the way it's going right now, to the Red-Green Alliance that people like Frank Gaffney and Raheem Kassam and Trevor Loudon have warned about for decades. And Frank Gaffney was banned at Fox, and Raheem Kassam wrote an amazing book when he worked for me, or worked for us over at Breitbart, or worked together on no-go zones. Raheem had the courage to go into Brussels and places like this and report on it for Breitbart at the time, and then wrote an amazing book. That's what's going to happen. Lauren Loom is not wrong. And I don't say this lightly, but England is headed towards a civil war, unless there's some radical change. And here's the reason I know it. You see what's happening right now, their inability of the political class to deal with it. You've got Starmer and this crew can't deal with it. And Nigel Farage, and remember, we're very close to Nigel and think the world of him. He's one of the greatest political figures in the history of British politics, not just modern history, in the history of British politics. Nigel Farage led a 20-year crusade and campaign, going into people's living room with 25 people there, 20 people there, to get England, get the United Kingdom its sovereignty back, and he got it back from the EU. Nigel Farage is coming our way on this topic. We've always had some disagreements about certain areas of immigration and the Tommy Robinson of it all, and he knows British politics better than we do, and he's going to be the next prime minister, so he's threading the needle. But he's coming to our side on the mass deportations. Nigel, I think 90 days ago, said they got to start considering and doing mass deportations in the United Kingdom of these quote-unquote asylum seekers, which is one of the reasons they broke off from the EU in the beginning. So it's coming our way. Gold is at $36.84. Hello. And I don't talk about the price of gold, because the price of gold is the daily price of gold. What's most important is to understand what's driving that. That is why we partnered with Birch Gold many years ago, because they agreed, there's a lot of these gold sellers out there, but they agreed that they wanted a smart customer, and they wanted that customer to understand the forces that drive the value of gold. And so that's what we've done together. The end of the dollar empire. I think we're going to have, if we can pull off, some big announcements at our live shows Friday and Saturday in the greater New York City area. You go there to AmericaFirstWarRoom.com, get your tickets. Warehouse. Let me give it that again. AmericaFirstWarehouse.com to get your tickets. And we're going to have some big announcements on some of the Birch Gold stuff. But go find it today. BirchGold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. You got it all there. 7 free installments. Also, text 98-BANNON, 989898 to get the ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals, as the Arizona Engine Room tells me all the time. Don't forget the other precious metals. So check that out. But get to Philip Patrick and the team. And Philip, I think, is going to be with us tomorrow. We didn't have time yesterday because it was too jammed. Philip's going to be with us tomorrow, and we got a lot to go through. A lot happening at gold, including central banks still buying at record rates, with Poland announcing. And I think Poland, I don't know if they invoked Article 4 with this drone intrusion. I'll get into that this evening. And also Netanyahu taking out the negotiating team of in Qatar. Look, Qatar, I think Qatar's bad guys. I think they've been bad guys from the beginning. I think they financed the Muslim Brotherhood. So all this stuff about they're providing sanctuary, the safe thing, it's all. I'm not a Qatar fan. Qatar is the funder of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood control Hamas. But I think yesterday showed that the Hamas, this thing about Hamas and Tehran, that's not real. It's Hamas and Qatar. And but when President Trump wants to get to a solution, maybe the thing you don't do is kill the negotiating team. And President Trump wants a solution. We have to be very focused. Jake Seawolf joins us from My Patriot Supply, one of the great companies out there. Jake, and do we have the clip? So yesterday they had the autism hearing with Johnson. They had the hearing yesterday with Senator Hawley. They had another hearing too on they call them UAPs, but let's just stick with UFOs. And we had some of the congressmen that are frequent guests on War Room, and you had some Navy gun camera footage of looked like some pretty impossible stuff. Jake Seawolf, is this just because we haven't played this up? Is this to divert our attention? Do you think this is real? With all the issues we have with the administrative state, deep state, our sovereignty, the beginning phase of the Third World War, the kinetic part. I mean, Jake, how do you see it? I know you follow this closely because the footage is pretty shocking. And the witnesses they had were all former, I think, military or military officials. So this was not a group of flakes. This is, as I think they said at the end of the hearing, these are not guys who drove up in a Winnebago with tie-dye shirts and ponytails. This looks like solid citizens. Your take, sir?
So my big question, though, is from my experience of being deployed and everything is, since when do we shoot Hellfire missiles at objects that are not attacking us? Like, that's a, $155,000 missile, if I'm not mistaken. But secondly, why is every alien footage so blurry? Now, I will give them credit that it is a bunch of military guys walking in there and everything, but this is something that, I personally want to follow. The thing that scares me is now they're saying that Russia, China, and us, we're all going to start building technology to go out and find these aliens. And what does that mean for us? Higher taxes, higher inflation, everything's going to go up again, guaranteed. If we go on this alien hunt, so
hang on. So you think that do you not believe that was a Hellfire missile? That regardless of whether in your target acquisition, if you're doing it with people coming in to get you, do you believe the footage, or at least the congressman curated it, that you saw a Hellfire missile bounce off of a UFO, something they couldn't identify as a regular drone or something? Okay,
I could believe it because things do look like crap under night vision. I do have to admit that, and that was clearly.
Here's the point: are you saying that they've tried climate change, they try everything, the pandemic, the pandemic, COVID-19, things associated with climate change, the world's going to change, the seas are going to rise, the forests are going to be on fire. They're always trying to intimidate you and get you to huddle inside and just watch streaming, bread and circuses, right? And stay doom scrolling. Absolutely. On your heavy kids. Are you saying that this is since nothing else has worked, that the populist nationalist movement is punched through this, and this is why this fight at the beginning of the show against Big Pharma is so important? You just had Josh Hawley against big tech, right? We need to stand up and take on these big conglomerates. Are you saying this entire your concern is this entire UFO thing looks like another sop to the big arms merchants or the space guys, or et cetera, to divert our attention from what's real in front of us, which is the powers of money and technology trying to control this country and every person in it?
Absolutely. I mean, your sign behind you says it all. There are no coincidences, right? And so, like, we always have this huge problem. Now the media is shifting back over to, oh, look, we attacked a UFO, guys. They're real. Like, who wants to pay up more taxes? No, we'll just increase that through inflation. And, I mean, ironic enough, like, I hate seeing this kind of crap because it does take away from everything.
So hang on a second, because I want to talk about My Patriot Supply, because I love your company.
We love you, Steve, and the whole War Room posse.
Thank you. Hang on for a second. Take for Burchett, APL, and Burleson. And Burleson's one of those Missouri types. We love these guys. These are War Room posse contributors, War Room contributors. They're there, and I'm telling you, APL's kind of the tip of this, and she's been so great on the Kennedy assassination. Something is up. We'll get to the bottom of it. But there are no. It is kind of odd coming at the end of the climate change and the pandemic, and they didn't scare you. You're still too ornery and got too much cussedness to shelter in place. Short commercial break. We return. We got Jake Seawolf, and we're going to California next.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning, and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
4 Patriots. Everything you need for total peace of mind.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has 1 pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So we're going to get to the bottom of this. Tell me about My Patriot Supply. What do you got for us? People loved your July sale, loved your up to Labor Day sale. What do you got for it? What kind of deals can we get cut today, brother?
Oh, absolutely. Our big one that people love, so they just keep hounding us to keep it on there for everyone else, friends and family, is the Grid Doctor 3300. Buy that, you get a free expansion pack that doubles your watt hours. I mean, It took our team literal months to get our leadership to be on board with that one. So that's actually a huge win for our company. So definitely take advantage of that while it's still up. No one else does that, and it's awesome. Then the other big thing is our huge National Preparedness Month sale. So if you have nothing, you can have everything within just a click and save a ton of money. So a lot of great stuff, especially for Preparedness Month. Another thing, I don't know why the government needs a whole Preparedness Month, but
where do people go right now? Because I want them. Remember, this is not. At the beginning of this, people thought, "Hey, I've got to wear a tinfoil hat and have a propeller on top of it to worry about preparing."
Yeah.
You don't have to do that now. So where do folks go? The reason we love partnering with My Patriots Pal, you have consultants, advisors, sales reps that walk people through the entire thing of this vast offering you have. So where do people go and who they talk to?
Absolutely. MyPatriotSupply.com. And if you call 866-229-0927, that's the phone number. You guys are going to get an American. I know a lot of your war room posse here has been calling in, and we love them. We love hearing from you guys.
Yeah.
So if you're one of the few that have not called in yet, strongly suggest it. Definitely come in, talk to us. We love to hear from you guys. You're some of our favorite people.
And Jake, what is your Twitter feed? What are your coordinates so people can get what you're putting up, particularly about this issue on UFOs, which we will drill down on?
I would just keep following the MyPatriotSupply.com, and there's links to our Instagram and different social media channels. But we try and keep everyone informed. We have scout letters, so sign up for it.
Awesome. Jake, thank you. Great to have you on here. I'll contact you after the show.
Yeah, great to talk to you, Steve. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, War Room Posse.
This hearing yesterday was wild. It was wild. And you had three of them up on Capitol Hill at the same time. That's what's so hard to kind of juggle things during the day. It's got so much going on. But like I said, three of our best: Burleson, Burchett, and APL, Anna Paulina Luna. We're all up there helping break it down. We've been raided by Vikings here in the War Room. Sophia Karstens from California. And you've been up in people's grill about this redistricting fight and Gavin Newsom kicking off his 2028 campaign by doing this. So put in perspective, because we've been leading the fight with Alex DeGrasse in 21 and 22 to do the redistricting then, and then to get Texas, obviously Florida. But this California situation, you have a 52-seat delegation, 43 right now to 9, with a state that votes basically 40% Republican.
Right.
That's going to go 48-4.
Right.
If the thing. And I know you've done some polling. How are we going to defeat this? How are we going to? Because everybody wants right now is that Newsom's running for president. He's using his memes against President Trump, and this as a springboard. How can this be defeated?
So you're exactly right. And there's a couple of things you need to unpack there. But roughly, obviously, we understand that when you're talking about districts, roughly that is supposed to be a representation of voter bloc, right? So already in 2008, we're looking at a voter bloc that is not reflective at all.
In 2008?
In 2008, right, when they changed the districting.
Right. When they gerrymandered it last time.
I'm being kind.
No, because it's the most, call it what it is. It's the most, they call us gerrymandering for what we've done in Texas.
Correct.
It's less gerrymandered than California.
I'm glad you brought that up. So first of all, I submit that the redistricting in 2008 already puts us at an illegitimate disparity, because it is not reflective. It took us from 40%. Okay, that's fine. We're the minority, which I suggest after the fires is higher than that. But even if you go by those numbers,
you think
that voter bloc.
So you think it's been a real political sea change because of the fires?
I do.
We'll get to that in a
But
second.
the reality is that voter bloc was taken in 2008 from 40% down to 12 in terms of the representation.
Okay.
So it's already illegitimate.
Okay.
And now what we're looking at is you want to redistrict again to take away another 7% and bring us down to 5. And I'm glad you brought up Texas. This is not that. I know we all want to sit there and be like, tit for tat, it's exactly the same. Redistricting is redistricting. And to be clear, I'm against gerrymandering no matter where it is. First of all, Texas is not my problem and California is. But the reality is, all things are not equal. And California, you have to look at the downstream implications of redistricting. So in Texas, even when you're redistricting, it is not, the disparity of the voter block is not changing to such a degree as it is in California. But that's not even really why it matters. In California, when you and this is also why all eyes are on California with this, you actually have a largely red state that is carried blue by 3 counties. And it is those 3 counties that if you are able to...
Okay, slow down, because I keep saying this. There's more MAGA voters in that.
Yeah.
You just referred to California
as a red
state.
It is a red state.
I want to go slow. Back it up. Walk me through that. You're saying California is a red state.
Yeah.
That 3.
If you look at a heat map,
Yep.
And so first of all, there's no such thing as swing states, only swing counties. That's how they were able to influence elections, but
Yes.
that's a conversation for a different day. They didn't target it federally. They targeted it counties.
And very smart.
And the example that I always use, because it's the easy and obvious, Cook County in Illinois. As goes Chicago, so goes Cook County. As goes Cook County, so goes Illinois. As goes Illinois, so goes Michigan, Wisconsin, North and South Carolina. All those dominoes fall. Los Angeles County is the mother of all swing counties right now, because after the fires, as I said, we have seen a significant departure from the Democratic Party. And I wouldn't say that people have gone running to bright red, but they're certainly leaving the Democratic Party in center or center right.
Okay, hang on. How do you know that empirically?
Our polling shows that people are leaving the Democratic Party. Also,
when you say our polling, so the people know that you're just not somebody wandering by the Capitol that dropped into the war room today. Who are you?
Right.
What are your credentials? How did we end up reaching out to you?
How did this happen? So I am treasurer of a super PAC called Decentralize America. And we can get to the reason why it's called that. But I just...
it smells like tech bro, but keep going. Keep going.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's actually all the verticals. But I just commissioned a poll, a Zogby poll, not just candidates in the
and
state.
It's smart because Zogby's not a MAGA pollster.
No.
You wanted to have...
I wanted to have the real numbers. And I wanted...
Smart.
Yep. I wanted to be able to have the real numbers.
So what does that poll show you in your PAC? Does it show you that? Can you back up the statement that Los Angeles County people are fleeing the Democratic Party?
So it shows that, California-wide, people are leaving the Democratic Party. I predict that we will probably, if we drill down, find that most of those people are in and around LA County, because I think that the fires have led people to be... Our polls show that over half of people are ready for change in our elected leadership in the state. That they are unhappy with the policies, they are unhappy with the leaders of those policies. So when you look at the LA County nugget of blue, if you look at a heat map, you see that if you actually flip LA County, and you don't actually have to win, you just have to not lose by a certain percentage. You flip the state. And if you flip California right now, you flip the country.
I know, I got that. But you're
that's why they're drilling down on the redistricting.
That's like economists saying, they always say assume this. That's like I got a can. And I say, I can't get it open. I got to assume a can opener. I mean, what you're talking about is so monumental.
It is.
So having lived out in California for 20 years, let me go back to this. There's 40 million people in the state, correct? It's the 5th or 6th biggest economy in the world.
Yeah, it's its own country.
And in L.A. and Southern and Northern California are not just 2 different states. The interior, all the blue is on the coast, right? All the money and all the blue essentially is on the coast.
Those 3,
Yeah. And so... L.A. County of that is what, I don't know, the Southland they used to call it in the old days. That's almost half of the state. It is like 11 or 12, not just the population of Los Angeles City or even Los Angeles County, but that whole Southland is like 12 to 15 million people, isn't it?
Yeah, and
it's a font of illegal aliens. This is one of the reasons that they wanted the census like they wanted, all of it. So how are you going to lose by less, which I take it as lose by, instead of 80-20 or 75-25 is lose 60-40?
Right. There are numbers. I can get you the exact numbers for that. It is, you're exactly right. All of these issues are entwined. And I'm not saying it's a light lift. We got a heavy lift, but it actually is doable. When you look at the messaging in the polling that we just did, it shows what issues really are resonating with people and what their climate is when you...
Issues for the vote on November, the special election.
No. Well, that is also... They're not really concerned with voters about that. But the gubernatorial for 2026, if you look at the messaging of our current elected officials is not resonating with even Los Angeles County, which is historically, like I said, bright blue.
What are they saying? What are the people saying, the messaging they're looking for, or the actions
they are wanting people who are going to be common sense. They are wanting people who are going to be looking at the issues that they're actually facing, which is inflation, the homeless problem that we're dealing with, cost of living.
Affordability.
Right, affordability. Because, let's be honest, and this is another really big...
But that's Mondami. The left can take that and weaponize that.
Right, and they do. But the other checkmate that we have is... in these pockets where you're having a group or a subset of the population that is disenfranchised socioeconomically, that usually translates into racist by default. So when you are trying to combat something that is socioeconomicist, that is racist by default, it does give you a little bit of a platform to be able to say, you guys, it's not only the, downstream implications of what we're trying to do in the state that affect the country with the redistricting. It's actually what you're creating is a circumstance where the elected officials are choosing their voters instead of the voters choosing their elected officials.
Sure. That's what Democrats do.
Correct.
But they do it damn smart. But that gets us to... By the way, did you just pull up with your Volkswagen bus with your surfboard on top? I mean, you're in the Imperial Capitol, and you look like I just came off a Newport Beach. I was surfing.
It's raining out, so I actually feel like I look more like a drowned rat than anything.
No.
I walked here in the rain.
Hang on for a second. We got one more block where we get back to this, and because I hear you. But the Democrats are the best in the world at playing that, and in California, they took a state that gave you Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon, and they turned it into, after Duke Majan, and they turned it into a state that is the railhead of the progressive left. It's where the money comes from. It's where their ideas come from. It's one of the reasons Newsom's not going to run on his record. He's recreating himself right now, and what he's doing is going to show Democrats, I can take on Trump, and the way I'm going to do it is win this redistricting. Short break. Back in the Warm in a moment.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired, it's phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
A bad Camry unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of Elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's going to pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of Elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
You can't actually redistrict without changing the 10-year rule around the census, and you can't do that without amending the California Constitution, which is very robust on this issue. And you can't do that without repealing the Equal Protections Clause, which you cannot do. All due respect, the argument is that we want to preserve democracy. You cannot preserve democracy by suspending it.
Okay, the great Steve Hilton, who is running for the governor as a populist. I love the fact he's running as governor with an English accent. It's only in California.
Only in California.
Only in California,
yep.
Baby. And he's a great guy. He filed the suit. Walk me through that clip right there, because you were bang, bang, bang. Here's why you can't do it. Here's why it's illegal. And it's against the Constitution. It's against this. They're steamrolling that
yes, they
right
are.
now. So walk me through this.
So everybody's focused.
Make me feel better.
Make you feel better, I know. Everybody's focused right now on the 10-year rule and the census, which, okay, that's fine. But it is very...
What do you mean the 10-year rule and the census? Tell people what that
there
means.
is a rule that suggests that you are not allowed to redistrict outside of the year that the census is given. And the reason for that is the obvious, easy and obvious. We got to know where the people are. And especially after something like the fires, that's just not relevant. What the polling that we did 5 years ago is just not relevant in terms of the census and where the people are. So there's a reason that rule exists. And the California Constitution is very robust on this issue. Another reason why it's not analogous to Texas. The Texas Constitution is not as robust on this issue. Okay. But the California Constitution is. And so people are focused on that. But of course, in true fashion, these extremists are just like, well, we'll just amend the California Constitution, which they probably would get the votes for because people really don't understand the nuance of what's happening.
But not between now and November.
Well, they're trying. But the reality is they can't do that without repealing the Equal Protections Clause. And that's the checkmate. They can't do that.
And that's the lawsuit. And that's the core of the lawsuit. Okay. What, it's not, listen, the governor's race is obviously very important. But this on the event horizon, you got to focus because the train. I mean, we're in the middle of September.
Yes, you're right.
You're 6 weeks, we're 7 weeks away from decision day.
Yeah, it will be rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic if we don't win this. You're right.
So tell me, you have McCarthy's raising a ton of money. Schwarzenegger's doing his thing. It seems like it's people are saying we don't want Trump, although Trump is not just the leader of our movement. They have millions of people in California that are Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. And President Trump
6.1 to be precise.
6.1, and President Trump keeps saying if you got a chance to spend more time there and you had not election fraud, we could win it. As you see it right now on the map, on the battlefield of getting to just this November, not the governor's race, how do you bring these parties together? And they haven't agreed upon a message yet. Some want to go with Trump, some don't want to go with Trump. Schwarzenegger definitely wants to keep him out. And of course, I think he's a spent force. But just as you see it today running a PAC, where are we?
That's an excellent question. The optics are problematic because, as we know, the left and the extremists are very good at context creation and splitting the vote by creating optics that make us all look like Occupy Wall Street, where like nobody has one cohesive message. The other problem is that we have a jungle primary in California. So it makes it very difficult, but you're right. Really, the
message... We don't have a jungle primary in this election coming up in November.
Not in November, right.
It's a yay or nay. Okay, here's what your PAC says you're going to do some polling regarding where we stand between now and November. Okay.
So the next...
When we get that, we'll get you back on, because right now I'm going to put the 5 seats in the win
You're
column
like,
for the
and
Democrats.
a check for the Democrats.
No, it's not.
I know.
It's not. Listen, Newsom and these guys, Newsom's running for president of the United States off of this. He's a guy that, and I kept saying, he's a guy that we impeached. And it said, but if you put up, some of the clowns you're going to put up and running against him, you're going to. So we had this huge movement. People worked their tails off, put a lot of money up. It was magnificent to actually have a recall, right? And then they lost it on the alternative, which you should have just left it open. And what he won 65-35. This is a tough hombre. He's bet his model for California is a disaster.
It's a disaster.
As your polling shows. You know what he's saying to that? You're right. Your polling's right. So we're not going to talk about that anymore.
Right.
Right. I'm going to redistrict, become the champions of the Democrats for taking on Trump. I'm the only person that's taken on Trump and win. And he's going to use that to springboard himself to the head of the Democratic primary. And he's going to recreate a bunch of crazy policies that the Democrats will recreate.
Yeah, they'll duplicate the efforts all across the country.
So that's why California is the battlefield right now.
It's the beta test state.
And yes, and we got to win this. And now I see a lot of money potentially being raised, but you've got the kind of the corporatists with McCarthy. You've got the never Trump guys with Schwarzenegger.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to keep Trump out. And, hey, we are burning daylight on this thing. And it's a super high priority, not just for the 5 seats. Because, you net those 5 out. We've probably got overall 15 seats with another 5 in Florida, 15 gross on the gross amount. Maybe 16 or 17. You net those 5 out, it's 12, and we're going to have a fight to hold the House. Where do people go to learn more about you, more about your PAC, your social media, all of it?
I am on Instagram, Sophia J. Karstens, and I am on my website for my super PAC, which is decamerica.com.
Did you get any feedback when you did that? We only get about 60 seconds. Did you get any feedback? Is Mike up? Mm-hmm. We'll get to you later. Feedback when you gave that great C-SPAN picked up in the when you were reading people the riot act about that. You got a good feedback about that? That's what led to the lawsuit?
Yeah, in fact, that was on the heels of the extremists trying to hijack an assembly hearing in real time.
Wow.
And cutting the mic of the vice chair and everything else. And that moved the needle.
Mike Lindell, it's been another tough day in the war room. We'll see you back here at 5. Sell me a sheet, brother. Make me feel better. Give us a deal.
We got the War Room policy covered, you guys. Remember, we're closing out this line of sheets, the My Pillow Percale sheets, any size, any color. And we still have, all of them are still in stock. They're going fast. Once they're gone, they're gone. King size, queen size, doesn't matter. $29.88. Those hard to find split kings, Cal Kings. All the colors are still in stock, you guys. This is a War Room exclusive, $29.88. Go to the War Room or mypillow.com/War Room. Get the beds shipped for free. The mattress toppers made in the USA. You guys, we're also closing out our summer products, our beach towels over 50% off. We've got our sandals over 60% off. Get those closeout products with that promo code War Room. Call 800-873-1062 and get all these before they're gone. Use that promo code War Room. And also remember the body pillows, $29.88. Can't beat it.
Fabulous. We'll see you back here at 5, Mike. Charlie Kirk is next. Jack Posobiec after that. Steve after that. Eric Bowling. Then we're back in the War Room live, 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We'll see you then.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to forpatriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind your family deserves.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
People are murdered every single day, but this particular one, I'm trying to understand why this has become such a flashpoint on the right.
I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist.
The president and his allies are using the attack to accuse Democrats of being soft on crime.
Yeah, so the president has pointed the finger at Democrats.
Members of the Trump administration also used the video to criticize Democratic-led cities.
The president blaming Democrats for Zaruka's death.
It is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media.
Certain people have been looking for an opportunity to find a case like this to make a point.
It all comes, of course, as Trump is trying to seize control of other cities that he says are not safe.
I mean, Charlotte is a place with a very effective police department, very effective leadership. Murder is down 29%.
Charlotte police were touting a 25% reduction in violent crime.
What he really needed was inpatient mental health care, and North Carolina rates last when it comes to mental health bed availability.
What are the city managers doing to make sure they are investing in these individuals to get them to help?
If you want to be addressing the mental health issues of these folks and prevent the recidivism, you do need to be investing in mental health.
CNN spoke with his mother and his sister, who say that for years they have struggled to get him adequate mental health treatment.
And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within.
Are prisons obsolete?
Coming through with the quotes, coming through with the titles of the books. I have to read that, actually. I haven't read that as yet. But I think that, frankly, I mean, what purpose do they serve? Right? I think we have to ask ourselves that, which is that, you know, I think a lot of people who defend the carceral state, they defend the idea of it and the way it makes them feel.
I also, with respect, sir, thank you for the information that you have shared on this show, but we would appreciate all of the information. All of it. all of the data that you say you have.
I've done this show several times. Every time I'm on your show, I speak with integrity, I speak with honesty, and I speak with facts. The bottom line is, because of all this false narrative, and you using the term disappearing people,
well,
is
that's
disgusting.
What's happened. That happened to the group that was sent to El Salvador.
U.S. citizens get arrested every day. U.S. citizens get arrested by police every day. Are they being disappeared? No, their laws are being enforced. They're being arrested. They're being put in detention because they committed a criminal offense.
Not like what you're doing.
We will not let a progressive DA keep this case. Justice will be served. He'll be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
In Mecklenburg County, the sitting clerk is Alyssa Chin Gary. On her LinkedIn page, she calls herself a clerk and a DEI consultant and a racial equity organizer. And her life mission? Reparations.
We are here to honor them, to lift their names, and to continue the intergenerational work that we are required to do to eliminate structural racism.
Ms. Stokes was nominated by Judge Carla Archie.
Horrific new video of a Ukrainian refugee's murder caught on camera. It is absolutely horrific. Trump is now seizing on this to push his nationwide crackdown.
We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. It's the only thing they understand. 24 of the top 25 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrat mayors, and it's time to stop this madness. The people of our country need to insist on protection, safety, law, and order. We have proven that it can be done.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in for the one and only Charlie Kirk, who starts his college tour. The fall tour is kicking off today in Utah. We're here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studios, holding it down for him. Never fear, we've got a great hour two with him. It's such a treat, by the way. He sits down with James Orr, basically the only conservative at Cambridge University, and a great guy that I personally got to spend a lot of time with, have really in-depth conversations. The guy has a photographic memory of the Western canon, and Charlie and James Dr. Orr are going to be talking at length in hour two, so stay tuned for that. You're not gonna want to miss it. But in the meantime, we have work to do. And I have a really special guest to kick off the show with us today, and that would be Libby Emmons, editor-in-chief of the Post Millennial and Human Events. A great guest. But Libby, before we dive into it, there was a clip of you and Jack Posobiec on Timcast last night, and that's why you're here, because it was such a great jumping off point for the discussion I want to have with you. Go ahead and play cut 407.
In reality, and you can see the statistics, you can see the data, that unfortunately we have a problem of mass violence against white people in this country that has gone completely unchecked and in some cases encouraged. And in every single case, you have people like Van Jones going on TV and making excuses for it. And it's disgusting. It is open season on white people in this country. Well, it has been since the knockout game. It has been since White Girl Bleed a Lot. And now you have the exact same things going on and on.
Right. I mean,
but it was. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean.
We also saw
because they viewed them as white.
We also saw a young black woman.
Well, they were the Hasidic Jews wearing the big hats.
An illegal immigrant and thrown off a bridge in Annapolis.
So that was a fiery little segment, and I hope we captured it. I mean, there was a lot going on between, about a 3-minute stretch. But Libby, Jack's making a pretty, I would say, controversial point that it's open season on white people in this country. I guess the floor is yours, Libby. Is that true? What are we really dealing with? I want to narrow down on what is happening in this moment. This clip from Irina Zarutska and her tragic death, I think it's radicalizing a lot of people, and it's moved the Overton window more rapidly than I have seen anything do in a long time. So, Libby, the floor is yours.
Yeah, that was a really interesting conversation last night with Jack and Tim, and we did get into a lot of stuff. Jack was saying that it's open season on white people in this country, and I think it's really important to remember when you hear a comment like that under the Biden administration, the FBI said outright that the biggest domestic threat in this country, the biggest threat of domestic extremism in the country were from white supremacists. We've had years and years of rhetoric saying that white people are inherently racist, that there's nothing that they can do to undo their racism, that they have to do the work of anti-racism, which means stepping back, which means giving up jobs, which means, giving your alleged privilege in society to people who are, black and brown in this culture. And we've seen that repeatedly over the years with the George Floyd death in, May 2020. That rhetoric really ramped up a lot more. And we saw it throughout that summer, right? I mean, we saw white shop owners in Democrat cities being targeted and harassed essentially for being white while there was a BLM protest going on. We saw Trump supporters being shot because they were white Trump supporters. I don't know necessarily that it's open season on white people now more than ever, but there certainly has been a justified idea of violence against white people for some time. You can even go back several years ago to the whole punch a Nazi concept. And the punch a Nazi concept, maybe it sounds great, like punch Nazis, but when all white people were equated to be Nazis because they can't control their own racism, it becomes, punch white people. And we certainly have seen some of that.
And I totally agree that there is something that we have not been able to talk about. I used to mock this expression from the left that we have to have a conversation about it. We have to have a conversation about racism in America and systemic racism. Well, in this instance, I think there is some validity to this sentiment that we have to have a conversation about what we've not been able to have a conversation about. And the media blackout about this story at the very beginning, I mean, they were forced into this narrative that they did not want to go into. They did not want to cover this story because it exposed their gross incompetence. It exposed the failed experiment known as criminal justice reform, which is really fueled by this idea that we have a systemically oppressive country against black people. We have not been able to talk about the other side of the story, which is actually, and this is, I think, the point that Jack was making, that when you look at raw numbers, that there is actually more, interracial attacks against white Americans than the other way around. And that's, when you per capita, it's even more extreme because black people only represent about 12.5% of the population. And so but let me play a clip here, because yesterday Charlie talked about the fact that Van Jones came after him for race mongering, hate mongering about this. Well, there's a clip going around from Van Jones in that era, 2020, that you talked about, Libby, right after George Floyd died in Minneapolis, 398.
So even the most liberal, well-intentioned white person has a virus in his or her brain that can be activated at an instant. And so what you're seeing now is a curtain falling away. And those of us who have been burdened by this every minute, every second of our entire lives are fragile right now. We are fragile right now. We are tired.
So this is millionaire Van Jones, who has one of the most prestigious seats in all of, media and the culture, who will get up with the elites. And here he is saying that he's tired. This is 2020. But then he has the gall 4 or 5 years later to tell Charlie that he's race mongering, hate mongering for calling out the fact that this DeCarlos Brown murderer killed Irina Zarutska because she's white. That's what his allegation was against Charlie. Libby.
Yeah, and we also saw in the video aftermath of Brown slaying Zarutska, him saying, I got that white girl, which, leads you to believe that her race had something to do with his intention to harm her. And talking about Van Jones back in 2020, he is a very prominent media figure, of course, and it has been leftist media and legacy media in a lot of ways that have been propping up this race narrative. I think a lot of it started in 2012. We really saw the rhetoric in the New York Times and other news outlets start ramping up about how racist the country is. That was a big part of what they started covering. BLM, Eric Garner, all of the rest of it really started to come to the fore. And the idea was that white people were racist, that the entire society was racist, that there wasn't anything that, white people could do to cure their racism.
Libby, and I know what you're talking about here. So I'm going to throw this graphic up on screen. This is the use of the word racism or racist by the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Washington Post, and Wall Street Journal over the years. And you can see it kind of peaked a little bit in 1990. That was probably, with the
Rodney
LA riots,
stuff, yeah.
the Rodney King. And then it kind of went down again. And then we have the election of Obama. And then you have Ferguson. And then you have George Floyd. And it's stratospheric. And this is the point I think that a lot of us are making right now, is that we have been living under a narrative built on fake statistics and lies. And those lies have consequences. And those consequences mean that murderers are roaming the streets to maim and hurt and kill people like Irina Zarutska. And we're done with it. We're done with it. It's not that we don't like black people or brown people. We love all Americans. We want everybody to be safe and healthy and secure and thriving in this country. But we're sick and tired of living under a lie. Libby, let's just go through the breaks because this is too much fun with you to have this conversation. So on stream, on podcast, you'll hear this conversation. We'll be right back.
Hey there. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
I think we saw that his sister said that he's schizophrenic, but there's absolutely no cause to allow men who have been arrested 14 times for multiple felonies to continue to live freely. That doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, too, that we see, I think, according to the National Library of Medicine, it's like 1% of the population is accountable for 63% of all of the violent crimes. And this isn't the first case either, where we see a case of a man who murders a woman or commits a really violent crime like this, and then you check out the rap sheet and there's like 20 mugshots. Why? Why is this person continuously released? Why do we have more compassion for killers than we do for their victims? And no city council should be like this. Charlotte is a city that got $3.3 million in funding from the MacArthur Foundation to reduce their prison population. And that's what they set about doing. This is exactly what Zoran Mamdani wants to do in New York. He wants to turn it into a city where people get murdered on the subway because he has more compassion for people who should be in prison than the people who are going to get harmed by them.
Well, and we go back to this idea of so much of this is built on a lie. Let's just go ahead and show a clip that demonstrates how forcefully the purveyors of this lie push this propaganda out into the public. This is Jasmine Crockett, and she says 80% of the most violent crime in our country is done by white supremacists or white supremacy. 396.
And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within.
Now, that, to be fair, that video is from February, but that shows the extent and the depth of the ideological rot that has taken over the dialogue in this country and how it's just not rooted in anything resembling the truth. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, sitting in for the one and only Charlie Kirk, who's on assignment today. His college tour starts in Utah. Lots of fun controversy brewing up in Utah, which means it's going to be a fantastic event. Lots of people coming out for that. I am still with the great Libby Emmons, editor-in-chief of the Post Millennial and Human Events. And we're having a conversation. I mean, this is a really important conversation, Libby, because, again, what we're talking about is the Overton window is changing as we speak. People that were cowed by this, you're a racist accusation are speaking out for the first time. And you're seeing this with, Republicans at the local level, you know, in the South, they just did a press conference where they're sick of this. You can tell. And again, this is not anti-black. This is not anti-brown. This is pro-American. This is pro-safety. We want everybody to thrive, but we cannot live under the specter of lies and propaganda and expect to get good laws, good policies, and good outcomes. And I think that's what everybody's waking up to. And by the way, I have to play this, Libby. This is this morning. This is how deep it goes. From the official Black Lives Matter account posted this video. Irina Zarutska's blood is still fresh on that train in Charlotte. And they have the gall to post this. Play Cup 400.
A right to violence. All oppressed people have a right to violence. And I'm going to tell you something. It's like the right to pee. You got to have the right place. You got to have the right time. You got to have the appropriate situation. And I'm absolutely convinced that this is it.
That's this morning from the Black Lives Matter official account. Libby Evans.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely crazy. And just for reference, where Jasmine Crockett got her numbers of 80%, that came from the ADL. And the ADL said all the extremist-related murders in 2022 were committed by right-wing extremists of various kinds. And that's where she was getting her numbers from. And that included a killing at a Colorado nightclub that was LGBT related and didn't really have anything to do with white supremacy at all. Mostly they're leaning on that horrifying Buffalo supermarket shooting for their information. And so it's completely not accurate. And we know that the ADL doctors their information to call things white supremacist and right wing that really aren't, right? I mean, we know that so clearly.
Well, and by the way, Libby, that completely overlooks the fact that Chicago has been, you know, the number one murder capital of the country for the last 13 years. It overlooks the fact that if you go back to 2018, this is a real stat, 2018 in Washington, D.C., do you know how many black people were murdered since 2018 in D.C.? About 1,200.
Yeah, I saw that number as well.
Do you know how many white people were murdered in Washington, D.C. in the last since 2018? 11.
Right.
11 to 1,200 since 2018.
You have everybody getting all of these left-wing mayors of various blue cities in the country getting all mad at Donald Trump when what Trump is doing in D.C. specifically is protecting Black lives. That's what he's doing. That's what the curfew in the Navy Yard is about. It's about protecting Black kids from violence. And these kids, like you were saying, deserve to grow up in a safe country where they're safe from violence and they can thrive. And that's what we want for Americans. That's what we want for everybody here in this country. And the rhetoric needs to stop. And I think that projects like the 1619 Project and others really have painted white Americans as villains. And it's definitely done that to our young boys as well, to white boys. It's a big problem.
I totally agree with that. My goodness, what the villainizing of young men in this country has been incredibly destructive. And we see that in basically every single statistic that comes out. Now they're turning a corner right now. But this, I think, is where I want to land this conversation in this last minute, Libby, is that these policies, not only are they destructive and they result in the death of so many innocent people, and when it's somebody like Irina Zarutska, it's chilling, it's radicalizing for so many. I've seen so many people post that word specifically. I feel radicalized by this video because it's so tragic. But we have to remember that when and the great Heather McDonald coined this term, the Ferguson effect in 2014, that resulted in dead Black and brown kids.
Yes,
that's what the result is. And then once again in George Floyd, these cops don't want to go into urban cores and urban centers to police crime because they know that they'll get scapegoated if something goes wrong, which it often does go wrong because it is a messy job and it's a hard job and it's unpredictable. And what happens? More in Black and brown people die. And the 20 seconds, Libby, the final thought.
Yeah, I mean, we recently saw an execution-style killing on a Philadelphia street. We saw of a Black woman. We saw a Black girl murdered by an illegal immigrant in Annapolis and thrown off a bridge. We see this kind of crime happening in Black communities and to young Black people all of the time, and it's got to stop. And these blue city mayors who are so intent on their, soft on crime policies need to give it up and start protecting their populations.
Libby Emmons, Post Millennial Human Events. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Picture this, your power just went out. It's 98 degrees, temperature's rising, and you've got no AC. Just a fridge full of food slowly spoiling. And your phone, yeah, it's probably half charged, isn't it? But this time you're ready. See, with the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4Patriots, it's solar powered, it's fume free, and it's portable. And this month only, you get a free expansion pack to double your power and your peace of mind. No gas, no noise, just power when you need it most. So go to 4patriots.com and take your power back before the next blackout hits.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down with penalties adding up fast. We're talking 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. The good news is there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off of your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or if you haven't filed in years. If you've got messy books, none of that is a problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Instead, call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off and let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues for you. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. The man accused of stabbing and killing 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee on a light rail train in Charlotte, North Carolina, now facing a federal charge of committing an act causing death on a mass transportation system. Attorney General Pam Bondi says her department will seek the maximum penalty possible.
This is obviously a horrible, horrible situation. But this is why federal statutes exist. They exist to take care of situations like this because no one should sit in fear when they sit on the light rail. If you sit in fear on the light rail, you sit in fear when you walk around the streets of our center city like I do every day. You sit in fear when you go to our parks like I do with my daughter every weekend. You sit in fear at our sporting events, our entertainment venues, at concerts, at restaurants, at our museums. These are all the things that we have worked as a city so hard to build. We built a city that people want to live in, but we can lose that all if we allow violent crime like this to go on in our streets. And I'm here to tell you, the federal government is going to save our city from that.
Socialism saves lives. The Charlie Kirk Show is back.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in for the one and only Charlie Kirk, who's going to be in Utah today. So keep a lookout for those clips. They're going to be coming real quick. I can promise you. I'm so excited to start off the new tour season. And just for this one day, we're letting Charlie focus on that, get back in the saddle. And so I get the honor of being with all of you from coast to coast and all across streaming and all the things. Here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studios, I am so excited about this next guest. His name is Nick Shirley. He's an independent journalist. You can follow him on X at Nick Shirley. That's SHIRLEYY. Maybe we can help him get rid of that second Y. And then on YouTube at Nick Shirley as well. Nick, I saw your footage and I was blown away. And so just really quick, before we get into the footage, introduce yourself to the audience and what it is you do.
Yeah, my name is Nick Shirley. I'm an independent YouTube journalist, and I go all across the world, not just the United States, but all across the world, showing the realities of things as they really are, whether it had been the migrant crisis or the fentanyl crisis or asking people who they're voting for. I go to all the locations, or just doing ride-alongs with gangsters in Chicago as well.
Yeah. Okay. So this I saw it and I was like, this is like, it was some of the most incredible footage I've ever seen, because you went straight into the west side kind of hood of Chicago and you're hanging out with gangsters. At one point, they point the gun at your cameraman and you hear him go, whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, this is really radical stuff, and you put yourself in harm's way for this footage. So I just want to start playing some of it, because it not only is it amazing to see up close, it's also so newsy and everything that's happening. And I think it gives people a really unique insight into how these cultures of crime and real like urban warfare happen. Let's go ahead and play. We could start anywhere, but let's go 401.
So right now, you got this massive gun on you. What is this called? ARP. Whoa, 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 whoa. And now after your brother got shot, how do you feel about gun violence? Are you ready for the gun violence to stop? Or
hell no.
What do you got tattooed on the face?
Well, I got a tattoo on my face?
Yeah, right there.
These are my brothers. I'm a Muslim.
Muslim, okay.
Yeah.
And how many times you been done shot?
Let's 3.
You got shot right here, looks like. Another shot right there.
Right there.
Well, you got a bullet inside your body.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and Spaz, you've been shot too, right here, right here, right here. You got one bullet shot right here, one right there, and then you have a literal bullet in your rib.
Yeah.
What kind of bullet do you got in here?
It's like a 40.
40, and that hurt when I go like that?
Yeah, no, I can't feel.
So, I mean, how many people did you hang out with, and how many of those people were shot?
Yeah, I hung out with about 5 people, and each of them have been shot around 3 times each. And the bullet wounds are there. One guy literally, like it showed there in the video, he had the bullet lodged into his ribs.
Jeez. And you asked that one individual in that clip, like, hey, now that you've been shot, are you ready to see the gun violence die down? And his answer was, hell nah.
Yeah, not only did he say hell nah, it was his brother that died, his twin brother that got shot and killed. And what they call it is the cycle. And the way they explain it to me is that, so somebody kills you, or somebody kills somebody you love, that just makes you want to go kill him and somebody else. And then that cycle just repeats and repeats. And that's why there's so much gun violence, because everyone's just trying to get back on somebody else.
Jeez. This is a longer clip, but I think it's important because it talks about, it kind of reveals how young this starts. Go ahead and play cut 383.
How old are you?
I can't even say my age on the hood.
What?
I can't.
Why is everybody so secretive here? Why is there so?
Because we out west with it. We out west with it on the hood.
Why do you walk around with a shiesty?
Because I got ops out here.
You got
I don't
ops?
play no games.
Like, are you in high school still?
Yeah, I'm still. No, actually, I'm out of high school. I got kicked out.
And what do you hope that happens with your life in your future?
I hope we get better. I ain't going back.
What's your current situation?
Family fucked up. We all arguing, doing a whole bunch of. It's just chaos.
So what do you think would be the solution to get yourself out of the chaos? Would it be to go to college, get an education, move out of Chicago?
Yeah. Then I move out of Chicago. I keep been thinking about moving out of Chicago. Been posting on these stories, talking about they finna move out of Chicago, do this, do that. I've been looking at them. I was like, finna get out the rag. That's crazy.
Is it pretty dangerous to be walking around these streets?
Yeah, I ain't gonna bow.
Is that why you're walking around with a shiesty?
I got upped on by 4 pipes in one day. One of them shot, but didn't hit me. I swear to God, one of them shot, but didn't hit me. And that was the first day I ever even knew how to hit a lick on my grandma.
I don't even know what he means by that. And actually, it's funny. A couple times you asked them to translate for you because he's like, you're like, I don't think anybody's going to be speaking and translating hood talk. But I mean, this is just, you just met this guy on the street and he'd been shot at. He's in a high schooler age at least. And how common is this in the west side of Chicago? We hear about the south side, but the west side as well.
I think it's pretty prevalent to see, especially like, for instance, I was broad daylight on a weekday at a gas station. That kid was out there walking around and he had been expelled and kicked out of high school. And so there are a lot of people like that. I don't know to what extent, but it does happen. And there's a lot of kids that do find themselves into that gang lifestyle and finding themselves into that cycle, like they say. And it's kind of sad to see somebody knowing that it's bad get into that.
So there's some statistics here, Nick, that suggest that 12.5% of black men in Chicago will have been shot by the age of 40. So obviously that percentage is going to be much higher in the rapper sort of gangster community, but that's more than 1 in 10. So if you're born a black man in Chicago, a little baby, by the time you're 40, more than 1 in 10 of them is going to be shot. And I can't instantly compare that to statistics of war in Ukraine or in Gaza or whatever, but I have to believe that is equivalent. It's probably on par, maybe higher than some of these places that we consider war zones in the country. Do they have enough sense or reflection that they are living in a war zone?
Well, they do call Chicago Chirac, so people are referring it to as a war zone. And I mean, the casualties there, every weekend there's about 5 homicides, 5 murders, 5 people get shot. Just on Labor Day weekend, there's over 58 people that got shot. And I believe 8 people died that weekend. So every weekend, people are dying on the streets of Chicago. And Trump's even offering to give them help to send the National Guard. And I even talked to the gangsters yesterday. I was just following up with them, seeing how they're doing. And I was asking about if Trump should send in the National Guard. And they even said that it would be a good idea to send them in. And especially to get rid of the illegal gangs, because the illegal gangs aren't playing by the same rules they play by. And so they were saying.
Explain that. So these guys, I mean, they're part of a gang, but they're worried about the illegals that are also forming gangs, and they're playing by a different set of rules?
Yeah, like obviously they're from Latin America, and they're from cartel-controlled countries, so they don't play by the rules of you got to do this to make sure you don't get by this. They don't have those rules where they play, where they do their crimes. So, and these gangsters, like the gangsters I was with, they were cool with me. They're nice guys. And like if you could give them the option to get out, they probably would. They just don't know how to really get out of that lifestyle. And they're so used to it. They've been brought up into it, and they'll say themselves that they were just brought up into it and they never got out.
It's crazy. It's like another world. Honestly, it's like you're looking at Martians or something. And that's not a racial comment. It's just the amount of crime that they live with and that they're just accustomed to. It's just, I think a lot of people in this audience, it just can't relate. Let's go ahead and play another cut here. 406.
What kind of bullet you got in here?
It's like a 40.
40. And that hurt when I go like that?
Hell no, I can't feel that.
What'd you get shot for?
That's being one of them.
Here in Chicago, it's pretty much the murder capital of the United States. So a lot of these shootings and murders have reason to them, or is it just like, I shoot you, you shoot me? This is war.
Nah, just be trying to get a name for this stuff out now, Shreddy. I ain't gonna lie.
Like a name to get respect?
You feel me? Yeah, like street credibility, Shreddy. That's really none. That's what it's really for these days.
So it's just for street cred these days to shoot somebody and kill them. How many people that get shot and die, how many of those killers do you think are still walking the streets?
What you mean?
Like how many people get away after they kill somebody?
I don't know. It don't take us that long. For a get back.
Ooh. So we hear that it's less than a 50% clearance rate, which is how many murders get solved in the city of Chicago. So more than half never get solved. But this guy says, and this is kind of one of the main characters, that guy, the last guy that we saw there, that you talked with. You rode around with him. He drove you around the city. He's also a rapper, right? He says, well, I don't know. It doesn't take that long for us to get a get back. So he's suggesting, well, even if the police don't get the guy that shot us, we're going to get him. And that is really the cycle in a nutshell right there. Nick Shirley. Your reaction to that clip, Nick?
Oh, yeah. So sorry, I thought you were closing it out. But they obviously, these communities aren't that big. It's just a few blocks, and it's kind of sad to think that Chicago is running like a country in South or Latin America. For instance, some of these guys can't go from one street to the next. We drove across one area, and he freaked out because I had my camera out, and he's like, "Well, we can't make sure that my car gets put on camera because we're not inside my area now." And so these guys don't even feel comfortable going from one street to the next in some of these locations. So there is very much an active war between gangs going on inside Chicago, and it's not a secret. But the governor and
I was going to say, so that's my next question. When you hear J.B. Pritzker or Brandon Johnson out of the city of Chicago fight tooth and nail to keep the National Guard out of the city, but even you got these gangsters saying it'd be good to do this. What's that dynamic? How do you, now that you've seen it up close, like, do you have a conclusion? Do you feel like it would be a good idea for the National Guard to be in Chicago?
Yeah, I think both those guys are pretty stupid, if we're all being honest, right? Why wouldn't they want their cities to be safer? Why wouldn't they want their streets to be cleaner? It worked in Washington, D.C., and the people you see protesting aren't the people that are inside of these areas. There are all these people coming from the suburbs, a bunch of old white liberals. It's sad to say it, but it's the truth. And well, I mean, a lot of people just want their areas to feel safer, and that's all Trump's really offering to do.
Yeah, I mean, and to be candid, I mean, that's why I wanted to have you on the show, because I wanted everybody to see just how different the culture is that these people are living under. Nick, thank you so much for showing us this footage, for making the time to come on the show and tell the audience about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson Zone a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson Zone now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials. HO.com.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett executive producer of The Charlie Kirk Show. Man, what a wild ride this show has been on, and what Turning Point has been on, and what Charlie himself has been on, the country. Excited to tell you about YRefi because, of course, the fall tour kicks off today in Utah. Clips coming up. I'm sure Charlie's gonna be posting about it on his X, his Twitter, and other platforms. So keep a lookout today. It's gonna be a wild event. I think he's a couple hours from starting, and it's already like filling up with people. So it's gonna be crazy. YRefi is the sponsor of that tour, and folks, let's face it. If you have distressed or defaulted student loans, private student loans, nobody is coming to bail you out. And bankruptcy is not an option, but you can take charge of your situation. And that starts by calling YRefi. That's YREFY.com. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? You gotta call them. They're good people. Just hung out with them a couple weeks ago. Amazing people. YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Bad credit is accepted. If you got a co-borrower, YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. So if this is you, if you have private student loan debt in the United States, right now, it doesn't necessarily work in all 50 states, but call them to find out if it works in your state. They can help you. These are good people, good patriots that have your best interests at heart, and they want to help you out. And this is the way to do it. Call YRefi at 888-YRefi-34 or go to YRefi.com. Tell them that Charlie Kirk Show sent you. Great people. And they are sponsoring the American Comeback Tour right now that's going to be kicking off in Utah today. Clips going viral soon, so you're going to want to check that out. We're going to wrap up our hour. We got an exclusive clip from Brian Glenn, who sat down with Pam Bondi, and we're going to show you that in just 1 second. All right, welcome back, everybody. Radio stations across the country, Real America's Voice, streaming, podcast. Listen, Brian Glenn is one of these guys. You hear him almost at every single White House press conference, Trump press conference. He's there. He's in the mix. Great guy, really just a gentleman. He's the White House correspondent for Real America's Voice, and he got an exclusive moment with Pam Bondi, an interview with Pam Bondi, and on their way to Chicago. And so they let me know that this clip existed, and I was like, absolutely, because we're going to be talking with Nick, who you just met, who is in the streets of Chicago. And a fascinating thing I didn't know he was going to say was that even the native-born, mostly black West Side and South Side gangsters in Chicago that have all been shot and that are living in this war zone known as an American urban core, they don't like the illegals. The illegal gangs don't play by the same rule, and they're even more violent, and they're even more dangerous, and they're moving into turf, and they're causing more and more destruction in a city like Chicago. And so they're on their way to Chicago, and Brian gets an exclusive with Pam Bondi, and it looks like the federal government has just raided and shut down an illegal Chinese vape factory. So this is an important clip. Let's go ahead and play. I don't know the number. It's 412. Let's go ahead and play. This is a long clip, but it's an exclusive interview. 412.
First of all, Attorney General, I'd like to talk about the crime that we're seeing in this country right now and the need to make sure we have judges who will prosecute these criminals and stop releasing them onto our streets again.
Well, we have to have judges that will keep them in jail, and we also have to have prosecutors who will argue to keep them in jail. In Charlotte, North Carolina, I believe we had a progressive liberal district attorney who agreed with these judges that you could do a written promise to appear in court. And this guy had 14 arrests prior to violently, brutally murdering that young woman. No more in this country. We're going to fight back. We're going to take these cases federally whenever we can. He murdered her on a mass transit, and that gave us jurisdiction.
Okay, let's talk about the National Guard real quickly. Some cities are saying, hey, we want the Trump administration to come in. We want the National Guard to secure our cities. What's your thoughts on going forward with the National Guard in other cities?
President Trump has every intention of going forward with the National Guard in many cities throughout this country. But you know what? He wants them to ask us. He wants them to cooperate with us to help make their cities and their states safe. Crime is rampant throughout this country. Look what we've done right here in D.C. It's beautiful now. It's safer. It's getting even safer every single night with our Guard, with our DEA, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals working hand in hand with Park Police, with Metro, with Transit Authority, and the National Guard. So we're going to continue to do that. Stay tuned. We're going to continue to do that throughout this country.
Just a few weeks ago, parents and kids, they went back to school. Now, under the Biden administration, parents, if they showed up at a school board meeting, they were basically deemed domestic terrorists for speaking out. You just pushed out a memo about parents' rights. Just talk about how important that is moving forward.
It's extremely important to President Trump and to our entire administration. Parents have the right to direct the moral, the educational, the religious leanings, dealings with their children, not up to teachers, not up to school boards. Parents have the right to peacefully protest, to be heard at school board meetings, and not to be declared domestic terrorists. We are going to protect our parents, and they in turn can protect their children from transgender books in elementary school, to be safe, to boys staying in boys' bathrooms and girls staying in girls' bathrooms.
Thank you.
Great work there from Brian Glenn, the White House correspondent from Real America's Voice. My understanding of that clip is that they were on their way to Chicago. Brian caught her on the tarmac. Maybe he's traveling with her. I'm not sure, but that's the Attorney General Pam Bondi. And you see that, especially that clip, that portion of the interview where they're talking about the National Guard in these cities like Chicago. And then you contrast that with some of the footage that Nick Shirley got out of the west side of Chicago with those gangs and those rappers, where they've all been shot and they protect their blocks almost like a mini nation state. And this cycle of violence continues on and on and on. And they even call it a war zone. Chirac, they actually say it's a war zone in the footage that Nick has. These are people living in America, but it is not like the America you or I probably know. It is much more dangerous, much more violent, and the cycle of destruction and death and murder just continues on, and it spirals out of control. Something has to be done to stop the cycle. I think that's the message, that something has to be done to stop this cycle, and that requires bold action. That requires steamrolling these feckless Democrats that seem to love crime for some reason. Never fully understand it. But something has to be done. The cycle has to be stopped, and we have to make America safe.
Terrence Bates with your Real America's Voice news break here. Let's take you to Chicago, where Attorney General Pam Bondi is on the ground. Let's listen in as they preview what's going on.
My appointment has since been approved by the U.S. District Court here in Chicago, and so I am now the permanent U.S. Attorney here in the district. Under my leadership as the U.S. Attorney, our office has been very busy, actively prosecuting serious federal cases that are priorities for the department. Everything from international and transnational criminal organizations to drug traffickers to child predators to illegal criminal aliens and many other department priorities. We've been proud to partner with the department leadership on a variety of important matters, including the historic seizure being announced today. It's a real honor and privilege to welcome Attorney General Pam Bondi to Chicago and to have her with us for this important and historic seizure of illegal vaping products. There's a famous saying that many of us will be familiar with. It is lead, follow, or get out of the way. General Bondi is unquestionably a strong leader who has a long and distinguished prosecutorial track record of leading from the front, the type of record that you don't often see in an attorney general, and that I'd like to take just a few minutes to speak about this morning. For 18 years, General Bondi served as the prosecutor in Hillsborough County, Florida, where she prosecuted horrendous crimes. She sought tough penalties against drug traffickers and violent criminals. She worked tirelessly to deliver justice for victims of sexual assault and domestic abuse, and she was a leader among the prosecutors in her office in helping protect the community. But General Bondi's prosecutorial commitment continued. In 2010, General Bondi made history by becoming the first woman elected to be the Florida Attorney General. Because of her great success and tough-on-crime approach to enforcing the law, 4 years later, she easily and comfortably won a second term as Florida's Attorney General. That means that for 8 years, General Bondi served the third largest state in the union as its chief law enforcement officer, where she brought tough cases that protected the public and punished those deserving of punishment. When President Trump selected General Bondi to be the nation's Attorney General, we knew, and indeed everybody knew, the type of Attorney General we would be getting. A fierce advocate who would lead from the front, be tough on crime, stand for victims, protect children and the elderly, and tackle head-on some of the worst scourges that have plagued our society, whether that be drugs, violence, illegal immigration, terrorism, fraud, or discrimination. And General Bondi has delivered in all of those areas and many, many more. It is a privilege to be here with General Bondi and to introduce her as she speaks on today's historic seizure. General Bondi, thank you for your strong leadership and for having the backs of your U.S. attorneys, as well as the thousands of other federal, state, and local law enforcement partners and prosecutors who work hard every day to make America safe. So without further ado, it's my privilege to introduce Attorney General Pam Bondi. Thank you, General.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you all for being here today. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Oh, wait. You can hear, though? Department of Justice has partnered with HHS, FDA, U.S. Marshals, and ATF, my two agencies. Late July, Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Makary came to meet with me at the Department of Justice. They expressed concerns about the Chinese vapes here in our country. So many think or thought that these were legal. They are not, and we're going to tell you why. Earlier today, pursuant to search warrants issued by federal courts, U.S. Marshals began seizing hundreds of thousands of units of illicit vaping products at locations across the United States, including here at Midwest Goods in this suburb of Chicago. Many of these products were smuggled in from China, circumventing regulations. They often contain undisclosed or untested chemicals which fail to meet FDA safety standards. We're also finding they evade proper labeling and marketing regulations. It's clear many of these products are being illegally brought into America. They're targeting children, young adults, college students, and even members of our military. They're labeled as cotton candy, bubble gum, and Fruit Loops, among others. These dangerous vapes are being sold near our bases, our military bases, our schools, and they are exposing our children and service members to serious health risk from untested chemicals. In Florida, we have reports of kids in high school, in schools, in middle schools being taken to the hospital because of lung conditions due to this vaping. Why we're standing here today, we're so close to less than a mile and a half away from a high school, a middle school, and an elementary school. and also a military facility is very close by. The retailers are in the same locations, often near military bases. Unfortunately, as I said, many Americans are unaware of the harmful consequences of what's contained in these vapes, as they bypass safety standards and oversight required for domestic products. And there is a reason for oversight on these products, and they must be approved by the FDA. Parents, talk to your children. These things, seized right here today. Watermelon ice. Targeting a child? Also, an American flag on it. Don't let the American flag fool you. It's Chinese. Chinese. You think they're targeting our military? You think they're targeting our kids by this? These illegal and unregulated products are not safe. They contain extreme amounts of nicotine, which is why high school kids have had to go to the hospital. Toxic chemicals and metals, and sometimes are laced with THC. We're seeing the equivalent of a full pack of cigarettes in a single vape pen. A full pack of cigarettes. One vape pen can equal 20 cigarettes. These are what our teens, our college kids, and often young members of our military are using. One agent compared it as someone who thinks they're doing a shot of alcohol, but they're really taking a pint, drinking a pint. That's the extreme amount of nicotine that we're dealing with. And make no mistake, Chinese companies are making billions of dollars off of these products. They're peddling them into our country. Just the products behind us here have a retail value of over $14 million back in this warehouse, retail value. And that's just in this one warehouse. The Trump administration and President Trump will not let the American people suffer the consequences of dangerous chemicals being pushed into our communities by Chinese companies and manufacturers. And I cannot thank Secretary Kennedy once again enough for the incredible work he is doing for our kids, for our families, and for our country. The Department of Justice is conducting a nationwide operation today to remove illicit vaping products that are being strategically distributed and sold at retailers across our country. While today's seizure in Illinois is the largest so far, additional seizures today, as we speak, are being made or have been made this morning at 5 other retailers and 4 other distributors in North Carolina, Arizona, New Jersey, Georgia, and Florida. We are extremely proud, again, of this joint effort, and we are just getting started. Let this be a clear message to the retailers and the distributors pushing these illicit vaping products on our kids and on our families. This ends today. This is your final warning. The Department of Justice will use every legal tool available to stop the distribution of illegal vaping products in America. These flavored vaping products are illegal. Don't let your child say, I walked in a convenience store and bought it, so it's legal. It's not. The Department of Justice will use every legal tool to stop it. Today's success was made possible because President Trump and everyone standing here with me today played a major role in it. Secretary Kennedy, U.S. Marshal Gadi Saralta, who went in and seized these products, FDA Commissioner McCarry, and ATF Director Bob Sakata, who's here with me. His agents went in and made these controlled buys all over the country. Over the last few weeks, we've been doing this after we met with Secretary Kennedy. And I want to commend again Secretary Kennedy for everything that he's doing to help Americans. He has made this a top priority at the Department of Health and Human Services. And I thank him for being a patriot and a friend. It's my honor to introduce to you Secretary Bobby Kennedy.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, General Bondi. And I also want to thank Marty McCary, who's the head of FDA, and Gadi Saralta. Gadi Saralta at the U.S. Marshals, and U.S. Attorney Boudreaux, and all the people at ATF, at the Marshals Service, at FDA, who participated in this raid. During the Biden administration slow-walked approvals of U.S.-made vapes. Those companies were behaving responsibly. They were sharing consumer information. They were putting appropriate labels. They weren't using bubble gum and candy-coated flavors and these vivid colors to attract kids. And they were including chips in all their products to deter young people from using them. Because of the vacuum that was left by the failure to timely approve U.S. products, Chinese products flooded the market. And those products, there are now 9,000 brands of e-cigarettes being sold in this country. Only 27% have FDA approval. They're coming from China. This is a typical one. It's designed to attract children. It's pina colada flavored. It's made in China. And this is pretty typical. And these include all kinds of contaminants, including formaldehyde and THC and things that we don't know about because there's been no FDA approval. These products are illegal in China. So the Chinese government, the CCP, will not allow this. You will go to jail and worse in China if you try to sell this to Chinese citizens. They're making products there that they believe are so dangerous they can't sell to their own citizens, and they're dumping them here in our country. And the Chinese are getting richer while our children get sicker. And we're putting an end to that between August 1st and August 14th in partnership with the ATF. FDA did purchases at distributors in 5 different states, in Illinois, New Jersey, North Carolina, Arizona, and we did more in California and Florida. With ATF. ATF actually went to 14 different retailers. Our agency went to 5 different distributors. And the result is today we are doing raids, these kind of operations across the country to confiscate the vapes. Today, these gentlemen from ATF and FDA confiscated 50 truckloads of this material, and 90% of it comes from China. So these kind of operations we're doing to target the biggest distributors, and also to send a message throughout this entire industry that this will not be tolerated anymore, that there's a new sheriff in town, her name is Pam Bondi, and that we are going to target these Chinese vapes and stop them from poisoning our children. And now I want to introduce another of our partners, the head of the U.S. Marshal Service, Gadi Saralta.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. It is quite an honor to be here with our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, as well as our with Bobby Kennedy, our HHS Secretary. Today, the U.S. Marshals, along with FDA, DOJ Civil Division, and ATF, took affirmative steps to protect our nation and its children from adulterated and misbranded tobacco products, e-cigarettes, marketed to our youth. Along with our partners, the United States Marshals, seized and removed from the marketplace more than 1,400 individual pallets of non-FDA approved products from 5 warehouses or distribution centers and 8 retail locations across the country. These seizure actions happen simultaneously today to prevent products distributors and retailers from learning of the operations and hiding those products to be sold later. These seizures and the U.S. Marshal's role during this operation directly support one of Attorney General's primary goals for the Department of Justice's Attorney General's primary goals for the Department of Justice's asset forfeiture program, which is to punish and deter criminal activity by depriving criminals of property used or acquired through illegal activities. This operation is a great example of how the United States Marshal Service and its partners are joining forces to protect the youth in America. Now, we have the pleasure of introducing the Commissioner Marty Makary from FDA.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Attorney General Bondi, Secretary Kennedy, my other colleagues here. If you haven't noticed, in the last 3 or 4 years, there have been vape and smoke shops popping up like popcorn on every neighborhood in America. What's in those shops? Well, right here you have it. Up to 85% of the vape products in those stores are illegal. They're banned in China, where many of them are made. And we have been asleep at the wheel. And so when we did an assessment under the jurisdiction of the FDA on under our tobacco center, I realized that we walked into a mess. And I called Secretary Kennedy, and he quickly convened Attorney General Bondi and others. And we realized we walked into a mess. This was basically off the radar. Today marks the most significant confiscation of illegal vape products in FDA history. And I'm proud to be here. We need to send a message that we cannot allow this epidemic of childhood vaping to go on without us recognizing what's going on. We have to educate houses of worships and school districts, parents, teachers. We need everybody's help. We need to understand what's going on. You know, I'm a physician, and when the opioid epidemic was starting to move, when we were starting to see people come in with an overdose from a prescription opioid, we started talking as a medical community. But the groupthink set in. Doctors and their organizations said there's no risk of addiction. For 15 years, we were asleep at the wheel. Some doctors tried to wave the flag and say, hey, we have a major crisis. But nobody paid attention to them. The establishment locked arms, ignored it, not because they were malicious, they just had groupthink. They missed a giant epidemic that was brewing in the United States. Medical conferences were in on it. As a researcher, if you studied the opioid epidemic, you got very little funding or academic promotion. The journals were in on it. The New England Journal of Medicine said that perhaps one person was addicted out of 30,000 plus people that took a prescription opioid. Well, they were all wrong, and they woke up way too late. Well, the broken CDC that we inherited under the Biden administration had a study that is still highly cited that says that roughly 5% of young people are using vaping products. The methodology is flawed. It recently changed. And it is out of touch with what's going on among American youth. Walk into a high school in America and listen to the teachers, listen to the parents, listen to the students. Ask the students. We have to listen. What percent of your other high school students are using or addicted to one of these vape products, often an illegal product with one of these fruity flavors? By the way, there is no FDA-approved fruity flavor vape product. There's no FDA-approved video game vape product. We have to listen. Now, ask doctors, and they'll tell you, as I have, they don't know. They don't know how many people are using these on a regular basis in high schools. When I talk to parents and teachers and kids in high schools, I'm hearing 20%, 40% of the kids in high school, 50% of the kids in high school. This is an epidemic that we have yet to fully understand. So we need to pay attention. In this Chicago area, there are approximately 194 Starbucks. There's approximately 102 McDonald's. There's approximately 194 Starbucks in the Chicago area and approximately 102 McDonald's. There are over 1,200 vape and smoke shop and other retailers selling vaping products. We have to wake up. And we're doing everything we can at HHS to create funding around understanding what's going on. You know, we talk a lot about how to address addiction in the United States. The best way to address addiction is to stop young people from getting addicted. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Deputy Director Skata.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. We're honored to be part of this event here. ATF and our partners with the United States Marshals, FDA, and HHS have been working on this for the last several months to put this operation together. From ATF's perspective, our jurisdiction is derived from the Prevent All Cigarette Trafficking Act, the PACT Act, which also covers the vaping products. As you've heard today, this is just the start of our activities to prevent this from infiltrating our communities further than it already has. ATF has the full authority to inspect locations that deliver and sell vape products around the country. These operations will continue moving forward unannounced throughout our communities. We will continue to work with our partners that are standing behind me. ATF will focus all their efforts on the supply and the flow of currency that's actually making its way The currency derived from selling this product is making way to our foreign adversaries. You've heard China mentioned multiple times. That's one of the primary receivers of the currency, but the currency is also being received by cartels operating inside the United States that are based in Mexico and in other countries abroad, in addition to our own criminal organizations that operate here domestically. We will solve this threat by continually working together as the team that you see here today and others that will join us in the future. Collaboration between this partnership, the communities that we work with, and educating our parents and the students in the schools around our country to prevent this from getting worse than it already is. Thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate the partnership.
Come on up, Bobby. Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. We'll go this way. Go ahead.
So if you're here in Chicago, we've got the whole government.
Yeah, first to start with the lawlessness you ask about here in Chicago. It has the highest murder rate in the nation's capital here in Chicago and an incredibly high number of unsolved violent felonies. I believe only 16% have been solved this year. So, yeah, Chicago is very violent. We're here in a suburb of Chicago today, but, you know, we have a government here that does not want to cooperate with President Trump, and he wants to come in here and he wants to help this city. He wants to clean up Chicago and its suburbs. You ask about this and fentanyl. Well, what we know is the Chinese's business model. They bring this into our country, they distribute it, they get kids addicted, they add THC, and ultimately it could be laced with fentanyl. Thank goodness we haven't seen any fentanyl overdose deaths yet. That's why we're here today. That's why we're on the front end instead of the back end of this problem, to seize this, to stop it now before fentanyl is laced into these things. But it's actually a miracle that we haven't seen that yet, but we have seen THC at very high levels laced into that. Thank you. Go ahead.
What is the status of the individuals that had this product?
So right now, what we've done here is a seizure. We're in the very beginning steps. The FDA went in, as Dr. Makary told you, we went in, FDA, and they did inspections of businesses, of retailers. Then our ATF agents went in and did control buys all over the country. Since we met with Secretary Kennedy, we've started doing that, working hand in hand with our U.S. Marshals, who today are the ones who made these seizures. Thank you, Gadi Serralta, and thank you, Agent Sakata, for that. We started doing the seizures and seized all these products. Right now, we're in the initial stages. We don't know yet who knew what. We know they were selling these. We know they were distributing them.
Have they been arrested?
No, we have made no arrest. Right now, we're in the civil aspect of this. But again, these businesses, you need to be aware. The retailers all over this country, stop selling this stuff. It's illegal. The only three flavors, Doctor, are the tobacco, the cinnamon, and the menthol that are legal. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One more question. For parents that are watching this right now, what can they do if there's a vape shop in their neighborhood? Can they go in, pick up a product, and check to see if one of these products are on the shelves there? I mean, what can they do?
Well, if it's any of these flavored products, they are illegal. That's what we're trying to let parents know today. You can't have this stuff. The one I just showed you is illegal. All of these watermelon ice, pina colada, strawberry, that one looks like the candy juice heads, all these different, some of them have video games. You think that's targeting an adult? No, those are targeting kids. Those are targeting elementary and middle school kids. That's why we're on the front end of this, to shut it down before they start lacing it with other things as well. Alana, go ahead. Sure. On topic first.
Can someone address what kind of research the FDA plans to do on vaping among teens given the rise and how quickly we're going to see that?
Sure. I'm going to let them answer that, Doctor.
So we need to have an all-of-the-above strategy, and so it's not just FDA. NIH is going to be funding research. If you are an academic physician, as I was at Johns Hopkins, and you want to study the impact of this potential health harm, your career is going to get sidelined. You're not going to get the NIH funding. So we need to fund not just gene therapy, but what's happening to our nation's youth at scale. We need an all-of-the-above approach. So I want to be very honest. There's no single silver bullet. We need to address the distribution networks with which General Bondi has been incredibly receptive to say we're on board. We need to educate people, and we need to also address something called port shopping. I'm not sure if you're familiar with port shopping, but what I learned when we all came into office is that the Chinese vapes were showing up at U.S. ports. The Customs and Border Protection were setting it aside for our FDA inspectors. We were saying, yes, this is an illegal product. We're going to refuse it. It was going right back on the ship and then going to another U.S. port. They were laughing at us in China. Our border was essentially entirely porous to these shipments. So we are ending port shopping. We are using an all-of-the-above approach.
Off topic. For the Attorney General, President Trump this morning called for the death penalty in the man charged in the Charlotte train killing. Does the department intend to seek the death penalty in that case?
So the status now is we have arrested him. We are charging him federally because it was a murder on mass transit. This young woman died a horrific death, as we all saw captured on video. It was horrible. The steps are we charge, then we indict, then legally we make the decision whether or not to seek the death penalty. That is certainly on the table once he is indicted for this horrific crime. Go ahead. Sure.
One on topic.
Let's do on first. Okay.
On topic, what do you attribute to the rise of vape across the U.S. to?
I'm going to give you my opinion, then I'd love Secretary Kennedy to jump in. I'm seeing it in Florida. We're all seeing kids walking down the street with this stuff, and I guarantee you their parents have no idea that this is a pack of cigarettes, the amount of nicotine in one of these. I was floored when I learned out how much nicotine is in these. And again, some of these are laced with THC. We don't know if these are yet. These were just seized. But many of them in the vape shops are. I think it's access. They're easy to get. They're marketing children, and parents think they're legal because you can walk in businesses on almost every corner practically and buy these. We're all seeing vape shops all over the country. And if they're selling this stuff, if they're selling the fruity flavors that we talked about, it's illegal. I think it's access. It's easy to get, and it's awareness. And that's why we're on the front end of it, because parents need to know your kids can't be doing this. Kids need to know they can't be doing this. Military needs to know they can't be doing this.
Do you have an update on the weaponization report? And also, I know that you have Ed Martin as special attorney looking into the double primary residencies that have been alleged of Letitia James, as well as the senator from California. Are you also requesting that other individuals who have listed double primary residence, I know that there's the allegation that some of those are other cabinet officials in this administration, that they should also be prosecuted and investigated for the same allegation?
I cannot comment on any pending investigation. Some people have, but it's not proper to comment whether there is or is not a pending investigation on any of that. Back to the weaponization, you may be asking about a memo. I issued a memo yesterday to parents because we've started school again. And parents have the right, unlike the last administration, parents have the right to go in a school board and feel free to talk to the school board, to speak at school board meetings about the education their children are getting, whether their children in elementary school are being forced to read books about transgender. They have the right to do that. We're going to look out for parents and their rights in the Trump administration. Next question. I'm not going to comment on anything regarding whether there is or is not a pending investigation. Thank you. Next question. Okay. Sure. Yes, on that. And I meant to let Secretary Kennedy jump into on your question about the increase. So yes, on that, and let me let him jump in on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, but there's study after study that shows that addiction rates are directly related to availability and also the absence of social stigma. We've had a series of waves of addiction in this country in the early 20s when heroin and cocaine were legal. We had a wave of addiction. In the 1980s, we had the crack epidemic, which suddenly you could get cheap cocaine on every corner. It created a wave of addiction. The opioid crisis was created by the availability of oxycodone, the ready availability. There are historical examples. For example, at one point, 80% of the adult population of Iran was addicted to opioids because it was common, it was available. Today, almost 100%, according to some reports, of the adult population of Yemen is addicted to khat, which is amphetamine-like plant. And so there is a direct lockstep correlation between the availability of an addictive product and the level of addiction throughout that society. And the complete absence of social stigma for this. Parents watch their kids sucking on these things. They assume they're okay. They don't understand the addictive nature of it. And so there's no real stigma. And part of what we're doing right now is changing the moral milestones of this drug to let people understand that this is a drug, that it is dangerous, and that it is illegal. And with the hope that we create those stigmas that will fortify our society against another wave of addiction.
And you had I'm going to get you had an off topic, right? Go ahead. Sure.
So, you said in an interview last night that Chicago doesn't want university help in an immigration crackdown. So, quote, we're going to go into a city who wants us there. How is the Justice Department participating in the Chicago operation, and what cities?
So Chicago doesn't want the president's help. He's made that. The president's made it very clear. He wants any major city in this country, any city, who they want his help. He wants to come in and help them. What we've done in D.C. is remarkable. I was with the mayor last night. I was with the police chief of D.C. last night. We were all together. We're working hand in hand. All of my agencies, ATF, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, working hand in hand with Park Police, with the Metro, with the transit authorities, with the National Guard, HHS, ICE, working hand in hand, and it's been a tremendous success. D.C. is a safe city again. It's going to be a beautiful city again. President Trump is working hard to do that. But the number of arrests, we've made over 2,000 arrests, taken hundreds of guns off the streets. I think we got 3 last night. I see the results every single morning. We got assaults last night, many arrests last night, still to be made, but we're making D.C. safe again every night. So yeah, the president wants cities to ask us. You're going to hear an announcement very soon where we're going next, but we want Chicago to ask us for the help, and they're not going to do that, we understand. Let me go to the next one. Go ahead.
Attorney, is it your intent to reduce the number of vape shops that are popping up in local communities and taking over some of these local communities?
Yeah, you ask about reducing the number of vape shops so everyone can hear over there. What we're doing right now is we're on the front end. We're telling you, if you have this stuff, get it off your shelves, because this is your final warning. We're coming after you. If you have it, get rid of it, because we're coming after you. There are 1,000 vape shops, you said, Doctor, right around here. Well, you're a lucky one if you didn't get raided today, so get rid of this illegal stuff, because it is illegal. Go ahead.
On topic, audio today of Skiller was released today, published on the Daily Mail, showing he's clearly mentally unwell, and there's reports that he's schizophrenic. Are you concerned that his mental status will have an effect in the prosecution?
Yeah. Being mentally ill and being competent to stand trial and sane are two very different things. I've prosecuted people many times who are mentally ill. But yeah, we'll look at all that, of course, when making all of the decisions regarding penalty phases. He had been arrested 14 times. The guy had been to prison, so clearly he was competent for robbery with a firearm, an assault with a firearm. He had committed multiple assaults. And then in July, he had made, I think, fake, false, multiple 911 calls. Yet, by the district attorney, and by a magistrate judge, he was told he could make a written promise to appear in court. That's worthless. Had he done that in July, had he been taken into custody, a 14-time arrestee, she would have been alive today. So, go ahead.
You sent a warning to this warehouse back in January, an inspection back in August. Did they just blatantly refused to cooperate with you? They claimed they did. And could this result in criminal charges as the investigation unfolds?
Yeah, he asked about the vape shop behind me. See, after we met in July, we began doing, again, research, sending the FDA into all of these businesses, into the retailers, and into some of the distributors. You want to answer that?
Sure. So our asset forfeiture unit, who happens to be present here, works behind the scenes all the time. When we get orders from the courts to seize items, usually they're items that we're taking from bad guys that have already been arrested. In this case, it's just items that have been deemed to be illegally in the United States. So what we've done is we executed those warrants. We then get we get told basically to destroy the equipment once the seizure notice is processed, and we'll be destroying all this useless poison.
Let me add something to that. Let me add something to fully answer your question. I think you asked, could there be potential criminal charges? Absolutely. Go ahead.
Will DOJ investigate the Epstein birthday book to determine if the letter showing President Trump's alleged signature is authentic or not?
I believe that was handed over to Congress, and we're cooperating with Congress. All right. Thank you all. We're about to finish. Go ahead, quickly.
I hear you elaborate on what kind of criminal charges. So beyond losing their inventory, what do these retailers risk? And then off topic, with Operation Midway Blitz, what's the threshold for success?
So first of all, I'm going to let you direct to Operation Midway Blitz. So first, on topic, there are potential criminal charges. First of all, you can lose your business if you're a retailer and you're selling this stuff. So right now we're on the front end of it and we're telling you you're on every corner. Get this stuff out of your stores. You can only sell the legal items. You cannot sell anything that's not FDA approved. And so potential criminal charges yet to be determined. You want to talk about Midway Blitz?
So the immigration surge, I'm assuming is what you're referring to? Are you referring to the immigration surge? I'm asking you, what was your question about Midway Blitz, the immigration surge?
Well, with Midway Blitz, what's your threshold for success?
Well, stamping out crime is our threshold for success always. You know, whenever we grab guns from bad guys that would usually use them to either rob, rape, or maim, or hurt, or kill someone, that's success to me. So every life saved is a success. We've been saving a lot of lives here in our surges. We've saved a bunch of lives in D.C. and in any other state that wants President Trump's assistance in combating violent crime. I am sure we'll be there saving lives as well.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You've been watching a news conference involving Attorney General Pam Bondi, also the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., on hand. Basically, this news conference was to lay out the latest bust happening in Chicago of a store that was selling illegal vape pens. Those vape pens, we're told, were imported from China, and they were very dangerous. In fact, Attorney General Bondi saying that one pen basically was the equivalent of a full pack of cigarettes, and that there were also other additives in those pens that could be potentially dangerous. Many of the people who use those pens, Attorney General Bondi saying, are young people in particular, as well as young military members, and so that's one of the reasons this crackdown was happening. More importantly, it's a health issue because there are so many additives to those particular pens. In fact, the Health and Human Services Secretary saying that things like formaldehyde were part of these cigarettes and part of these vape pens. He also said that many of the vape pens are banned in China, yet they were imported from China and being used here in the United States. And so there was a big crackdown, not just in Chicago, but there were also several other raids at stores that were selling these. One of the big highlights here is that only 3 sorts of tobacco associated with these vape pens, are legal. Many of the other flavors that you may see in your local convenience store are not legal. And so one of the things you just heard from officials who are holding this news conference is that if you happen to see anything other than just the basic vape tobacco that's used, and I think it was menthol and just regular tobacco and maybe a cinnamon blend, if you see anything other than that, those blends would be illegal, and you're requested to please report all of that. Our Ben Berkram is on the ground there in Chicago. He was listening to this news conference and joins us live now with a breakdown of what we just heard. Ben, this is a pretty big deal. I mean, this is the biggest bust of its kind that we've ever seen.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, a couple things that crossed my mind, and great having Brian out here, flew in with Attorney General Bondi and RFK, and it's very interesting flying into Chicago today. And it really, 2 things that it just brings to mind. One, for RFK, you know, it feels like every day we're finding out new things that we were told previously that were good for us or were okay for us, are bad for us or are killing us. And now you've got RFK in this position going after it, whether that's the vaccines that we were lied to about, or in this case, that these vape pens are, you know, safe and effective, and the rest of it. The other thing is looking at this, the corruption from China. This was a big takeaway for me. You think about China, that is sending fentanyl over here to kill Americans, yet these vape pens that they're sending to America are illegal in China. So there's all kinds of implications to this. It's a big story, but it also ties back to what we see going on here in Chicago with the illegal immigration, the ICE enforcement, this midway blitz that we see going on, and this all-of-government approach. You saw 5 different agencies here today. Many of those agencies are also working with ICE on deportation. So, it's interesting to watch all of these different efforts going on simultaneously, which we never saw in the previous administration. If anything, we saw all of these agencies working to undermine the country. Now we see them working to make the country safer.
Ben, this was quite the enlightening news conference, as it appears that China was doing everything it could to circumvent import laws and to circumvent other laws here in the United States in order to get these fake and dangerous vape pens onto store shelves and potentially pollute Americans.
Yeah, well, and Attorney General Bondi made that point that they were doing port shopping. So you would go to one port, try to bring the stuff in the previous administration. That one port may say, no, you can't bring it in here. And then it would simply move it to another port. That has apparently ended. They're not allowed to do port shopping anymore. And apparently any of these products that are coming in illegally are being seized or stopped from coming in. One other point to make, though, they made, I don't know if you guys caught that, where they said they were slow rolling U.S. producers from being able to sell their products. There's a lot more questions after this press conference that we have, and I think we'll be hopefully being able to get those over the next days and weeks. But one of the questions I have is, why would you slow roll American companies to be able to sell a product in America and allow in a foreign company products that you can't test, that you're not testing, that you can't verify the validity of or the health of? Why would you do that, except for the same thing that we saw with everything else in the previous administration? Corruption coming from foreign governments, basically selling out America to foreign governments. And we've seen that 180-degree change under President Trump, where now you have an administration that is putting pressure, whether that's tariffs to say we're going to have equal taxes on your products. You know, if you're going to tariff us 200%, well, we're going to tariff you back 200%. Or in this case, when it comes to products, why not focus on American products? Look, if you want to vape and it's safe to do it, I can't recommend that you do it, but you want to do it, why not buy it from an American company where you can actually test it and you know where it's coming from? Again, Terrence, a lot more questions than answers, but a big day here in regards to this bust.
Absolutely. Ben, one of the other things that struck me, as I was listening to the news conference, it became clear to me that China truly is engaged in war. It may not be a military war, but there's attacks happening on a daily basis coming from China into this country, and I think these vape pens are simply another example thereof.
No doubt. And I asked that question. Actually, I had the opportunity to ask the first question today. That was a 2-part question. That was the second part of my question, or excuse me, the first part of my question was, does this relate to the fentanyl that we see being poured across our southern border into America that's coming from China? And it's a biological weapon being used by a foreign adversary. And they said they're looking into that as well. But there's no question about it. Pretty much anything that China is doing that's impacting America is bad for America and it's good for China. That's the modus operandi of China. And anything that we see coming from China should be suspect.
And again, a warning for parents out there, if your kids are vaping, be sure to check. There's really only 3 sorts of tobaccos, as I understand it, that are legal. Anything that's kind of the pina coladas or the cherry limeades or whatever may be out there. Parents, if you're going to allow your kids to vape, beware. That's, I think, a big message here, Ben.
Yeah. Well, and I would just say don't.
Agreed.
All these things that we don't know the long-term implications for. You know, you hear all these reports about popcorn lung and the rest of it. One of the things that as a parent, I would just say, unless we know, this is crazy to me, Terrence. Again, all these things you and I were told as kids were safe. Now we're all finding out that, hey, it was dangerous. It's causing cancer. It's killing us. It feels like everything is now. But if you can go back to living a natural life, eating natural foods, you don't need vape pens. Don't let your kids use vape pens.
Agreed.
Be natural, live natural, and especially until we know the long-term implications. Sadly, a lot of people weren't able to do that with the COVID vaccines, and we're seeing the implications of that. But in this case, hopefully you'll be able to stop, long-term impacts from happening, especially to kids.
Absolutely. Ben Bergquist reporting for us in Chicago this afternoon. Ben, appreciate your reporting there.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you, Terrence.
All right, we'll talk soon. Well, that's going to do it for us here on this session of Real America's Voice. As you just heard there, vape pens being cracked down on. Authorities there, including U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., traveling to Chicago for a major bust. It said it's the biggest bust of its kind there in Chicago of a store that was selling these illegal vape pens. Attorney General Bondi also pointing out that there's only 3 sorts of legal tobacco that can be used with these vape pens. Any of the other sorts of tobaccos that you may see, some of the really unique kinds of flavors like the pina colada is one of the things they described, and cherry and some of those other things, those are all illegal. And so the authorities sending out a warning to all Americans that that is illegal. And if you happen to see that at your corner store, at your neighborhood convenience store, any of those added flavors are illegal, so beware. Again, a number of busts happening across the country, not just there in Chicago. Chicago simply happened to be where the officials decided to hold their news conference today. But simultaneously, and even leading up to that news conference in Chicago, officials raided several other convenience stores that also were selling these illegally imported vape pens that are largely coming from China. China, again, circumventing U.S. import laws and import ports in order to get these on the store shelves across this country. It's a story we'll continue to cover for you throughout the day. But now let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
It's time to get your tickets for America Fest, everybody. You don't want to miss it. Watch this America Fest promo. Watch this.
America Fest is the starting point for us to take America to greater heights in 2025. We have a team that is ready to change the world and bring America back to greatness.
Experience the greatest celebration of America. 4 days, thousands of patriots, the loudest voices, the strongest leaders, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Waters, Greg Gutfeld, Grant Cardone, Rob Schneider, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Glenn Beck, Riley Gaines, Todd Chrisley, Savannah Chrisley, and more. December 18th to 21st in Phoenix, Arizona. The movement meets here. You won't want to miss this. Register now at amfest.com.
That's amfest.com, amfest.com, and get your tickets. I'll see you next week in Colorado. You guys know how it works. Open mic. We're going to be here for a couple hours, so get comfortable. So you would get rid of all borders. Yes. What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human. But
therefore, they should have human rights.
No.
He's a liar. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself, not about the other people. It's very clear by how you're acting. What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
A lot of people. How are we doing?
I'm on the move like a runaway. No turning back, I've begun to pace. I do not care what the others say. Listen, I told you that I did not come to play. We about to take it to higher heights. History's waiting when I arrive. Today is the dawn of a new, and I'm about to show them that they cannot hold me down. When you win, then you learn from your losses. We came from the bottom and now we the bosses. The future is yours, so what will you choose? If you give it your all, you got nothing to lose.
Now I want to tell you guys about my partners at My Patriot Supply. It's mypatriotsupply.com. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's the perfect time to ask yourself questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you like to get clean water how would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's some room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit and includes a full year of emergency food water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/KIRK for full details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored in part by My Patriot Supply.
And every time, its leaders have effectively ignored those that clearly expressed will. And I think 2016 was a moment where suddenly it looked as if we might have the opportunity to finally regain control of our laws and regain control of our borders at the same time. What actually happened in the last 5 years? What have we had? Is 1 in 27 people in Britain have arrived in the last 5 years. 1 in 60 arrived in the last 18 months. In the first 25 years of this century, gross immigration, we're talking 12 to 15 million people. That's roughly 4 to 5 times as many people who arrived on our shores in the first 1,000 years of our history. It's difficult to overstate, and I know you've had enormous influxes too under the Biden administration, but you've got a much bigger territory, and you've got different kind of categories of migrants coming in, and you've at last got an administration that's willing to do something about it. But
praise God for that.
And indeed, and that has had a profoundly kind of traumatic shock on us Brits, and it's had a kind of tectonic effect on the landscape of British politics. So what's happening in British politics? Well, quick update. Last year, July 2024, we saw the Loveless landslide. So we see the Starmer government getting an astonishing 175 odd seats of majority in Parliament, which is an enormous majority, one of the biggest in living memory, on only 20% of the vote, 20% of the people eligible to vote, something like 34% of the vote share. It was, the sofa won. I mean, the couch won that election. It was a very low turnout. It was an apathetic election. Nobody seemed to care. Fast forward now, we're just over a year in. Back in the 1st of May of this year, we had the local elections, which are a pretty good proxy. It's a bit like the midterms, and not a bad proxy for what the country's mood is. And I think Labour goes from 34% to 20%. The Conservative Party goes down to 15%, extinction level, almost an unprecedented low. And for the first time in 100 years, a new party emerges, a third party, to rival the duopoly that's had Britain in its grip since 1923, and that is Nigel Farage's Reform UK, which surged through to win 677 local seats, which, if you extrapolate that out, is 30% of the electorate. That's they were at 14% a year ago, and that's going up and up and up. And what you're seeing for the first time in the history of British politics, since there have been political parties, let's say the Tories are emerging in like the 1670s, 1680s, and really kind of bedding down in their modern form in the 1830s. For the first time in the history of British politics, there is another right-wing party emerging, another Conservative Party that is... It looks as if, in my view, we'll have to see what happens next May. We'll have some more proxy elections. Then there'll be a general election in 2029, the last point that Keir Starmer can call it. But my sense is that Nigel Farage is on track to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
That deserves some applause. So let's examine that deeper and more thoroughly. Some people in the audience will hear, wait, hold on. The Conservative Party, don't we like them? Explain what it means to be part of the Conservative Party. That's not exactly, let's say the equivalent that we would have here in the United States of what we consider to be a conservative.
Yes, that's right. I mean, but even here, I suppose in the States, there are lots and lots of fascinating debates within the GOP, within the Republican Party as to what is it to be a conservative? Is it to be a Reaganite? Is it to be a fusionist? Is it to be a Trumpist? Is it to be a kind of compassionate Bushite conservative? Whatever it might be.
Okay, I'll recap my Utah Valley tour stop for you tomorrow. Make sure you guys watch. God bless. Talk to you then.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king. We have a safe city now.
Great job.
Can you imagine? We did it in 12 days, but now it's almost a month. We have a safe city. So that's good. Enjoy yourself. You won't be mugged going home, okay?
Welcome here! Yes, he is!
The Trump administration has released its blueprint for fighting childhood chronic disease.
We're looking at economic impacts and health impacts and environmental impacts. and we're trying to make a policy that is going to work.
The Department of Homeland Security announced Operation Midway Blitz on Monday, saying they're going to target the criminal illegal aliens in Chicago and Illinois. The announcement blamed sanctuary policies for releasing dangerous people back into the community.
The eyes of the nation on Charlotte tonight after the deadly light rail stabbing and the horrific video.
So you said something in your body did what?
I feel like the chair using my body to stab the lady.
And so she just got stabbed.
Yeah.
The urban right is this, you come to politics from a completely different perspective than the rural right. Your focus is going to be different. The urban right is way more radical. The urban right is a reactionary force because you're reacting to your home and your livelihood that's been stolen in front of your own eyes.
News from Poland, another important U.S. ally, saying it has shot down Russian drones that entered its airspace during an attack on Ukraine.
Do we trust Ukraine if it really did happen?
I'm going to say stay frosty. I always say this. Anything comes out of the war zone, grays, that gray zone of warfare, initial reports are always, different from what ends up coming out. So stay frosty.
Yeah, wait to see what Poland says.
Well,
right? Wait till other NATO countries.
I'm actually reaching out to people in Poland right now. Well, Jack Posobiec, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live, Washington, D.C. Today is September 10th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, we're now seeing the rise of the urban right, on the heels of this wave of anti-white violence that is absolutely flooding our streets. We're going to talk about that and much more. Just played some clips there from my appearance on Timcast IRL last night. And if you watched the episode, you saw that in real time, the news was breaking regarding this potential situation, obviously an airspace violation of Poland that occurred just about as we were going to air. And for the next 2 hours, I was providing real-time updates from sources that I have within the U.S. government, as well as sources in the Polish government, who are up very, very late, early hours of the morning on their time, being able to bring you the details of everything that was happening, again, in real time from the highest levels of the U.S. and Polish governments. And I said publicly on the show, stay frosty. And we are staying frosty. And it seems, by the way, that NATO is at least staying frosty because even though there was this major response, fighter jets were scrambled, drones were shot down last night over Poland. However, Article 5 has not been invoked. Why has Article 5 not been invoked? Because this did not rise to the level of a direct attack on Poland. What it was a violation of airspace that absolutely needs to be addressed and investigated. And the fact that we're told that only 3 of as many as 19 drones were shot down is a massive, massive NATO failure on these airspace borders in this area. How could Donald Tusk allow this? How could he allow the readiness of Polish air defenses to be so low that when drones come across the border, and the Russian side said they had no intention of engaging Polish targets. Okay, but they're there. And you don't know that. Those pilots don't know that when they go up. And you're telling me that 16 drones were able to fly all the way over Poland? Donald Tusk, this is a massive, massive failure of the Tusk government, of the Tusk policies, of the globalist policies that he has put in place. But let me dig in some more. So what we're seeing is that rail-launched drones penetrated the Polish airspace, possibly targeting possibly looking at targets. Was not sure initially what happened. This was September 9th through September 10th, very early in the morning. Polish F-16s led the defense. They were backed by Dutch F-35, Italian AWACS craft providing command and control for the situation. Then, as well as mid-air refueling. This is, as far as we know, the first recorded instance of NATO aircraft responding to and engaging threats over NATO member airspace during the Ukraine-Russia war. That's something that we here on this program have warned about from the very start, the potential for this to spill over. And yes, there was a house damaged in Lublin, Poland. Russia, of course, has come out now publicly, as I said before, said they were not targeting Polish defenses or Polish targets. Of course, we need to investigate all of that. And there will be a NATO conference and security conference held on all of this. Stay frosty. But we got to figure out exactly what happened here. This is why President Trump has been calling for peace. This is why you need to stay frosty in this and all situations that could potentially escalate up the escalatory ladder into World War III, which is something that nobody, absolutely nobody, wants. Jack Posobiec back here live at Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Storm always comes. Sometimes it's flooding, sometimes it's fire, sometimes it's the silence when the grid fails and no one's coming to help. You can't predict the disaster, but you can decide how it ends. That's why 4Patriots is doing something that they have never done before. When you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, you're gonna get a free expansion pack that will double your power and your peace of mind. Look, no gas, no fumes, no noise. Just solar power you can count on when everything else fails. So go over to 4patriots.com because being prepared is powerful.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are live, Washington, D.C., Human Events Daily, and we have on for us yet again here on the program the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, joins us now. Harmeet, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Jack.
So I want to get right into it. This case of Irina Zarutska, this Ukrainian refugee, this young, white, innocent girl riding home on a train from her job, this video that's been released, it's absolutely shocking. The entire country is talking about this. You tweeted out that this is a civil rights issue. You've also been very vocal about it just in general on Twitter. A lot of people were asking me, how is the department responding to all of this? What can be done in these situations? And I said, well, we've got to have you on and exactly go to what's happening.
Well, thank you for asking. And of course, you've already seen the Attorney General take swift action in this matter. I know people like to see results immediately, but we do have our duty as law enforcement to investigate what happened. And in the case of federal law enforcement, we have to find a federal hook, because normally this is a type of crime that would be handled by local prosecutors. Unfortunately, North Carolina has failed completely to protect its citizens in this and many other circumstances. The current governor is the former attorney general, and during his tenure, he allowed these lax on crime policies to proliferate to the point where the mayor of Charlotte, who literally just won her primary yesterday, who is absolutely more concerned about the quote unquote rights or feelings of the criminal here, a 14-time arrested person who took this beautiful young woman's life in such a vicious and callous manner. Apparently, people in Charlotte want that. So the federal government has to step in where we can. And in this case, because this was an incident that occurred in federal commerce on public transit, it is something that the Department of Justice has been able to file charges on. Yesterday, the U.S. attorney did that, and I spoke to him yesterday. And, you know, the one charge that's been filed so far is sufficient to seek the maximum possible penalty. And as our investigation unfolds, there may be other charges related to this, but I can't really comment about that right now.
The biggest question that we've been getting in all week is, does this rise to the level of a hate crime?
Yes, that is a good question. And like I said, I am the law officer of the United States who certifies federal hate crimes. And, you know, we have to look at all the circumstances. We're just seeing the video. The FBI is investigating it as well. We have to look at the other circumstances around, maybe interview witnesses. So I cannot comment on what that's going to entail at this point. But what your audience needs to know is the charge that has been filed already is really going to get the maximum possible penalty. So whether there's hate crime added to it or not is not really going to affect the outcome. And, you know, what I do want to say, though, is there's been a time in our recent history, as you know, Jack, where someone saying all lives matter has been viewed as some kind of a hateful comment. Well, it is the truth. That is our American law enforcement system. All lives do matter. And what we are seeing throughout the United States is these sort of Soros-funded prosecutors who win local elections because people are apathetic and don't bother to turn out to vote. They're then engaging in differential treatment of people, suspects, and victims on the basis of their race. Some people are dumb enough to put this into writing, and we're investigating those. Some do it more sub rosa, like maybe the case here in Charlotte. And that is something that we're going to look at. The extent to which we are seeing law enforcement treat people differently, both on the defendant and on the victim side, on the basis of race. But at this time, the charge that has been filed is a very serious charge. It's a murder charge. And, you know, I think we're going to see justice out of the situation, which, by the way, I do not think we would see if we left it to state prosecutors. They have totally failed in North Carolina, a state where I grew up, to do their jobs.
Well, and this is something that I think drives to the heart of what's going on here, that people have said for years, and certainly when President Trump was campaigning, this was front and center, the idea that there is a two-tier system of justice in America, and that there has been for quite some time for, again, violent perpetrators or powerful, politically connected individuals. It seems there's a revolving door, and yet when it comes to the normal, everyday citizens, they are the ones who bear the brunt of it.
Oh, absolutely. But we citizens have to look at ourselves as well. Violent crime is a fact of life. There are crazy people out there in the world. And when you see a situation like a Daniel Penny in the New York subway system stepping up, a Marine, to step up to protect people from a violent predator, he's the one who gets prosecuted. And that's outrageous. And so then you fast forward to what happened in Charlotte. You literally see a number of men, and I put that in air quotes because I don't think they're really men when they look the other way, when a woman, an innocent young woman, is viciously assaulted, and then nobody from the immediate seats around her helps her. Thank God later on someone did come by from, I think, another car possibly. It was too late. She had bled out by then. How many of us see incidents of violent crime or just crime happening around us, and either we look the other way, or worse, we whip out our phone and look and make voyeuristic content out of it instead of helping the fellow human being, which is our moral duty in my religious teachings. And so I think we all need to look at ourselves and see what would we have done in this circumstance, and can we do better to our men and women around us?
Well, that's certainly right. And I would even add that I think that the prosecution of people like Daniel Penny has perhaps exacerbated the bystander effect, because it sends a signal that if you get involved, the book is going to come down on you.
You're right. And that is a shameful incident in New York law enforcement. And, again, we have to stop this differential treatment of people on the basis of their race. And we have to protect the innocent, the weak, the vulnerable in our society. And so I do encourage all the women I know in the city, even though D.C. has certainly improved in its safety under the federal law enforcement that we see here, that's perhaps temporary. Women need to learn self-defense. In this case, that wouldn't have helped this young woman. She couldn't have carried it on Charlotte's light rail, to my knowledge. Bystanders couldn't have carried it under the current laws in North Carolina. And this happened too quickly to have really saved her life. And the other point to note here is, like, all the fools who prattle about guns being responsible for the violence here, we saw a woman lose her life in seconds and a gun wasn't involved. It is a violent criminal, and it is the people who let her free who have the blood on their hands.
There's no question about that. This isn't the only city where this is taking place. We've seen it in New York. We've seen incidents in Philadelphia area where I'm from. In Chicago, of course, the president's talked about this. The way that the department has come in with federal charges here, is this perhaps something that we could see taking place in other cities, LA, for example, as well, where the local prosecutors just simply don't seem to be willing to do the job of actually keeping these violent offenders off the streets?
Well, I will say in Los Angeles, they did have a new prosecutor voted in,
True.
I think last year. Nathan Hochman. The prior prosecutor, George Gascon, came from my city of San Francisco, where he was the police chief, and then he turned into the prosecutor, just dropped the ball. So I do think things are changing in our cities. We are actually seeing some of these lax prosecutors lose their elections and get voted out. So things are better there. But look, law enforcement is such that the federal government doesn't have the ability in some cases to step in. In this case, we did, because the crime occurred in a mass transit, and it also happens to be federally funded, a separate issue. So I would think that this particular set of facts here and what the United States is saying about it should put every major city on notice that if they're not keeping people safe on their public transit, they could lose federal funding. I know that's under discussion with the Department of Transportation right now. That's been publicly stated. And they may lose control of their local law enforcement as well. It is a shame that the federal government has to step in and do the job of the states. But as you can see, our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and our president are more than determined to do that if necessary to keep Americans safe.
I mean, this is really simple. It's the idea that everyone has this right to be able to use mass transportation. And it's actually interesting. We had, so my wife, and who you've met, Tanya Tay, herself an immigrant from Eastern Europe, and she made an interesting point. She said, mass transit is so common and so safe in Eastern Europe that when she first came to this country, she thought it was just as safe in the United States as it was there. And she sort of didn't know about these rules about needing to have situational awareness while you're on the train. And so she said, looking at this recent immigrant arena, she said, I think that's exactly what she's doing. She said, that would have been me about a decade ago here in the United States, because this type of crime just doesn't exist in other parts of the world.
Well, yes, I don't want to be alarmist about it, but, our first of all, our Constitution, does guarantee these rights. I mean, among the highest right, perhaps, is the right to life.
Yes.
The Declaration of Independence talks about these high rights. And yet, in our public transit in our cities today, people don't feel safe. I mean, I've had a family member shot on a New York City bus. I used to take the public transit until that incident happened, and I don't take public transit anymore. When you're scarred by a situation like that, you make different choices. And so it is a shame, because all of our tax dollars do go to support these public transit authorities at the state and at the federal level. And we're entitled to safety. And in New York, you're seeing horrific scenes of people shoving other people onto the tracks in front of trains, just a violent crime occurring all over the place. And we're living in this dystopian, we're seemingly being conditioned to accept these dystopian conditions of urban living, and we should not in this country. You should not have to take the position that you have to move out to the countryside to be safe. Every citizen, every refugee, every person here legally in this country, every person should be entitled to walk around and feel safe. And that's the duty, the most basic duty of government is keeping people from killing each other. That's really the most basic, even in the caveman era, I'm sure that was the basic form of government. And so we really are falling down if we're falling below those ancient standards.
That's exactly right. This is the basic social contract. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, thank you so much for your time today on Human Events Daily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go give her a follow, folks. We'll be right back here. Real America's Voice. We're not letting this and a number of other stories go.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec. We are back here live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. And wanted to get on now Dan Caldwell, because we have this incredible breaking news out of Poland, this situation, geopolitical incident, this violation of the airspace, which took place. A lot of people asking, what will the escalation be? Also, a lot of people asking, what happened? And people can go back and see my sort of real-time analysis of this on Timcast IRL last night. Go and watch that. I'm getting real-time inputs from DOW, military officials, IC, and even Polish government officials, all in real time. So I'm going to bring him on now. Dan Caldwell, former DOD official from the Trump administration. Dan, what's your read on what happened last night?
So just starting off, I think that what happened last night is a reminder of why it is so dangerous for the Russia-Ukraine war to continue, especially with tens of thousands of American troops in Eastern Europe, is that this is how the war is going to escalate into direct conflict, is incidents like this, where it would appear that these Russian drones were launched against Ukraine, that they were jammed, and they went off course and they flew into Poland. And that is what sparked the activation of NATO air defenses, particularly the NATO aircraft and ground-based anti-air systems. And remember, we've seen this movie before. In 2022, there was a Ukrainian S-300 missile that was trying to intercept a Russian ballistic missile on the border with Poland. And that missile went off course and went into Poland and tragically killed 2 Polish farmers. Now, remember what happened almost immediately after that is almost every unhinged pro-war voice in Europe and in the United States was demanding Article 5. At first, they tried to say, and the Ukrainian government, I still think to this day, says it's a Russian missile. They tried to say at first it was a Russian missile, and all it turned out to be was an accident. And that seems to be the case here, and you still have the same voices demanding war. So that's why it is so important that we have to get to a position where we end this war, because this is the risk, is that something like this could escalate into a direct conflict. And the last thing we need is a direct conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia.
Absolutely. Now, Dan, some of the information coming out here, and we've seen the Russians, of course, have come out and said that they have requested or are open to consultation with the Polish side. NATO Article 4 is also a consultation when it's invoked. It is certainly not the same thing as invoking Article 5, which essentially is a declaration of war. And we're also seeing, though, some of the social media images that are filling up from these areas in Poland, specifically Lublin, where one appears to have crashed into a house. There's some information about Warsaw that, in fact, a military base may have seen a crash of one of these things. So all sorts of questions about the penetration of airspace, but also the types of drones. They don't seem to have warheads on some of them in the number of ones that I've seen. And I've seen a lot of people pointing out that they're made of cardboard, in some cases made of foam, that essentially these are decoys intended to defeat air defense, to trick air defense into going after them, so that the real drones that do have the warheads could then crash into their intended targets over in Ukraine.
Correct. These types of drones are designed to get Ukrainian or NATO forces, if, God forbid there would be a direct conflict with NATO forces, to turn on their radars or to expend hard-to-replace Patriot missiles, Iris missiles, some of the remaining Soviet-era stocks Ukrainians still possess, to run those down and get them to reload so that then they could bring in more lethal drones or more likely ballistic missiles that have more precise targeting, like the Iskander systems or the KH-101 or Caliber cruise missiles that are launched from sea. So those types of decoy drones are very susceptible to jamming. They don't have the most sophisticated systems. So while some think that maybe this was an attempt to learn more about NATO air defense systems in Poland, I still think it is more likely that these were easy to jam drones that went off course and found their way into Poland. And again, that just emphasizes this is not a reason to escalate, as some people are demanding. And, right now it looks like, and I hope, cooler heads will prevail. But the more incidents that we have like this, the more easily they'll be exploited by people who do want to see NATO, and particularly the United States, get directly involved in this war.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I was just saying all last night, stay frosty. Just absolutely stay frosty, because from the I'll ask you even on the next level. Does it make sense from the Kremlin's perspective to draw NATO into the war right now? What motivation would they have to bring NATO into war with Ukraine, given that it looks as though the momentum has stalled in these peace talks?
The Russians right now, as we've discussed before, have a military edge. It's not a decisive military edge, but indisputably, they have a military edge and they have a key advantage. They have no interest in drawing us in right now. There is one party that has an interest, and that is the Ukrainian government. And again, I don't blame them. They want us involved in the war because they have manpower deficits, they have certain equipment deficits. They want NATO directly involved. That is the party who wants us involved. And the Russians right now have no reason to escalate and to draw us in, regardless of what some of the more unhinged voices in Northwest D.C. or in Europe want to say. So I think that's important to remember, is that we can make the Russians out to be these irrational monsters. But the reality is that they have behaved very rationally at certain points in this war, and it would be irrational to draw us in at this point.
No, I think that's right. Dan Caldwell, tell people where they can go to follow you and get updates. And also, by the way, glad to hear that you're doing well from a medical perspective in addition.
Thanks, Jack. I'm recovering well, and I appreciate your prayers and prayers of those in your listeners. Best place to find me is on X at Dan D. Caldwell. That's where I post most of my work. And thanks for having me on, Jack.
Yes, of course, Dan. We're getting some reports. We know that Charlie Kirk is on tour right now, and we're getting some live reports from that as we speak. I'm going to work on seeing what's going on the break here, and we'll have more information if we have something to report right around the bend. Stay frosty, ladies and gentlemen. As always, we'll be right back. Real America's Voice.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
For National Preparedness Month, 4 Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles its power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily. I'm seeing X and getting reports just like everyone else is regarding Charlie Kirk and a potential incident which took place in Utah, where Charlie is giving his speech today. He was giving in one of his on-campus events. It does look as though there's been a security incident. As everybody knows, we work very closely with Charlie here on this program. We are already in contact and working on getting even further contact with people who are on the ground. We're getting in contact with people that we've already been in contact with, at least one person who's been on the scene. I just want to tell everybody right now, stay frosty. Let's wait until we get any confirmation as to what exactly happened during this incident with Charlie Kirk on campus in Utah. And we're working around the clock. I've got folks that are directly at Charlie Kirk's studio back home. So we're working on, I'm reading messages right now. We're working on this in real time. Do me a favor, folks, everybody, before this goes out, before this gets bigger, just say a prayer for Charlie. Say a prayer for Charlie. Say a prayer for the entire Charlie Kirk team, the Turning Point team, his beautiful wife, Erica, their 2 children. Just say a prayer for everybody. Prayers always work. And so let's lift up Charlie Kirk, his entire team, and all the students who were there, his family as well. Right now, lift them all up in prayer, and let us pray that what we're hearing is if we're able to confirm what happened. Let's pray that everyone is safe, and let's pray that whatever happened gets dealt with swiftly and quickly. Again, I'm working on getting direct information right now as soon as we can. And as soon as we have that, we will break in and get it out. This is Utah Valley University. Senator Mike Lee has tweeted that he is tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. He says, please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students who are gathered there, the TP USA rally. And I'm looking to get this. So let's go. We've got Senator Ron Johnson, who is on standby. I want to play, and as soon as we know more information, I will break in with that. But let's go, guys. Let's play that clip from the hearing yesterday regarding Senator Ron Johnson.
Mr. Scott, how much do you know about the mRNA technology?
A fair amount.
So is the mRNA that's encapsulating the lipid nanoparticle, is that true mRNA?
Is that true mRNA?
I mean, true mRNA, the messenger RNA, degrades very rapidly in the body.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct.
So the mRNA in the injection, is it true mRNA? Does it degrade rapidly in the body? Do you not know?
I do know. Yes, it does. But
it does. No, it does not. It's modified. It's modified mRNA, and it's designed not to degrade. And there are studies that show it sticks around the body. We don't know how long.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live. Human Events Daily. Senator Ron Johnson. Senator, as we're also tracking the situation at the Utah campus regarding Charlie Kirk, I wanted to get you on as well and tell us about this hearing that you held yesterday and really pushing back on a lot of the misinformation that's out there.
Well, first of all, Jack, I'm joining you and your audience in praying for Charlie Kirk and his team, everybody at that event. I mean, it's shocking. God, I hope nobody's seriously injured. But I guess, shifting gears. We held our third hearing as under my chairmanship of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation. The first hearing really unveiled the evidence we found that the CDC, NIH, FDA, whichever entity knew that there was a signal for myocarditis, and they hit it. They didn't warn doctors right away. They didn't warn the public. So we have that on record. Our next hearing was Voices of the Vaccine Injured. Just heart-wrenching stories of people who've been impacted their lives by vaccine injuries that are basically ignored by the general public. Yesterday's hearing really unveiled a study that was completed in 2020 by Henry Ford Hospital Association, and it revealed that children that are vaccinated have 2.5 times the rate of chronic illness versus unvaccinated children. Now, again, no study is perfect. No study is completely determinative, but I think it's very, very, very telling that the authors of the study knew it was important information. They never went to publish it, even though they told Aaron Siri and Dale Bigtree that they would do that no matter what the results. Well, when the results were what they weren't expecting, it's gone unpublished. I pretty well forced everybody's hand saying, no, this is important information. Again, not determinative, not that it's a perfect study, but it just says you need an open mind. You have to explore this. You have to have more studies with integrity. And that's the other thing we pointed out in the hearing is, all these claims that there's just hundreds and thousands of studies, there's never been a true
placebo, inert placebo, random controlled study on any of the current vaccines on the childhood schedule. I think that's all the qualifiers you got to throw in there. That's what Secretary Kennedy has basically stated. And everybody, all of a sudden they crowdsource. There's 661. Well, Aaron Siri pretty well blew that claim out of the water yesterday. And the clip you just showed, I was just asking the Democrat witness, Dr. Jake Scott. I mean, how much do you know about the COVID injection? Because that was part of his testimony that it saved 3.2 million lives. And really, I wasn't overly surprised because I know a lot of doctors are busy. They have their specialties. They haven't really looked into what that injection was. They don't even realize it's not a vaccine. It's gene therapy. And he didn't know the details. I think a lot of people probably found that pretty shocking. I didn't find it shocking. I'm kind of surprised that they put up a witness who was so unknowledgeable about a major part of what he was probably going to be asked about. But he literally was clueless when it came to really what the mRNA injection is. And that's part of the problem is most American public is as well because Fauci, Biden's HHS, their FDA, their CDC lied to us repeatedly.
And so when you see this, the pushback that Bobby Kennedy is getting right now, do you think this is being driven by people who are, as they say, seriously working on the science, or is it that they are working to push back the actual questions and serious nature of the way that he's been conducting himself as our health secretary?
Well, during COVID, I called this group the COVID cartel. Back then, the Biden administration, the mainstream media, federal health agencies, big pharma. I mean, that is the COVID cartel. This is the larger pharmaceutical cartel, and they are doing everything they can to protect their interests. Really, all they're interested in is pushing patentable drugs. They'll sabotage the treatment using generic drugs, and they certainly want to hide any kind of harm that their liability-free vaccines might cause to the general population and children. They don't want to know root causes. They certainly don't want their vaccines associated with whether it's autism or other chronic illness. So they've done everything in their power to make sure that you can't even ask the question, because if you do, they denigrate you, they vilify you as an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Bobby Kennedy's not an anti-vaxxer. We just recognize that vaccine injuries are real. By the way, as the 1986 law recognized, vaccines are unavoidably unsafe, that you are going to have adverse reactions. You're going to have vaccine injuries, which is why they set up a compensation fund. But again, because they have that liability protection now, they are just going gangbusters, breaking out more and more vaccines on conditions that, quite honestly, I would argue you're much better off trying to research treating disease in some of these cases than trying to prevent it with a vaccine that we really do not know the true impact, the true cost benefit analysis of most of these vaccines on childhood schedule.
I think that's exactly right. Senator, where can people go to follow you and get more information that your office is putting out?
Mainly at X. It's at Sen Ron Johnson. Pretty easy to find.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator. Guys, we are getting some video now from the Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University. I want to emphasize that everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now, just right now. And I'm going to say it on air. In the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into heaven. Lead us not into heaven. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Charlie Kirk is a very close friend of mine, and I want him to be as okay as possible. We're staying frosty. Say a prayer. Say a prayer right now for Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here at Human Events Daily. We are raising Charlie Kirk and his family up in prayers at this moment. Information is still flooding in as to what exactly took place here. Information is still flooding in as to the conditions of everyone who was at this event. We've got a video of some of the aftermath of what seems to be a shot that rang out as reportedly that we're hearing at this, that we're being told at Human Events Daily right now. This was an event at Turning Point USA. This was the kickoff event of Charlie Kirk's newest campus tour. It is something where, of course, everyone knows Charlie Kirk goes, that he's more than willing to have anyone to come and freely speak with him. This is about freedom of speech and the fearlessness of Charlie Kirk to go and continue to hold these events, even in the wake of Butler, Pennsylvania, and even in the wake of everything that happened there. And this is something that I've talked to Charlie about. This is something that he knows well, that threats are real and that we live in a real world. And yet Charlie believes in what he does. Charlie believes in this country. Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly. And he never wanted to back down. He will never back down and will never surrender. And if there's anything I know about Charlie Kirk, is that he will never, ever stop fighting, no matter what. No matter how many events and tours and situations that he's been in, the guy only has one mode, and that mode is fight. So let's fight for him right now, through prayer, through being prayer warriors for Charlie Kirk, for everyone who's at this event. And if it's true that someone took a shot at my friend, then the result from that must absolutely be swift, and it must be final. Because this can't go on anymore, folks. Conservatives, President Trump, they take a shot at, try to kill him. Last night, President Trump has this situation, security breach, obviously, at this school, or at this restaurant, rather. Now, Charlie Kirk dealing with this situation at the school. What's going on? What is going on in America? Where people are being shot in the streets, where young girls are being stabbed just riding the train. No, can't go on anymore. It can't go on, and it has to stop. This is beyond politics. This is beyond anything that's going on. And we're doing everything we can to get direct information about this. Again, I'm seeing a lot of stuff on social media. I'm not seeing anything confirmed. Charlie Kirk is a father. He's a creator. He's a builder. He's a leader. And he's one of my best friends. And you don't mess with my friends. You don't mess with my people. It's not how that works. It's not how that works at all. And so if you want a response, stay tuned. Stay tuned. You'll get one. There's a reason the youth voted for Trump last year. Charlie Kirk is the reason that we have a chance to save our country. Charlie Kirk is the reason that we all have a fighting chance. Because what he did last year, what he did to reach out to youth, what he did going campus to campus, and what does he do? He talks. He uses his words. Does he talk with conviction? Does he talk with arguments? Does he use controversy? Of course. But that's all it is. That's speech. That's dialogue. That's what we're supposed to be as a country. I've never seen Charlie Kirk raise a hand in anger to anyone. In any one of these situations, you'll never see it. You never see it at all. Go watch every single video. And they want him dead for that? Charlie Kirk speaks with the strength and the spirit of our Lord Jesus Christ, who gave him a gift. There's no question about that. He's a vessel of the light. And the darkness, they can't stand that. They hate Charlie Kirk. They hate you. They hate anyone who stands up for justice, anyone who stands up for truth, anyone who stands up for what is truly good in this world. And even if you disagree with a specific statement, even if you disagree with a specific, take that Charlie makes, that's your right too. But you don't use violence. You don't come in this with violence. You don't come in this with a situation where people can be hurt. It's a man with 2 little kids, a beautiful family, a great wife, an American, a patriot, true servant leader. And that's how he's always been at Turning Point. And so, look, again, I'm doing everything I can behind the scenes right now. I've got my entire team scrambling on the phone, talking with people at Turning Point. With his team there, obviously, as you can imagine, given the situation what it is, given the situation where we're at, there's a lot going on. And we will get information as soon as we can. But what I can say is that the movement that Charlie Kirk built, the movement that Turning Point USA built for 10 years, it will never stop. Because the movement is built on truth. Because the movement is built on what's good. The movement is built on where we're at as a country, where we need to be, because America needs a turning point. And that is why, at the very anointed time, when America needed a turning point, what did God do? God sent America a Charlie Kirk. The same way that God sent us Donald Trump. The same way God sent every single one of the patriots in this movement, every single one of the people in this movement who are fighting to bring back the country that was stolen from us, the country that was taken from beneath our feet, and a shadow was cast over that country. And that is why it takes people like Charlie Kirk, yes, with a rhetorical sword, to cut through that darkness with the blinding light of truth. To be a beacon of truth, a beacon of light amidst all the darkness. And people want to snuff that out. People want to push that out. No, it's not Charlie Kirk driving people apart. It is the left driving people apart. Charlie Kirk brings people together. Charlie Kirk's been nothing but good to me. Charlie Kirk's never been anything but supportive of me, my family, my career, everything. And look, I'm done the show right now. I'm going to be putting all of my energy for the rest of the day, as much as long as it takes, to make sure that my friend is okay and that whoever did this pays the price. And the price will be paid.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
My friends, welcome to America's Voice Live on a shocking day. News just coming out of Utah, Orem, Utah. Charlie Kirk, my friend, my colleague, has been gunned down at an event there at Utah Valley University. I've seen the video, my friends. I don't want to share it with you at this point. Charlie Kirk shot down during one of his events where he takes questions and answers people in the crowd. A shot rang out, a single shot. It appears that he was hit in the neck. He went down at the time. And I'll be honest with you, my friends, it is what looks to be a devastating injury. We don't have any updates on Charlie's condition at this moment. He is our friend. He is our colleague, and he is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country, and to believe in the future. Emotions here are high, as you can imagine. This event happening within the last 20 or 25 minutes. We're going to monitor it closely, and we're going to bring in some other folks. Joining me, Christina Bobb, who has been the focus of threats herself in the past, an attorney for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the focus of an assassination attempt, as we all know, Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th of last year, and again, at his own golf course. Christina, welcome back to the program. I know this is happening fast. We're trying to monitor the situation. Look, I'm upset, I am prayerful, and I am angry that a guy that's out there talking to college kids is gunned down in Orem, Utah. Beautiful sunny day. Charlie Kirk, we don't have any update on his condition at this point. I know you've just seen the video. Your first reaction?
It's shocking. I mean, you and I were talking about it before I had a chance to see the video, and I saw it just before I came on here, and it takes your breath away. It's disgusting. It's horrific. The people that are doing things like this are absolute animals. I don't know. We better hear some really, really strong condemnation from the left immediately. We're sick of all of this talk from the left that says, oh, you know, it's not a problem. White people aren't being hunted. There's no problems. There's no animosity towards white males. It's all white privilege. It's a bunch of BS, and it's getting people hurt, potentially killed, and it has to stop. And the left has to come out and condemn it. This is evil. What we just witnessed, what we saw happen with Charlie Kirk is evil. My heart goes out to him, to his family. Take a minute to pray for his family. Everybody, please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened. I hope he survives, but it is absolutely tragic.
Utah Valley University, Orem, Utah, the scene of this horrific crime. Again, if you're just joining us, Charlie Kirk has been gunned down at one of his speaking events for Turning Point USA. Of course, he is the founder of Turning Point USA. He goes from campus to talk to students about Christianity and America and the Constitution and free speech. According to one witness here, and again, this is unconfirmed, but we're going with the information we get as it comes in, there is a suspect in custody, according to the university, according to Newsweek. There is a custody, a person of interest, a suspect in custody at this very moment. I'm watching the videos here. According to those close by, they did not see Charlie get up afterwards. Again, we do not know the condition of Charlie Kirk at this hour. What I do know is that violence in America, targeting political opponents, targeting those who say things you don't like, is the antithesis of who we are as Americans, Christina. We believe in free speech. Yes, we don't gun down our political opponents. We do not stand idly by and allow to have it. And I agree with you. If I don't hear from liberal commentators, from those on the left that are politicians that say this is wrong and this has gone too far, the gunning down of conservatives, the attacks on conservatives, whether it's a Catholic school or Charlie Kirk or anything else, it's out of control. Right now, we're waiting for any information to give us an indication of Charlie's condition. If you've seen the video, it is devastating. To me, it sounds like a high-powered rifle. I wasn't there. I can't verify that. I'm just going by my own experience and my own ear. Go ahead.
I agree with you. I did hear it when I watched the video, and that is what it sounded like. Nothing confirmed, of course. But this is so tragic, and the left continues to protect the villains. The left continues to protect these shooters, and they refuse to condemn the people doing these shootings, and it has to stop. And the fact that they are moving their targets from completely innocent children, conservative Catholics, to political opponents, people exercising their free speech, where you have a happy environment where kids, university students are coming out to learn, to debate, to engage in political debate. That is the heart of democracy. And they are coming for us. They are targeting us. They are targeting our families. This is so sick and it's so wrong. And the left has to condemn it now. The right has been condemning it. And the left is stirring and stoking violence by coming out and saying, oh, Donald Trump is creating violence by sending in the National Guard. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm sick
That's
over this.
That's absolutely false.
Yes.
That's absolutely false. Donald Trump did not spark this violence. Free speech. And the people that hate free speech in America and are willing to attack their political rivals with violence, willing to kill them if possible, it appears again. Again, for anybody joining us, let me just run through the facts. They're thin at this hour. It's only been about 25 minutes. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk, our friend, our colleague on this network, my friend, apparently shot in the neck during a student question and answer session at Utah Valley University. That is in Orem, Utah. According to bystanders, here's what we know. Kirk was reportedly shot in the neck while seated during a Q&A session, which he does. He goes out, he talks to students, he takes questions, all comers, and he'll debate anybody. Eyewitnesses say he fell from the chair. The video that you have shows him get shot and get hit, but the video cuts away. But those standing there said he fell to the ground, which would make sense. An evacuation of the UVU campus was initiated following the reports of that active shooter. U.S. Senator Mike Lee posting that he is monitoring the situation, urging prayers for Charlie Kirk. I urge the same, my friends. We don't know his condition. We don't know how grievously wounded he may be at this hour. Multiple sources have confirmed the shooting. Official details remain limited. J.D. Vance now coming out, urging prayers for Charlie Kirk after the shooting. He's called for prayers for the conservative activist. In a brief post on social media, the vice president described Kirk as a genuinely good guy and a young father and a young husband. Utah Valley University has released preliminary details following the reported shooting of Charlie Kirk during this campus event hosted by Turning Point USA. A spokesman telling Newsweek Kirk began speaking around 1 o'clock Wednesday. The shooting happened sometime around 1:20. A single shot from a nearby building roughly 200 yards. That's the latest information. That would confirm to me that it's some sort of a rifle. Obviously, Christina, as we work through the details as they come in, the university confirming that Kirk was in fact shot, that a suspect is in custody. An immediate lockdown has been prompted. This is all part of his national campus tour. Look, Christina, we both know Charlie. He's wanted to talk to anybody, debate anybody, any topic. And he's pretty cordial about it. He'll take atheists, he'll take communists, he'll take anybody, he'll talk to anybody. Today he took a bullet for believing in free speech.
It's disgusting, and it just goes to show the first thing I can think of with this, besides the horrificness of it and how terrible it is. But he's good. He's a good debater. He makes very good points. And when the left can't win a debate,
hold on, Christina, 1 second. Christina, 1 second there. Just hold your thought right there. Bring that full, guys, if you could. I want to be able to see that. We've got a response from Donald Trump on Truth Social, I am told. If we can bring that up, it would be greatly appreciated. There it is. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. This just coming in from the White House. Look, this is a terrible, terrible situation. Yes. I don't know how else to describe it. I cannot believe that in America in 2025, that believing in something and standing for something and having principles and believing in this country and the future and young people, that's who Charlie believes in, young people. He gets gunned down for it. Christina, go ahead. You can continue.
Yeah, this is what the left does. They can't win. They know they've lost the American people. They've lost the popular vote. They've lost on every policy issue, almost every policy issue. The American people are not with them. By the day, people are fleeing the Democrat Party, moving over to the Republican Party because the Democrats have completely lost their minds. And rather than trying to actually cater to the American people and serve the people who would elect them into office, they want to kill us all. They want to throw us in prison. I'm currently a criminal defendant as we speak. They're trying to throw us in prison. They're trying to kill us. They're trying to bankrupt us. This is unacceptable. It has to be condemned immediately. And
it has to be condemned.
It has to be condemned
in the strongest possible terms. Yes. And in Utah,
yes,
I will say
to be
this:
condemned.
The penalties are severe. The penalties are severe in Utah. 1 second, hold that thought right there for 1 second. We have Marjorie Taylor Greene. She weighed on this, did the congressional member from Georgia just a few moments ago. Here's what she said.
I I like to ask for prayer for Charlie Kirk. It's being reported that he's been shot at an event.
Oh, my. Wow. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other?
I would also like to say we'll take time here to pray on Real America's Voice for our friend and colleague, Charlie Kirk. My friends, I'll just be square with you here. I have a lot of experience in the woods. I have a lot of experience with this sort of situation. To me, it looks devastating. I hope and pray that I'm wrong, but this looks like a devastating hit from 200 yards, we're told in the latest update that I have here. Charlie fell from his chair, gunned down at this event in Utah. Under a tent that says American Comeback. Under a tent that says American Comeback because he believes in Donald Trump. Because he believes in this country. Because he believes in the principles and the foundation of this nation. He gets gunned down. What the hell is wrong with people in 2025 that they gun somebody down because they believe in the Constitution and they believe in the promise of America? Christina, one more word before we go to break.
Conservatives need to hear from our government leaders right now and understand that we are safe exercising our First Amendment freedoms, exercising our political freedoms, that we can voice our political opinions. I was going to say dissent, but it's not even dissent. We're the majority. And you have a radical, crazed minority, a very small minority that wants to kill all of us and wants to kill the president and wants to kill because they can't win on policy. This has to end, and we have to have unified leadership from our government. Demand all of this stop. Tell people this is terrible and that it can't continue.
Yeah.
We have to have unified
leadership.
leadership.
It cannot continue.
Conservatives have
My friends,
to feel.
let's take a moment. We have to take this moment. Take a moment, bow your head, pray for Charlie Kirk. We'll be back.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live, a gut-wrenching afternoon for all of us here at Real America's Voice and across the nation. Our friend, our colleague, Charlie Kirk, gunned down less than an hour ago on a college campus in Orem, Utah. Here's what we know. Kirk was shot in the neck while seated at a Q&A session on his college tour. He's on a nationwide college tour. It's what Charlie does for Turning Point USA. He's sitting in a chair. A shot rang out, we're told, from about 200 yards away. It appeared to hit him in the neck, and he crumpled to the ground. Eyewitnesses say he fell from the chair. An evacuation of the UVU campus was initiated. It's the University of Valley of Utah. U.S. Senator Mike Lee posted that he is monitoring the situation at this hour. Multiple local sources confirmed the shooting. J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, all making comments at this hour. We do not know the condition of Charlie Kirk, but my friends, again, I've watched the video. I'm praying for Charlie, but I've got to be honest. It looked like a devastating hit. I can't believe in 2025 I'm sitting here talking about one of my colleagues being gunned down for caring about this country. I can't believe in 2025 I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America, because he believed in free speech and in young people and the tenets of this country and the promise of America. I can't believe I'm sitting here having to tell you that he might not make it. It's gut-wrenching to me. It makes me angry. It breaks my heart. It hurts. Could be me. Could be Christina Bobb. Could be Grant Stinchfield. Could be anybody that speaks their mind in America. Could be a young girl on a train in North Carolina that did nothing wrong. Let's bring Christina back in. I think I got Grant Stinchfield here. I got Christina. Is Grant coming? We'll get to him when he's there. I'll put the split screen up and Grant's there. Grant, there you are. Look, it's a lot, Grant. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Could be either one of us. Could be anybody on the screen right now. There's something wrong with the left in America today when they gun down people who believe in free speech and freedom of religion and the Constitution and liberty. For the love of God, it's got to stop. Grant, your thoughts.
Steve, I'm listening to you, and I'm literally thinking about those two little children that Charlie has. I'm thinking about that organization that he has. Here's a guy that loves America. And I watched that video as well, and I'll be honest with folks out there. If Charlie survives this is going to be another miracle of God. It will take the hand of God to save Charlie Kirk after the video that I saw. Now, I've known this man.
I agree.
For probably close to a decade. We worked together at Salem Radio. We worked together at Real America's Voice. We've done numerous events together. This is outrageous what has happened, and it is always someone on the left. Now, I've seen pictures of somebody in custody, and again, I'm not going to do what the mainstream media does and jump to conclusions on this, but I promise you, he was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution, believing in God, believing in gun rights, and speaking up against transgenderism and the radical left. I will tell you right now, that's why he was shot. And nobody in America deserves to be shot for simply standing up for what they believe in, Steve. Not Charlie Kirk.
How dare they?
Not you, not me, not President Trump. Nobody.
That's right. That's right. I just saw here in my studio my 20-year-old daughter, who had the privilege of meeting Charlie here a few months ago in Washington at the Real America's Voice studios. Devastated. My wife, same way. It's hard. It's a lot of emotion to me right now. And it's hard for me to report to you that I've seen the hit. It will take the hand of God, an absolute miracle, for Charlie to survive what I witnessed and what the people there witnessed. Apparently, there's a suspect in custody. What motive could there possibly be to target a man for assassination? Because I'm going to tell you, folks, it's going to be very difficult for him to survive this. Christina, I know you've got some obligations. I want to get you in one more time. Your thoughts as this starts to sink in.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I mean, Charlie Kirk has done so much. He's been so vocal to try to repair the injustices, to try to correct some of the wrongs that have been happening at the hand of our government against the American people. I mean, he really was promoting American values to promote American people, and he was shot for it. It's absolutely devastating. My heart absolutely breaks for the Kirk family, for the Kirk children, for Real America's Voice, the Real America's Voice family. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say other than I'm just so sorry for everybody that's closely connected to him and works with him and lives with him. And this is devastating. And I pray for a miracle. We've seen miracles. We've seen miracle after miracle. And I pray for another miracle right now.
We have to. Steve. Christina, I appreciate you being here. Difficult day. We'll let Christina go. Grant, you and I can continue this conversation. Again, for anybody joining us now, let me just give you the facts as we know them. Sometime about 1 hour ago, while giving a question and answer session, as Charlie does for his Turning Point USA events, he's on a national tour. He was gunned down in Orem, Utah Valley University. He appeared to be struck in the neck. And again, folks, I've got to be honest. Grant and I were just talking about this. I have experience with this. I think that it's a devastating injury. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is a devastating hit. It looks like he was hit in the neck by a high-powered rifle at about 200 yards. That's according to news from Newsweek. They said the shot came from about 200 yards away. The university also saying there is a suspect in custody. We don't know who it is. I've got some pictures appearing online. I'm not going to go with those yet. We will confirm that before we get anything else. But we've got some pictures of a potential suspect online. Grant, go ahead.
You know, as I think about everything that went down and everything that happened, CNN has blood on its hands today, Steve. I watched Van Jones and I watched Brian Stelter vilify this man yesterday, basically all out calling him a racist. They encourage this kind of behavior. They do it quietly. They do it the way CNN does it. Underhanded, but they encourage this kind of behavior. Brian Stelter, Van Jones, CNN vilified Charlie Kirk as a racist for no reason other than calling out what the real reason was for that poor white girl who was killed on that train in North Carolina because the suspect uttered, "I killed a white girl." And they went after Charlie Kirk all day long on CNN yesterday. Do you think it's a coincidence that somebody shoots and kills him after the left-wing media vilified Charlie Kirk for nearly 24 hours yesterday? I don't think it's a coincidence, Steve. I really don't.
I don't think it's a coincidence either. I think that the vile rhetoric of the left should be called for what it is. They're inciting violence against voices that support Donald Trump. You see people on social media every day, Grant, calling for the murder of Donald Trump himself. They say that they'll celebrate his assassination. You see it. It's out there every day.
Steve,
and yet
you're
they
like
will
me.
Wag their bony fingers at us. How dare they? I'm going to pray for Charlie here. I don't think we're going to have a good outcome here today. I'm hoping for the best, but this is not a good situation. People on the ground now who are closer to the situation giving graphic updates I'm not hopeful here, Grant. I'm praying, my friend, but I am not hopeful. I'm sad to say.
No, I believe there's power in the strength of prayer. And
I agree.
We've got to have everybody literally praying for this man. But again, it will take the hand of God to save Charlie Kirk from what I saw. And I'll say this as well, and I want to make sure everybody out there knows this. I have never once wished ill will or physical harm upon any of my political foes, none of them. I believe that the war in this country being waged from both sides, you win it with the truth, you win it with words, you win it with the Constitution, you win it with the Bible, you don't win it with guns. Now, you defend yourself with guns, but you don't go fight your political foes with guns in America. That's not how we do things. Sadly, it is how the left does things. And that's what they've been doing today. And to me, it's an absolute, I'd say it's a sad day, but as I saw your anger earlier, it's also a very maddening day. And it tells you where we are as a country with this polarizing divide that many people talk about being close to civil war. I don't know how else you describe it other than that. But we're at a point where this cannot keep up. It can't.
All right, Grant, hold on 1 second. Bringing in another one of our colleagues here at Real America's Voice, another dear friend of mine, John Solomon. John, obviously a devastating day. You've been watching the news develop here out of Orem, Utah. I've seen the video. I have experience with this. It looks like a devastating injury to Charlie Kirk. I don't frankly see how it's survivable, but the power of prayer is remarkable. It's all. I've seen the video, shocked that one of the young voices of conservatism, the founder of Turning Point USA, is gunned down in cold blood on a sunny Utah afternoon. John, your thoughts?
Well, there's a lot we still need to learn. I think it's obvious to make the assumptions that we're going to make, but I think at the end of the day, we need to know who the shooter is, why he did it. But I think regardless of the specifics of this, we have seen this pattern play out since the baseball game in 2017, the congressional baseball game practice where a leftist terrorist tried to kill members of Congress. And if it weren't for a few brave police officers, we might have had a much worse tragedy that day. We've seen it in the shooting that still is unexplained in Las Vegas at MGM. We've seen it in the 2 assassination attempts with President Trump in the last year. And I think at the end of the day, after the first or second assassination attempt on President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump said something profound, which is we've allowed our political anger to become so vitriolic that we no longer see humans. We see video game figures, and people don't feel any moral consequence in shooting someone in the name of political anger or whatever is troubling them. And I think that is a really dangerous place to be in this country. The division, the rhetoric. I agree. We can have political disagreements without settling them this way. We can have discourse and a debate about the future of the country, but this is never going to be the way to do it. And whether this was a political act yet, we don't know, but we certainly know the rhetoric encourages things like this far too often. And until we get a grip on that, until people on both sides of the political aisle start speaking out aggressively to stop it, I fear we're going to have more episodes like this. And I was just with Charlie 2 weeks ago. I spoke at his event in Colorado, and he was acutely aware of the risk, but he also said this country's worth fighting for. And I feel like we're in a moment of extraordinary opportunity, and he was never going to be unbowed by those who criticized him or threatened him. And I think even in this moment, as he's fighting for his life, I think Charlie probably still reflects that way, that what he was doing the last few years is worth doing because we're trying to save a country and hand it off to a new generation in better shape than it is right now. So a lot there. We're all praying for Charlie. I know him well, known him for a long time, went to one of his very first TPUSA events. We talk often on the phone, and we're all praying for him and hoping that the first responders did a great job and that we get some good news out of this in the near future.
John, I agree with you. You and I sat together in July, the day after the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania on the president. We were in Milwaukee for the RNC. You were. You and I have been through this together before. But I think you're right. Here is Charlie Kirk, a guy who I believe knew the risks. He's out there talking to young people all the time. He has security, but you can't secure an entire campus that way. He knew what the risks were, but he also knew this country was worth fighting for. He knows what the stakes are going forward for his 2 young children, for the young people that he would do questions and answers with. That's what made Charlie so special. He would talk to anybody. He would take questions from anybody on any topic at any time and have a conversation, and never hostile. He didn't have to agree with them, but he wasn't hostile to them. He would accept their question and have a real conversation, John. I think that's what made him so special.
You're right. He was the antithesis of intolerance. He was willing to debate without demean. He was willing to engage without insulting. And he believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation. And sadly, someone today tried to stop that conversation. I hope that person, whoever he or she is, does not succeed. And that we learn from this lesson. But Charlie, for all of his strong political beliefs, was a very tolerant person. He was willing to have a debate. He was supremely confident that his positions would win in the debate, but he was not a person to demean. He was not a person to be mean. And I think those who today tried to take his life, they picked the wrong person to fight with. He's the ultimate example of how we should have political discourse, intellectual discourse, just like our founding fathers. And so we're all praying and hoping for the best. But you're right about that, Charlie. I mean, Charlie and I had many personal conversations and debates over the years, and when there were controversies.
Recent data around the U.S. labor market has been disappointing job seekers.
Many of the sectors across the economy have been very stagnant at best.
Watching some of the responses, one of the biggest offenders, MSNBC, one of its anchors calling Charlie Kirk divisive and polarizing after he had been shot. Another MSNBC anchor saying the shooter might have been a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration. I mean, what kind of nonsense what kind of filth is being spewed on MSNBC or CNN? Look, I try to focus on the facts here. You and I know each other pretty well. We try to make sure that we talk in facts and ground our conversations in reality. And I look at this filth. It's filth. It's like a manure spreader at some of these networks. Where am I wrong?
No, listen, the divisions MSNBC lives on profiting from division and hatred. All the things they said about me in my reporting with Hunter Biden, they weren't true. As long as America creates a profit center for these divisive voices, they'll continue to be divisive. The way we stop it is by not supporting those networks with our eyeballs, not supporting those networks with our advertising dollars. And I think in America, the truth of the matter is MSNBC has a very marginally small audience. It really is irrelevant to most Americans. But for the few that it is, it revs them up, and you worry about whether they put people into a frenzy to do silly things. But we have the power to fix this. We've always had the power to fix this. And there was a moment in the 90s where the far right, with people like Tim McVeigh, thought that violence was the way to perpetrate their thoughts, and we spoke up against it and we stopped it. We need the same moral clarity and moral voices today on the left to come up and say, this is not the way we solve our differences, and really mean it, not do the lip service, but to really mean we got to stop this. And part of it may be punishing people who boil the water too much, even with punishing with ad dollars and other things. But we've got to find a way to get to a more civil discourse, or our enemies overseas will have succeeded in creating the division they want here in this great country.
I'm going to bring it back to something else here, John, that's become part and parcel to the left's tactics when it comes to being over the line, in my estimation. That's doxing. Who's safe anymore, John? Are you? Am I? Are people that are out there willing to say what they believe and to put their opinions out there, mostly conservatives, because I don't see it going the other way. Are you safe? Am I safe? Are people like those that appear on this network or other right-leaning networks, are they safe, or are they free game today based on what we've seen because of doxing and the targeting and all the vile rhetoric coming from places like MSNBC or The View or pick your poison?
Now, listen, the great American experiment isn't safe if we continue to allow this to be the way we settle our political disputes. If violence becomes the solution to it, then the entire American experience and all that our founding fathers fought for with the First Amendment isn't safe. And by the way, I think it's in great danger. What I see in Great Britain and what I saw Joe Biden's administration try to do to free speech in America, the American experience is not safe right now from those who want to destroy it from outside and from within inside. I just got doxxed last week. Former FBI whistleblower that was mad about something put my phone number out. I can't tell you the amount of mean, hateful, and sometimes threatening calls I got as a result of that doxing. So it happens. It's immature. It's stupid. There needs to be a penalty for people who do it because they're trying to create harm to people. I believe in free speech, and I'll let someone debate all day whether I'm right or wrong, but putting my family in jeopardy or putting my personal safety or my phone in jeopardy is just childish. It's below those of us who have an IQ in America. And for those who do it, they ought to pay a price. And all of us play a role in solving this. We start by praying with Charlie today and getting him through this moment if we can. And then I think we need to have a more serious conversation. I think the President of the United States, who saw what political violence and hatred looks like, has an extraordinary moral pulpit to lay in on this and help us. And I think other presidents, other leaders, those who at times have boiled the water, the Pelosi's of the world and the Adam Schiffs of the world, if they have an ounce of decency, if they have a moment of concern for this country, it's time for them to put their political vitriol aside and start being concerned about the environment they've helped create. And I hope that moment is around the horizon. I'm not naive. It may be hard to get there, but if there are real leaders like in past generations of America, some of those who boiled the water in the past will step into the void in the next 24 hours and try to calm it and try to create a new dynamic for political discourse. If not, everyone who stays silent is a perpetrator in this demise of discourse and free speech in America.
Yeah, let me ask you this, John. Who is that person for the Democrats? Who is that person on MSNBC? Who is that person on the left? Because right now, nobody comes to mind for me, John. And I'm sad to say that today. There were times in this country when you set things aside. On the eve of 9/11, we sit here and reflect 24 years ago, we came together when America was attacked and 2,997 people died in the Twin Towers and in the aftermath. And we came together. What happened to America in the last quarter century, John? Because I don't see Democrats on the other side. They're not the same as they used to be. Look, I'm the same guy. I believe in freedom of speech. You can say things that offend me and upset me. I'm not going to attack you or your family. I'm certainly not going to shoot you. I'm not going to assassinate you in front of a crowd of people.
That's right. Yeah, listen, I don't know who that person is. Josh Shapiro recently had a horrifying experience in his own governor's mansion. Nancy Pelosi's husband suffered from a violent act in his home. These are people that could have taken those moments and done something with it, and they might still do something with it. I don't know, but many people are going to have to fill this void pretty quickly if we're going to get past this moment in history. You look at the polling, you look at young Americans, and again, we don't know anything about the person who is the alleged shooter here, but a jaw-dropping amount of Americans currently believe that political violence is a righteous way for solving matters in America. That was not the case in earlier generations. How did we create a generation of people in our school system and on our social media platforms who think that shooting someone is a way to solve a political issue in America? I don't know, but if you're a social media platform, if you're one of those educators that taught that in school, you've done a great disservice, not just to those who were in your immediate realm of influence. You've done it to the entire country. And I think we've got to examine the social media platforms. We got to examine the Chinese influence on TikTok, which I think has encouraged a lot of this division. And I think we need to also take a look at our education system, which has programmed people to think that hate and intolerance is a righteous thing when in fact it's a reprehensible thing.
It is a reprehensible thing. All right. There's the hospital Charlie Kirk was taken to after being shot about an hour and 20 minutes ago now, keeping track of this as we watch the clock, waiting to hear any update on Charlie Kirk's condition. For anyone joining, let me give you the facts as we know them. Charlie Kirk was shot around 1:20 local time in Orem, Utah, at University Valley of Utah campus. U.S. Senator Mike Lee has posted, J.D. Vance has posted, in fact, put back up, if you would, Donald Trump put up on Truth Social a comment on Charlie Kirk that we should be praying for Charlie, and we are. It was a devastating hit. The video is all over social media. Sadly, J.D. Vance, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and young father, 2 young children. Charlie Kirk has. That's the hospital in Utah. Do we have Donald Trump's Truth Social remarks too, please? When you put that up while we watch the hospital, we're hoping that the hand of God can work on Charlie's behalf there. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, said the president, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom, and God bless him. God bless him today. Shot in Utah. We do know that according to Newsweek, the university says that a suspect is in custody. There are pictures circulating on social media, but we're not prepared to confirm those yet, John, because we don't know. We've seen this too many times where pictures are circulated. It's not somebody that's actually involved with a case. The shots rang out approximately 1:20 local time, a single shot fired from the top of a nearby building roughly 200 yards from where Charlie was sitting and taking questions from the crowd. John, all we can do is sit here and wait and pray that the outcome is a good one. We're kind of powerless.
Yeah, well, listen,
here,
those facts, which, we're going to get more facts, and often the fog of war in an incident like this, the facts change a little bit, but it does suggest that this was a significantly premeditated act, maybe the act of a sniper or someone who was trying to do something bad. And we've seen this far too often, whether it was the young man in Butler, Pennsylvania, or the gunman in Las Vegas sitting up a parapet in a hotel window and spraying down on country music singers or country music fans in Vegas. These are people that have taken some time to carry out an act in these circumstances, and all of us know that that means other people might have been in the know or had some suspicion. And it's a reminder that if we see someone teetering towards such a horrific event, how important it is to say something immediately and to get to police. We saw recently an effort by Kash Patel and the local sheriff's department in North Carolina to stop a person who was about to create a massacre at a school. Someone had to speak up to make that possible. I think that's great. We need more of that. And but again, all of these events, the more we look at these events in the last few months, you have people that have spent some time thinking out how they're going to do this and preparing and prepping and potentially taking actions that might tip someone else off. And I think if that turns out to be the case here with some of the early evidence that we're hearing, it's a reminder that if you see something suspicious, how important it is to speak up so that we don't have a regret a few moments later. And we're going to learn a lot more, but it's a pretty extraordinary and sad day for America. It's a sad day for Charlie, who's a young dad and a good young dad, somebody who's very proud of being a dad, and he wanted to hand off. He said this to me in Colorado. I want to hand off a country to my children who is better than the one I got, and that's what got him up in the morning and probably what he thought when he went to bed. He meant it sincerely. He said some very profound things in our Q&A on stage, and you got a sense that Charlie really has a great passion for this country. I think today we all should be sad that someone that had that passion and that love, regardless of our political views, that someone thought it was a righteous thing to do or an appropriate thing to do to try to silence that voice. And I hope they haven't succeeded. I hope we get some good news out of this in the near future.
I hope we do too, John. Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA. I mean, let's just reflect on Charlie Kirk for a moment. Let's talk about the fact that he is a unique individual. He's only in his early 30s, right? 31, 32 years old.
Very young.
Was able to create Turning Point USA in 2012. He's created this movement in America of young people. I mean, if you go to his events, John, which you have and I have, the enthusiasm, the young people, and you see young people becoming more conservative every day, right? You see this happening every day, people becoming more conservative. And Charlie Kirk is one of the driving forces behind that movement, isn't he?
He was. when I went to his first event, I think in December 2015 was the first time I spoke and was involved at an event. Maybe there were 600 or 700 people there tops, and now there are thousands. And Charlie said something to me 2 weeks ago when we were in Colorado, and he said that all that needed to be done was to let people who thought like me and grew up in values and families that taught right from wrong and that America is good, that it's okay to have those thoughts and to have those opinions, and you can be conservative and cool. You don't have to be bowed into taking someone else's bullying into a new political viewpoint. And that's what motivated him. I said, well, did you ever imagine the success? And he said, I did, because I knew once someone would stand shoulder to shoulder with one person, then the next person, we'd create a movement, and that lots of people who had these values wouldn't abandon those values because they were bullied in the public square or bullied in the schoolhouse or bullied on social media. So he understood what he was doing. He was creating a massive support system for people to feel comfortable about being conservative, about being law and order, about being Christian, and not having to be apologetic or be forced to change those opinions. And he understood the power of positive peer pressure. That's, I think, what he called it, positive peer pressure. And I really realized at such a young age, because he starts at 18, 19, 20, dropping out of college to pursue this passion he had, how wise he was beyond his years, understanding that with social media and events and discussion, he could allow people whose natural values were to be conservative or to be life protecting or a liberty protecting, that all they needed to come out of the political closet was a few more friends alongside them. And he chained those friends across this country. It's in the millions now. And I think a lot of people I talk to believe that he's a significant reason why we're seeing Zoomers, Gen Z people, become a more conservative, overtly conservative generation after the millennials who clearly lean to the left. He stood up for people who were bullied on campus. He stood up for those who had no voice. He stood up for those who saw their freedoms taken away for no reason other than mob mentality in these universities. And I think he's made college campuses a more tolerant, albeit a work in progress environment. And I think he's given an entire generation of Americans the courage to be who their values say they want to be, as opposed to what TikTok, social media, or your leftist teacher told you had to be. And I think that's an extraordinary accomplishment for someone in their 30s. And I hope when he's in his 50s and 60s, if he gets through this day, he'll have many more numbers to put under that accolade. But it's an amazing accolade. Look at that crowd that you're showing on screen there right now, Steve. That's just one location. But all across college campuses, people come to see him to find fellowship in realizing that it's okay to love America, believe in freedom, believe in life, and be a Christian and not have to apologize for it. And I think that's an amazing legacy he's already created in a young part in his life.
Yeah, don't apologize for being an American. That's right. Really what it's all about here, because he believes in this country and the hope of the future and the hope of his two young children. He believes in these things, this Charlie Kirk. And he knew the risks, John. We talked about that just a moment ago. He knew the risks of going out there, that you could be targeted, like the baseball game you spoke about back in 2017. Yep. When these things happen, it can steal the resolve. I don't think an attack on Charlie Kirk lessens what he has started. It galvanizes it. It moves it forward, because people say, this is not the America I want. I don't want crazy, hateful people trying to kill those that are standing up for me and for my country and for my future. This insanity will not continue. It will not be tolerated. And everything that he stood for. And again, I go back to Charlie when he talks on campuses. He takes everybody. He's not condescending. He's not hateful. He's not spiteful. He's conversational. Now, he doesn't agree with a lot of the things that are said to him on a variety of topics. That's okay. That's what America is supposed to be. We're supposed to be able to have a robust debate of ideas. That's the point of America. In fact, freedom of speech is the baseline, pivotal position of this country. It's the defining issue. The First Amendment of the United States of America is the envy of the world. Charlie knows that. when he looks at what's happening in the UK or France or anywhere in a variety of other countries, he knows what the situation is. We're watching closely. Charlie Kirk, for anybody joining us at this moment, has been gunned down in Utah. Happened about 90 minutes ago now. Orem, Utah. Shot by a lone gunman, it appears. One shot rang out, appeared to hit Charlie in the side of the neck as he was sitting taking questions. He crumpled to the ground. We have no idea his condition except that he was taken to the local hospital. Utah Valley University there in Orem, Utah, classes canceled till further notice. The campus shut down as this investigation rolls out. Eyewitnesses there said Charlie fell from his chair. It's in the videos. If you care to watch them, I would recommend you don't. An evacuation of the campus was initiated. Everybody weighing in, from President Trump to J.D. Vance, Senator Mike Lee. It's a tough day. Here's J.D. Vance's post on social media. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. Joining me now is the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. We are closely monitoring reports. It's a tweet, my friends, of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. John, I can't help but wonder how this plays in with this initiative started by Donald Trump to lower violent crime in America, and how this might, be used to galvanize people against violent crime across this country, especially against political opponents. Sadly, regardless of the outcome today, politics will rear its ugly head. Instead of coming together like we did 25 years ago on 9/11, sadly, I believe that it'll be social media and the divisiveness that has come to define us too much in 2025 that we'll see too much of. There's probably too much of it already on social media, as I've seen. Go ahead, John.
I fear this is going to be a day we're going to have a long conversation in America about the behavior even on the cable networks right now, and the way they're dealing with this episode is, I think, a sign that we are not ready to really seriously address what happened today. And it's going to take some moral leadership from the pulpit, from Congress, from the pulpit of the White House to understand the gravity of today and what we're learning and why we're having these moments. We shouldn't have to worry about a 31-year-old man going out and having a conversation on a college campus and think he's going to be gunned down. We shouldn't think that some lawmakers on a baseball field would have to worry about their safety when they're just shagging ground balls. We shouldn't have to worry that people go to a concert in Las Vegas to celebrate and some gunman sets up in the window. We shouldn't have to worry about young school children going to a Catholic school or a Christian school in Minnesota or Nashville and not coming home that night because someone with deranged political views felt it okay to end their lives. And I want to say something about a moment. When this political violence first started in 2017, and I'm staying in touch with some people, so I apologize, I'm multitasking. The FBI tried to hide the true motives of the liberal activist shooter that shot the law enforcement. It took that, we took it, and they tried to hide it as a cop by suicide event when it was a liberal activist clearly targeting Republicans whom he hated. And it took us 8 years for the FBI to get us right with that information. Only Kash Patel recently got that information corrected for us. It is a great disservice when the FBI hid from us the true motive so that maybe society could start evaluating what was going on, that maybe there was some moment in history that we were upon. And when the FBI hid the true intentions of that and so many other intentions of attacks in recent years, they've done a great disservice to this country under Chris Wray and under James Comey and others who tried to hide this growing scourge of political violence as a solution. And for those people who did it, they should be held accountable because they gave us a 10-year delay in being able to address what we're probably going to have to address tonight and tomorrow and the next day in the most tragic of terms. So there are people to be held accountable for hiding this stuff. It wasn't just protecting the public. They actually harmed the public interest when they didn't tell us the truth of someone or someone's plural who were using political views to motivate killing. And I think that's something we got to come to reckon with. I think we're going to have a very difficult few days ahead of us, and I'm very worried about Charlie's well-being right now, and I'm very worried about the well-being of this country, as I know many people watching today are.
John Solomon, summing it up as well as anybody. John, I appreciate you taking the time to spend some time with us here. I know you've got some other work to tend to now because of the circumstances.
I think we're going to get some news pretty soon.
I'll leave you with this. We're getting conflicting reports on the internet. Again, we're not going to tell you anything until we have confirmation. One saying that, and let's pray that it's true, that Charlie has been stabilized. We'll see what happens. John Solomon is going to go run that down for us. Meanwhile, Eric Bolling is here with me. Eric, devastating news I got just moments before this program. It happened at about 1:20 local time in Orem, Utah, the shooting at Utah Valley University. A devastating hit. Anybody that's seen the video knows it was a devastating hit, but the hand of God can intervene and heal anyone. We know the hand of God can play a role because we saw what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania on the 13th of July, 2024. We know that miracles can happen, and if it's in God's hands, we could have a second miracle, and that's what we pray for here today. Eric, nice to see you.
Yeah, Steve, tough to see on this breaking news event. It's just horrendous. It's scary, and I think, boy, John Solomon just kind of nailed it. Are we ready to heal? Are we ready? It doesn't seem like we're ready to heal. It doesn't seem like we're ready to heal, and these events just keep on happening. It's horrendous. The crowd was just so engaged. They were so happy. They were wearing T-shirts. A beautiful day. They're watching, and just another horrific event happening, and you know, a conservative again at the target, obviously target of some sort of hate crime. Steve, it's just horrendous. We're going to cover this whole thing the full hour, but go ahead. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's look. Emotions are running high here. I got emotional earlier in the program. I can't help it because I think about people like you and I, Bowling. Are we safe? Are we just free game to these people on the left? Are we just targets? Can we be doxxed and attacked and shot? Let me tell you the most heartbreaking thing that I've seen in the last few minutes. My 20-year-old daughter sent me a note and said, Dad, it's time to retire because she's a big Charlie Kirk fan. She's devastated. Says, Dad, could you retire now? I'm like, I can't retire now, kid. I could never give up this fight at this point because I would never let them win.
Steve, I'm so glad you ended with that because there's a discussion. In fact, we have Lara Logan on in a little bit. I had a discussion with her, and I said, is this to the point where conservatives have to, change our habits of, do we need protection? And she said, you can't let them win, Eric. You can't let them. She's right. You're right. They can't win. They can't win. I'm not suggesting we stand up there and taunt them, but we certainly shouldn't allow them to censor us because of these heinous acts, whether it's Charlotte, North Carolina, or Utah Valley University, a few days later. These people are after us, but you know what? We're stronger, we're bigger, and we will prevail.
All right, Bowling, hold on. Before we split here, Fox News reporting Michael Mallinson, a member of the Democrat Party Utah, looks to be a guy maybe 65, 68 years old, suspected of carrying out the assassination attempt on Charlie Kirk. This is coming from a Fox News report. We'll wait for more confirmation. It's an old white guy, is the picture here that I'm looking at. Michael Mallinson, a member of the Democrat Party Utah, suspected of the assassination attempt on Charlie Kirk. What will our dear Democrat friends say to that? Bowling.
I'm waiting for them to start blaming the gun. To be honest with you, Steve, it's just minutes after Charlie's, attempted assassination. We don't know his condition. Attempted assassination. Insane. Steve, yeah. I saw the video of that guy, too.
Yeah.
He didn't look the part, but if you put a D after his name, maybe he does actually earn the part. I'm not really sure, Steve. I don't want to speculate on if Fox is right or wrong on that. But I'll tell you what, if you want to stick around, you're welcome to stick around. We got a full hour. We're going to cover this thing wall to wall. Allow us to roll an animation very quickly so we can reset things in just a couple of seconds. Go ahead, guys. Roll the animation, please.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
All right, folks, so you've heard the terrible, terrible news that Charlie Kirk has been shot. Utah Valley University is where he was while he was holding a Turning Point USA event, having a Q&A with students. Authorities say he was shot in the neck. Dr. Gina Loudon from America's Sunrise is in studio with me. Dr. Gina, we'll come right over to you. The Rav family here in West Palm Beach is just in shock, Charlie being a big part of that family. Tell us what your initial reaction when you heard he was shot to that was. And you were right over here in the office when we all heard it.
I think probably almost like everyone, total, complete disbelief. My first thoughts and my prayers, and I sent a prayer immediately to his wife, Erica, because all you can think about is his family immediately. I don't know. There's something about this that is pivotal for us, I think, Eric, and John alluded, Steve alluded, but it feels like open season on certain groups of people in this country right now. And I don't think that we should take that lightly, because maybe we've taken it too lightly for too long. And maybe this is an indication of that. While the people who were supposed to be keeping us safe, Eric, were chasing down church ladies speaking up for life, were chasing down J6ers, chasing down innocent people based on their politics, this guy who did this to Charlie Kirk, we're not being pursued.
Gina, pivotal, you say, and is it because Charlie, he's bringing young people in. He's the life. He's the next generation of the conservative movement, and maybe that is very scary to them, whoever these people are.
Yeah. I mean, I've known Charlie since he was literally just a little guy. I think since he was 14, I've known him. He grew up with my children in politics. And this is just so unbelievable. From every perspective, this is unbelievable. And I think we just have to pray. And I think that was my first reaction, is just pray. Everyone that sent me a text immediately, my first words were just pray. And I think we still continue to pray. We pray and we continue to pray no matter what. God has this family in his hands. He has our family, our Rav family, our Patriot family in his hands. And that's where our hearts need to stay, is at the throne of God on our knees.
All right, Gina, we stay there. Let's bring Steve Gruber back in if we can, guys, and also bring Rav host, Law and Border host Ben Berkman. Ben, you're very friendly with Charlie, as we all are. I saw a video of first responders getting Charlie. I couldn't see Charlie, but 6 of them carrying him to an SUV and got him out of there fast. We don't know his condition at the moment, but God bless, God willing, if he survives. We have to hat tip these first responders. But go ahead, Ben. Tell us your reaction to Charlie being shot.
I mean, it's horrific. And I'm a dad. He's a dad. He's a young guy. I started doing my stuff about the same time Charlie did.
He did.
And I look at a guy who's had such an impact on our culture. And, there's a reason why there's a reason why the devil goes after the effective people, because he doesn't have to go after the ineffective people. And you look at somebody like Charlie, who is so effective, called by God for such a time as this in our nation's history, to stand up for righteousness and for light, and to raise his children and be an example as a husband and as a father, as a strong man. And you think about the darkness that we're living in. And it's a darkness that's been allowed to grow. I mean, there's a lot of cliches out there, but if men don't stand, if righteous men don't stand, evil grows. And that is what we see today. And my prayer in all of this, the beauty, first off, is Charlie knows where his ultimate hope lies. Charlie knows that Jesus is his hope. Charlie knows where he's going in the end. And that's my hope. And my prayer for everybody, not just watching this, but across this nation, for the TPUSA family, for Charlie's family, and for the people that are living in darkness, is that they would find Jesus. That's our only hope.
Amen.
And you look at why we're in the situation we're in today, and it's because we've turned our back. We've allowed evil to take the place of Jesus, and you see the outgrowth of that. In the end, I know where Charlie's hope is, and that's comfort. But it also it's just the beginning of a big fight that we have to bring light back into this nation. And I'm praying for his family. I'm praying for his kids. First thing I did was text my wife, because you think about the stuff we do.
Yeah.
And I just told her I love her and I love the kids, our girls, so much, because that's what it's about. So,
yeah, indeed.
I love you too, Eric, and I love this network, and I love everybody who's involved with it, and I love the people that stand up and fearlessly stand with light in the darkness. If anything, this should get us to stand more.
This is an important point here. This is an important point. You know, tragedy like this happens. It's shocking. The emotions are visceral. You can see it. I'm moving into this anger period right now, and it may be too soon, but I'm pretty pissed. I'm pretty pissed that they're doing this and they're getting away with it. Gruber, what about you, brother? I mean, you were emotional before. Is it still there? Or is it turning into something more like Ben makes a great point.
Anger.
We cannot let them win. We have to stand in that. We have to take your best shot, because we're gonna be here after you're done. When you're out of bullets, we're not out of people.
Yeah, here's the deal.
That's right.
We cannot let them win. We must shine light into that darkness. How do I feel about it? I have children. My 20-year-old daughter, huge fan of Charlie Kirk's. Devastated. My wife, devastated by this. My daughter sent me a text here a short time ago saying, "Dad, maybe it's time to retire," because this scares the hell out of her. Why wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. People being targeted, people being doxxed, from the baseball game where Republicans were gunned down, to Butler, Pennsylvania, to the Country Music Festival in Las Vegas, to all of these events that we've seen happen, targeting people that are conservative. And I ask this question with all honesty and sincerity: are we free game now? We being the voice of conservatism, of America First, of Donald Trump, people that are supporters of the president. Are we free game now in this madness created by these people on the left who think it's, well, you just hit them hard, we just go after them, we'll call them names, we'll call them racist, we'll call them misogynist, we'll call them anti-American, we'll call them every name in the book, and we'll say, hey, they're free game. Are we?
Gina.
Feels that way a little bit, doesn't it?
Gina, what Steve is pointing out is probably on the minds of all four of us and the next 8 people who are on the show coming up. Conservatives, are we free game?
We're free game. We're free game. And when you have, and I'm sorry to go here because it's so ugly, but when you have irresponsible, reprehensible networks like MSNBC saying things like, we don't know that it wasn't a supporter just shooting off his gun in celebration at Charlie's event.
What an idiot.
You have anchor Katie Tur calling him, as she's introducing the story that he's just been shot, calling him a divisive figure who's polarizing, a lightning rod, whatever you want to use.
May I add to that, Gina, if I don't mean to?
Sure.
Matthew Dowd, lunatic, literally on MSNBC, basically blaming Charlie for being shot, saying, and I'm quoting Matthew Dowd, he's consistently sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts head to hateful words, which often then to hateful actions. Basically saying, if you don't agree, if you don't say things that we like, you're at risk of being shot. Matthew Dowd on ABC, that guy should be not only censored, he should be, investigated. That is hate speak. Firing him is too easy. Just get rid of it. Why cancel someone? Cancel that lunatic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you believe?
Go ahead, Gruber.
They are suggesting, with what you just said there from Dowd, exercising your God-given inalienable rights of free speech is reason enough for you to be shot in America. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution is the envy of the world, so we can have a robust exchange of ideas, freedom of speech and religion, freedom of the press, the freedom to gather, all of these things. And that guy has the nerve to say, well, if you say things we don't like, you're going to get yourself shot. They don't care about the Constitution.
I apologize.
They don't care about the promise of America.
This is video of the alleged shooter, the 60-something-year-old man they say is a member of the Utah Democrat Party. This is the person they believe is the shooter. Again, we don't know that for sure, but that's what they believe. Ben Berkholm, let me ask you something. You're in the field a lot. You're rubbing up against. In fact, I saw a video just a couple of days of some people getting pretty mad at you just for being there and being conservative. Does this change your thought pattern at all?
You know, I don't know if the studio has it, but I started my fight before this, but in 2017, I was out in the fights out in California in the battles of Berkeley, and I got stitches in Berkeley, and I had a sign I was holding up that said, "Stop liberal intolerance," and I had blood running down my face. I went home that weekend. I had a 6-year-old daughter, Chloe, at the time. My wife was 8 months pregnant with our second daughter, Olivia, and now we have a third daughter, Lillian. And I went home that weekend and I thought, is this worth it? Is it worth putting my life at risk to stand up and do what I feel called to do? And my takeaway was, just going back to my point, I'm trying not to get emotional. It's really, really tough. If I don't do it, my daughters are going to have to do it. If I don't do it, my wife's going to have to do it. So it doesn't matter, to your point, it doesn't matter what they do. This will not stop me, and it will not stop the patriots, the God-fearing patriots of this nation. And in fact, if anything, it should solidify our resolve. This is the enemy we're up against. But even back to that point, though, Eric, at that time, I had these demons that call themselves Antifa and BLM, and now you've got Hamas and all of these different transgenders, and it's just all one evil. But I had them shouting at me, speech is violence, speech is violence. And so they believe that they have a right to respond with violence to speech they don't like. And there is to go back to your question, are we open season? There's no doubt about it. There is a proportion of our society that wants everyone who thinks like we think dead, and they believe that they have a right to do it. And we have an obligation. There's a reason why we have warriors that protect this nation. There's a reason why we have those men and women on the front lines who aren't sure if they're coming home at night when they go out to protect their communities. And there's a reason why we have a Second Amendment. We need to pray first, but we as the leaders of our households and our nation need to be ready to stand up. And there is a time for that. And I think back to the Black Robe Regiment. We are divided as a nation. My first prayer is that Jesus comes back, that we shine the light, but there also needs to be justice. Mm-hmm. We cannot allow this to continue, this restorative justice, this nonsense that the left peddles, this idea that mentally ill, demonic people have a right to live in society amongst honorable, God-fearing people that respect life. There's something drastic. Many drastic things need to happen, and we can't be afraid to do it. And first, and the most important thing is we can't be afraid to say the truth into these liars' faces that call what you believe evil while they're actually living evil. It's just, it's beyond time that we stand up and just say, I'm not afraid of you. Mm-hmm. I'm going to continue to shine the light, and I'm going to defeat you.
Yeah, that's it. That's where the shock turns into anger. You get it's a stage of grief, really. First of all, Fox is reporting Charlie in critical condition. Fox reporting Charlie in critical condition. Again, we don't know that. We don't have that. Just telling you what's being put out there on the airwaves. Can you show the truth post that Trump posted about Charlie Kirk. I'll let Gina jump in on this. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who's been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. On Truth, Gina. Also, J.D. Vance tweeted as well. The administration's got their eyes on this. I'm positive, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. President Trump has been such a strong leader against crime from the very beginning. And I think that might mean all of us are in a lot more danger than we thought. And, this doesn't just happen to prominent speakers in the conservative movement or presidents. My husband, a former senator from Missouri, had on a Blue Lives Matter bracelet, walked into a pizza joint, was beaten beyond recognition, almost killed. By just a savage gang of people who wanted the police defunded, and so this happens, and I can't help but feel like this is.
Can I? I'm gonna jump here.
You guys have got.
We have, yeah. We.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna look at our fearless leader, Rob Sigg, who is
looking at him.
Pacing back and forth to tell us he's passed. Am I hearing this, control room?
It's right. It's Solomon put it up. It's on Just the News.
Oh, then it's.
They're reporting. John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes. Wow, right here, Rav, at this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gene. You continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events. Let's pray.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, your thoughts.
Pray for his wife, his kids that aren't going to have a father. I pray that all of the people that he's touched would be comforted by the Lord right now. I pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill, that emptiness that only the Lord can fill. And I pray that what the enemy means for evil,
yes,
God uses for good.
Yeah. I'm going to pray that all the people that Charlie has touched, the literally millions of young people who've found Charlie as a hope, a light, they continue. They continue and know that Charlie would want them to continue. Steve Gruber.
I come back to it's devastating. My daughter and wife both walked into the studio at the same time we were seeing this from Just the News and John Solomon, that Charlie Kirk has died at 31, having been assassinated in Utah. And they're both here with tears streaming down their face. But there's also this anger that we cannot let this moment be wasted.
Yeah.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence. We must be steeled, we must be steadfast in the Lord, and we must move forward to save this nation, because that is what Charlie Kirk would demand of us. Mm-hmm. And I agree that we cannot allow this to take away our hearts. I will not let them win. I will not surrender to people that are so hateful that they would murder a young father and a young husband because they don't like his point of view. Yeah, Bowling, the anger's coming now.
Yeah.
And it's coming fast and furious. I'll try to watch my tongue here, but this is a devastating loss for his family. So let us hold up Charlie Kirk in prayer and honor. Be thankful for the work that he did and the organization that he created for young people. If they thought killing Charlie Kirk would stop the movement of young people, more young people in churches today, more young people that are conservative today, Charlie Kirk was a catalyst for that. I will remember that today. We will carry that forward. I will not surrender.
Well put, Steve Gruber. Can we bring in John Solomon? John, is he with us? Are you with us, John? Yeah. You're reporting Charlie has passed. Tell us what you know, John.
Yeah, I've talked to multiple officials in the United States government and 2 personal friends, but he passed a short while ago. Wasn't able to survive the blood loss from the wound to his neck. There'll be some announcements soon, is what I'm told. And then we'll have to sort through what happened today, who's responsible, and try to understand how something so senseless could occur. I was just with him a couple of weeks ago. Our good friend Rob Sigg asked me to go out and spend some time at Charlie's event in Colorado, and I'm so glad I did. I always had an excuse not to travel, but I did it, and Charlie blessed me with the conversations we had that night in Colorado, the resilience that he had, the excitement he had that maybe the country was turning in a better direction, that young people were able to stand shoulder to shoulder and say, I believe in liberty, or I believe in God, or I believe in life, and not be bowed anymore. And I don't think from the conversation I had with him that night 2 weeks ago that he would want any of us to think that this is a moment to stop the fight he began, but rather a moment to continue it. Obviously, we need to rally around his family and his friends who are going to be devastated. But what he started is our generation's obligation to finish, to protect free speech and free expression and free religion, and to speak out until the moment we crush it, the intolerance that has led to violence and unthinkable American acts. This is the acts that we've seen in the last decade of censoring people, canceling people, bankrupting people, killing people because of their political views is not American, and there's no space for it. And if the greatest honor we can give Charlie is to make sure we finish what he started by crushing that mindset, it'll be the best honor we can give him tonight at this very difficult moment for his family. But we have a lot to still learn about this. We don't know much about the shooting, what was used. We'll keep reporting as unemotionally as we can and get the best facts to the American people. And hopefully we'll know some more in the next couple hours. I would expect a briefing from the FBI or a Justice Department. I'm sure President Trump is going to weigh in shortly. And we're going to have to come to grips that it doesn't matter what aisle or side of the aisle you are in politics today. America is worse off for what happened just a few moments ago. And we need to find a way, like Steve said in the last show, 9/11, we repudiated the hatred that occurred that day. We got to repudiate this in a way that's so powerful that someone else isn't tempted to follow in the footsteps of this cold-blooded killer.
John, you put this very eloquently, and you know, I don't know if I'm overreacting, but I had seen you on Gruber show towards the end, and there was a change in tone. I was almost wondering if you heard something.
I did.
Yeah, I could see it.
I was getting texted.
I could see it. I could see it. Yeah. I have a question for you, John. So there'll be time to point fingers at I'm not looking to do that. I am just absolutely appalled that MSNBC has this guy, Matthew Dowd, used to be on ABC, but he's a big political operative who essentially blamed Charlie Kirk before he knew he had passed, blamed Charlie Kirk for his own attempted assassination, saying, and I'm quoting, he's consistently sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which often then lead to hateful actions. How dare he say that when there's a young conservative man fighting for his own life on the ground? And it's not true, too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, MSNBC is a center point of hatred and intolerance and disinformation, and those who watch it do so at their own peril. Those who lend their name to it. Microsoft and NBC should be ashamed of the conduct today. But they're also some of the same people that were involved in the cancel culture and the censorship and the intolerance that led to the period in the Biden years where we saw people canceled or bankrupted or thrown off air for just what they believed. And Charlie understood that. That's why he stood up and fought against it. He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person, though we don't know yet exactly the motive, but I think some people will make that assumption pretty quickly. But I do think the best way we honor him, the best way we carry on the fight, the best way we make America better, which is what motivated Charlie. I have 100 times, Charlie, when we were in Colorado, he joked a couple times, that people think I hate liberals. I don't. I love to debate them. I feel like it's good for the country. And he didn't hate people. He was a devout Christian, and he hated some of the philosophies. He hated some of the intolerance in this country. But people he never hated, and he never, ever, in my presence or anytime I saw him, ever tried to dehumanize a person. And I want to back to something that keeps resonating in my mind. It's actually resonated in my mind since the moment Melania Trump wrote the letter that the reason people felt comfortable taking a shot at President Trump is that we've dehumanized people. And I think those who own MSNBC or operate MSNBC or any other outlet like it have to step back for a second and say, is this the best use of our corporate dollars to create a moment in a moment of tragedy where you dehumanize a person even as they're dying, or you try to legitimize a person who took a person's life for no reason? I do think that corporate America is in for a reckoning now, and I think MSNBC and others who perpetrate this hate, they've got to look themselves in the eye and say, is this what we're in business for? Is this what Americans pay ad dollars for? And I think that we have to have that debate. And it doesn't have to be a mean-spirited debate. It has to be a cerebral debate. But we're at a crossing roads in America. We see what Great Britain has become. They're arresting people for thought crimes. We're at the precipice of a group of people wanting control to do that here. And this is our moment to hold the stand, just like in World War II, people went to war to fight against an evil, just like people went to war after 9/11 to fight an evil. There's a cancer called intolerance that has been embedded in our country, and we better darn fight it now and answer the bell that other generations answered, or we're going to hand off a much worse country to the next generation, and that will be a failure of our generation. So I hope whatever has transpired today, we make some good of it, as hard as it is. For those of us that worked with him, we're going to be heartbroken for a long time. But for the rest of the country, we should be heartbroken for what it says about our country and the state that we're in right now.
Indeed, indeed. Let's bring in Dr. Gina and Ben Bergquam if we can, guys. Let's bring it around the horn. And I'm going to throw this out here and you guys debate it with me. Charlie Kirk died because he was too good. He was too effective. He was hitting the right tones to bring young conservative people into the fold, to get involved in their country and do it from a patriotic side versus the liberal side, which is, we don't even know where they are. They're out in the wilderness right now. And because of his effectiveness, he became dangerous to them. We'll bring it around. Gina, you want to take that and we'll pass it on to Ben after you?
Well, I think it goes right back to what you were saying, what John was saying, about the horrid rhetoric of the left trying to equate free speech with assault or bodily harm or murder. Those are not the same things. And in fact, free speech is what distinguishes us from animals, right? When animals are angry at the way someone is acting, they kill the enemy, right, of their food source or whatever it is. We are supposed to, as humans, be above that. So when you tribalize, when you dehumanize, as John mentioned, when you attack the very thing that distinguishes us as human beings, that we can have a debate like Charlie so loved to do and did so well, then you set up a scenario whereby the only answer is the animal approach, which is what we've just witnessed. And that is what I think John points to that we need to cerebrally address in our upcoming discussions about this. But I also want to say to those out there, my background is in mental health and psychology. I want to say it's okay to be really, really angry. It's okay. I mean, and people need to be able to reconcile that within themselves. The texts I'm getting right now, I'm sure all of you are too. People are already feeling real anger. Anger requires action. Prayer paves the way, action possesses a land. That's a quote from Beverly LaHaye that I always try to remember. And that's where we need to go. This needs to result in more patriots rising up like Charlie. I think that's what we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, to your point, he was the most effective I've ever seen. What Turning Point USA has been able to accomplish through Charlie Kirk, a vision of a young guy that dropped out of college because he realized college was failing him, to go back to college.
Go ahead, Ben. It's just some ambient noise we got going on.
I just heard that from John. But to say everybody that he has impacted, I was just thinking about this. I've been in my own life every day now. Instead of getting up angry, I get up and I try to be thankful to the Lord. I thank the Lord for all of the blessings in my life. I thank the Lord for the good things and the bad things. I thank the Lord for my air, the air that I breathe. I thank the Lord for my family, for this network, for my friends, for all the struggles I've had in my life. I thank the Lord. And I was just sitting here thinking about all the seeds that Charlie planted across this nation with the young people. And I look at this nation and I think of the young people, the darkness in the eyes of so many of the young people. But I think of the seeds that Charlie planted and that God is now watering and that are going to raise up into a crop of righteousness. And I thank the Lord. I thank the Lord for Charlie. I thank the Lord for his life. I thank the Lord for what it meant to so many people. I just thank the Lord. And I pray that everything points to the Lord in this moment.
John, talk to us about the movement that Charlie created, the young people. I mean, he stepped out where there was a void. Famously, I dropped my son off at college. He was 18 years old, University of Colorado. Immediately, Democrat people, Hillary people, ran up to him and tried to get him to sign up for the Democrat Party. They had a ground movement. Charlie countered it. He's one man who countered their whole movement, tapping into that young vote. It was amazing, right, John?
He was wise beyond his years. He understood what he was doing. He also understood what Gen Z needed that millennials never got, which was a support system. He said to me just in Colorado, there wasn't much ingenious about what I did. I just realized that young people needed to have positive peer pressure, I think that's what he called it, to be who they were taught to be. If they were Christian and they believed in life and they believed in liberty and free speech, they didn't need to be bowed down at college. And the way to fight that bullyism was to create a movement that would just say it's okay to be what your values tell you are. It's okay to be to believe in faith and God and freedom and the goodness of America and not have to buy the garbage that was being shoved down young people's throats. And the millennials didn't have that. By the time Charlie got started, he was able to capture the Zoomers, the Z generation. And I think his legacy is he allowed a generation to go back to its natural tendency. America's always been a slightly center-right country. And Charlie created a place where a new generation of Americans would not be bullied into belief systems that they didn't believe, but because their teachers and their peers and their employers and their churches and others were trying to bully him into it, they were going to bow to it. And he realized by just creating shoulder-to-shoulder friends, campus by campus, school by school, that he could counter that. And it's so ingenious and it's so remarkably intellectually brilliant. And yet, as he said to me, it was pretty simple, John. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that complex a strategy. I found that remarkable. And, you look at the times he would debate in Cambridge or anywhere, and he had unbelievable intellect and sharpness. And yet, I want to reiterate for all those on the left, some who I know well, who are saying he was a hater. He was not a hater. He would have stopped in a second to help a person, regardless of their political beliefs, if they needed help or they were hurt on the side of the road. He was not a hater. He just believed in confronting intolerance and making a better argument for it. And those who dishonor him today with these false stories of hatred, they are the true intolerant misinformers of our generation. He never hated a person. I had moments with him where, he said something that he thought offended people beyond what was allowed, and he wanted to talk about it. And one time I connected him with a minister, and we had this great conversation, and Charlie was so reflective, and he never wanted to hurt people. He just wanted to hurt intolerance and defeat it in its place. And we have an incredible opportunity to carry that legacy on, not to let this gunman, whoever it is, have extinguished an extraordinary movement. And I don't think it will be extinguished. I think it will be put on steroids now. I accidentally left myself unmuted when I was talking to my newsroom here, but law enforcement is telling me they do not have a suspect in custody right now. They did arrest somebody, but it was
that was
the
the question I was going to ask you. We saw video of them, of law enforcement holding someone down, but we don't know for a fact that's the alleged shooter right now. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And right now they're saying they do not have a suspect in custody. There is some concern that this was carried out in sort of a sniper way. I think they're still sweeping the campus. Many students are still told to lock down in that campus. So we're watching closely to see what's going on. I think you're seeing right now a tactical team of police officers being deployed on campus. A grid by grid search is a normal thing, building by building search till they find the location and the shooter. But this is a story that is a long way from being finished, and we'll get more as time goes on. But that's the very latest I have from law enforcement.
John, do you
right
have any further? I know you're very, very close to the FBI and some of those folks, Cash and Dan. Have they indicated to you any information that they have what their other, moving assets in place now?
FBI has deployed their best in Utah. Obviously, this is a more distant location. It's not in a major urban area. So there's a lot to still be reckoned with, but there'll be all sorts of assets deployed here, particularly because with a shooter at loose, you don't know if there are more targets ahead. Mm-hmm. And so there is a legitimate safety issue until you get that shooter or shooters in custody. So again, very tragic stuff. We don't know if this is an American, a foreigner. We don't know much yet.
I will tell you, I'm no expert. I have handguns, I got rifles, but seeing the video, that looked like a shot from far away with a high caliber round.
I think that's right. That's what the experts are telling me. I think you're right, Eric. But we'll get the facts and we'll get them to our great audience, and we'll try to answer as many questions as we can over the next few days.
Can I just get our guys to change that? Charlie Kirk passed age. Please don't say that. He was assassinated. Please, let's do it the right way. Can we bring in Laura Logan? Is she stand by? Is she available? Laura, do we have you? My dear Laura Logan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Since we last spoke, my good friend, we have the horrendous news to report that Charlie Kirk has died from the assassin's bullet that we were talking about earlier. Your initial reaction post-mortem?
Well, like a lot of the people that you've had on the show already, Eric, I sort of feel this combination of heartache and sadness, like this just deep, unbelievable sadness and shock. But then on the other hand, this slow burning anger. And, I think it's really important in this moment to think about Charlie as a husband and a father, because his wife and children were so important to him. And Charlie said over and over again on air, and if you knew him, he would say it to you in person, that his children were everything to him, and he was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children. I remember the time when Charlie first started Turning Point USA, and there was nowhere for conservative kids on college campuses to turn. There was no one who had their backs. They were, they were really just trapped, and they had to lie about who they were. They had to hide themselves. They had to pretend to be something that they weren't. And so, what Charlie did, he won a scholarship I don't know if he won a scholarship, but he was accepted to Brown University. He could have gone to Brown University, and he chose not to. He instead looked at the situation on campuses, and he decided that he was going to dedicate his life to correcting this grave injustice. And it wasn't just about about standing up for free speech. It was about standing up to a decades-long indoctrination system that had been put in place by Marxists and their globalist allies at campuses all across the United States. And I'm reminded of the many articles that wrote about Hillary Clinton when she was running for office in 2016, that wrote that it was her destiny, to become president. And one of the things that they cited was the speech she made at her own convocation. At her own graduation, she gave the convocation speech, which was unusual at the time. And one of the things she said was that our colleges are not yet in line with our way of thinking, but they will be. And that's the point at which Charlie Kirk enters, right? Where the colleges are in line with that line of thinking. They've become propaganda, indoctrination operations that really have been truly harmful to the United States of America. There are families all across this country who have been torn apart because when their kids went off to college, they were subject to this indoctrination. And so Charlie Kirk gave hope to all of these people. He gave hope to people whose kids weren't even born yet, that they didn't have to go into that kind of environment, that they could stand up for God, they could be Christians, they could be against abortion, they could be in favor of Donald Trump without having to be maligned and thrown off campus or failed grades because college professors could take it out on them. I mean, Charlie Kirk represented hope. He was also sort of staggeringly effective.
Laura, and that is exactly the point. First, allow me to restate, folks. We are reporting Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. I know other news services are saying critical condition. Charlie was a host at Hear Real America's Voice, and we've been told by John Solomon sources inside the administration that Charlie has passed. Also that the suspect that a lot of people were believing was the shooter. There's some video of someone being arrested. John also says that that is not the suspect. They don't have a suspect at the moment. So that's where we are. That's why we're showing video of the campus. It's in lockdown, and we're showing SWAT, police, likely others, FBI, other law enforcement entering some of the buildings on campus looking for the potential shooter. So just a quick reset. But Laura, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted, do you think Charlie is now has been assassinated because of how effective he actually was in bringing out young people to vote for the team that the bad guys didn't like?
He did an enormous amount to bring out young people to vote. But, that was just a part of it, Eric. I mean, that's what's extraordinary about Charlie. He was just incredibly effective. I mean, he would hold, meetings every year for his donors. They would gather for days and then they would meet and his fundraisers just brought in millions of dollars because people of every age group had a lot of faith in him. He was very organized and efficient and precise. He knew exactly what he was talking about. He was grounded in his faith and his principles. His character and his integrity were, undeniable. Right when you knew Charlie,
Laura, I apologize. If I may. Donald Trump just posted on X, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Donald Trump posting that on X just moments ago. Go ahead, Laura. I apologize.
Well, there aren't always real leaders, right, in every generation. I mean, Charlie was a real leader, and I'm not saying that about him because he was assassinated. If you'd asked me that yesterday, I would have told you the same thing. He represented the power of what one young person can do. When he started out, he didn't have millions of dollars and all these powerful people backing him. He traveled all the way from across the country to a little town in Texas to come and speak to people at Hondo's restaurant, which is a local place here that I go to a lot, which friends of ours own. And he spoke to people. And one of the things he did was show what banned words there were on campuses, words that you weren't allowed to use on college campuses in the United States of America, including in the state of Texas, where people think you're somehow inoculated from this radical Marxist, doctrine. And Charlie showed that it wasn't true. And from there, he built an entire organization and a movement. And he was consistent in everything that he did. He was consistent in his views and his principles. And he was not afraid. I mean, this is a man, John Solomon was saying that Charlie loved people, and he was right. Charlie loved people. He was willing to sit down with Gavin Newsom, who's just a disgusting, vile human being who is also culpable in this because he's one of the people that is responsible for pushing lies upon the American people. It's time for these things now to stop, Eric. We can't let this just, go by the wayside. This isn't just some tragedy. Okay, this is part of a much larger operation, which is designed to dismantle this country and all the things that Charlie Kirk stood for. This isn't just because Charlie Kirk spoke up. This is because those ideals for which Charlie Kirk stood are under attack right now. This is because this country is under attack right now. And Charlie Kirk recognized that. And he didn't hesitate. He threw himself into the fight. He built everything from the ground up. He deserves full credit for everything that he did. And now he's been martyred. That's the reality here. He was assassinated, and he will be a martyr for anyone who believes in freedom, who believes in God, who believes in justice, who believes in accountability. We in our lifetimes haven't experienced a moment like this. And let the record stand. All of those people who have accused Donald Trump of exaggerating his assassination attempt or manufacturing the assassination attempt or faking the assassination attempt, all of those people, this would have been the result if Donald Trump hadn't turned his head at that rally in Pennsylvania. These assassination attempts are real. And there wasn't just one. There's been multiple against Donald Trump. And they still would take him out if they could. So let the record now reflect the reality, the truth, which is that the left is not the party of peace, right? It's no longer, we have lived with these lies for long enough. The left, as much as anybody else, is the party of violence and murder. And all of these people need to be held accountable. It wasn't enough to try and kill Steve Scalise. Remember, Antifa goes out there and burns down buildings, and they put all across, remember when CNN and Cuomo were comparing Antifa to the Allies landing on the beaches of Normandy, holding them up as heroic figures who were somehow fighting against fascism? The left are fascists and tyrants. And it's not just the left, it's all of the traitors and the rhinos on the right who are working hand in hand with them.
The ones that remain silent. Together. The ones that remain silent. Yeah.
Correct.
We're not going to go off Charlie right now, but the people who are sitting in that light rail train car with Irina and just sat there, you're complicit. You're complicit. If you watch some of this stuff happening, let me bring this around if I may. Gina, we'll start with you. How do you coexist with literally half the population? Some of them are radical enough to rather see you dead than express your own opinions about the country.
Well, you speak truth, and you speak it endlessly, and you speak it no matter what. And I think this will result in that. I think somebody in the chat said, homeschool mom, I believe it was. I was just looking at the chat comments, said, we're all very angry, but the real anger is going to be with the youth movement, with all of Charlie's supporters. They are going to be so angry, and we have to, those of us who are adults in this situation, have to continue to be adults and lead them in the right direction. The right direction is Eric, it's back to the cross. It's where our prayers and our anger and our all of the things, our sadness, our grief, our disbelief, we need to pour it out there because we're going to have to be here for them, because they lost their leader right now. And I think that's something very real. Now, that doesn't take anything away, of course, from certainly what Laura said about Charlie's beautiful wife, Erica, his amazing children. She would send me pictures of them. What a great family they were. What a great family they are and they remain to be. And what a burden all of us have to rightfully take up the mantle of what Charlie already represented. I was one of those college students, Eric. You may know that my PhD my first master's degree was withheld from me because of my political views. And I didn't have anybody like Charlie to come speak on my campus and to fight for me and for my rights there. So what a blessing he has been, and what a blessing his. I think of Andrew right now on his staff. I think of so many who just loved him every single day of his life and knew him best. And in his quietest moments, this had to be a fear, right? This had to be a concern of his. I think it is for all of us, like many of us have discussed. It's our responsibility to be there and be strong for them now. And it's our responsibility for those of us who are watching from the sidelines. This is your clarion call. This is your moment to engage and use whatever talents God has given you, like Charlie did.
Ben, the same question to you. How do we coexist with a group of people, some of them radicalized to the point where they rather see the other side, people like us, dead than voice our opinions?
Yeah, well, again, Dr. Gina just said it. Jesus is the answer, the only hope for joy and hope in our life for this generation. But we also have rules and laws and consequences. And I think about what President Trump has done in this nation. I think about the fact that President Trump is in office today because of Charlie Kirk and the work he did on college campuses. This has to be a pivot point in our nation where we say what has been accepted is not accepted anymore. What has been allowed is not allowed anymore. I think, immediately we're going to listen to the left, and they're going to say, well, the guns, it's the guns, it's the guns. It's not the guns. And Charlie would be the first to say it's not the guns. It's the evil that we have allowed to grow, fester, and metastasize in this nation. And the only way that this stops is if you kill that cancer. And that means, in some cases, that means justice for the people that want to do this harm. In some cases, that means turning people around. But it starts with standing up and unapologetically, as Charlie Kirk has done from the moment I knew him, standing up and saying what you know to be true without fear. And if it hurts somebody's feelings, so be it. That's on them. You have to stand for what you believe in. And going back to my last point about the seeds that Charlie Kirk planted in all of those people, I thank God for Charlie Kirk. I thank God for the young man that he was, the father and the husband that he was, the light that he was, and the seeds that he planted in this nation. And I thank God for the fruit that's going to grow out of that. And it's our job, it's our duty to carry that mantle on.
John Solomon, same to you, sir. Do we have John? We don't have John? Okay, we lost John. Laura, how do we coexist? How do we coexist with a group of radicalized lunatics amongst them, not all of them, but amongst them, who are willing to perpetrate violence on the other side just for being effective like Charlie Kirk was?
You do the right thing for the right reason. That's what you focus on. Eric, remember the old Irish prayer, right? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. If you worry about your house, you worry that you're doing the right thing for the right reasons, and then God will just take care of the rest. And I don't mean sit back. I don't mean, just take care of yourself and your family and not worry about anything else. I mean that you do the right thing for the right reasons. You stand up for the truth, because the truth comes directly from God. And, there's a lot, it's very obvious that deception walks in darkness, right? So when people deceive and when they lie to you, these things crumble over time, but the truth stands. And Charlie Kirk, his words will stand over the test. They'll endure over time. They'll endure over generations, because what Charlie said was true, and the things he fought for were real, and the things he stood for are real. And there is no doubt in my mind that the one thing he would have wanted more than anything else to come out of his assassination was to light a fire under people who have been afraid to act, to light a fire under people who are worried about what they may or may not have lost or what people might think of them. That's what Charlie would want more than anything. He would want people to take this, as Dr. Gina Loudon said there, as a clarion call, right? Don't retreat. Don't retreat inwards and let them win. Don't surrender. Don't take a knee. Don't give in to your fear. Don't let everything he stood for and fought for be in vain. In fact, let this motivate you. If anything, this should be, this just crystallizes things for all of us. We can now see the lie that the left is the party of peace. That can now be put to rest. People like MSNBC should have their licenses revoked. You should not be able to say in this moment that people like, it could be one of Charlie Kirk's supporters and he deserved this and he brought this on himself and all this kind of stuff. This is not, this is the kind of language that is designed to incite hatred and incite violence. When I look at it, what would be the outcome, Eric? What would they love more than anything else? They would love race wars and riots across this country that prevent Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the rest of them from bringing indictments and arrests, exercising their powers under the Constitution, and holding people accountable for treason and sedition.
Well,
that cannot be allowed to happen.
Jones yesterday said, pointed a finger at Charlie Kirk about the shooting, about the murder of Irina in Charlotte. He said that Charlie Kirk was inciting race violence because he accused it of being a race crime. When the shooter, the guy who stabbed the poor Irina, came out of that thing, threw his knife on the ground, and said, "I got the white girl." I mean, people are going to have to start watching their rhetoric right now. Charlie Kirk is dead the day after Van Jones says something. We got about a minute. Does anyone think that there's no relationship at all? I'm not saying it's a direct relationship.
It's open season. It's open season, Eric.
I'm mad.
Gina,
I am so mad. I can't do Christian right now. I'm mad.
No, I'm not saying you can't. I understand that. I'm saying if you are a Christian, if you are a white person, if you are a conservative, if you are a MAGA, if you are Trump, it is open season.
Your target.
It's open season because people are not held accountable. That's right. Why. If you have accountability, all of this will stop. So that's the frustrating part, is let's stop focusing, on the racial side of it, and let's focus on the accountability side of it.
Yeah. Ben, final thought?
Yeah. Protect your family. Stand up. When you see somebody acting in a way that is unacceptable in our society, stand up against it. And there are people that are in our society that cannot function in our society. There's a reason we had insane asylums in the past. We're going to have to bring things like that back, but turn that anger into motivation to stand up and save this nation.
Okay, Gina, final thought real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, God bless the Kirk family. I just want to focus on Charlie for now. We'll get to all the rest, but I just want to focus on that right now and just say God bless them. Please continue to pray for them hard. They're going to need it.
And Laura.
Yeah.
This is a historic moment. I mean, look at the assassinations that have defined this country in history. Charlie Kirk's assassination will go along in the annals of history with Martin Luther King and with JFK. And I would urge the president not to let the same situation arise where they pin it all on one lone wolf, gunman, and they make up a story and they deny us full accountability for all of the co-conspirators who were involved in this, because I don't believe for one single second that this was a single shooter who just did his own thing. It's nonsense.
And who's next?
Who's next? That's right, Gina.
I don't think so either. I agree with you. They'll go after the most effective conservatives they possibly can. Say thank you to Ben Bergquam. Thank you to Gina Loudon. Always thank you to Lara Logan, my good friend who was standing by at the right time, boy. Really, really need you. John Solomon reported Charlie Kirk has been assassinated, 31 years old, per John Solomon's sources. Also, no suspect yet in custody. They're on the lookout for that, folks. It's a tough day around here at RAV. We're going to miss him. God rest his soul. Charlie Kirk, passed, age 31, assassinated, folks. Orum's up next. Continued coverage of the passing of the assassination, assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Interrupt you, Vaughn, but please stay on the line. Donald Trump has just posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, the following, quote, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." Again, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, just posting on his social media platform news that Charlie Kirk, conservative activist, has died in today's shooting. Vaughn Hilliard.
Wednesday, 10 September in the year of our Lord 2025. No, Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah, doing what Charlie Kirk does. He's hosting one of his, not just the show today, but they did that from the Phoenix studio, but Charlie was dialed in for part of it and was doing his show live, what he always does, which is debating college kids and bringing the word of the MAGA movement to the nation when he was gunned down in cold blood. Jack Posobiec joins me. Jack, your thoughts. It happened during the shooting itself, Jack, happened during your show. Tell me about it.
Well, it did, and you know, we were getting the information in fast and furious, and a lot of signal, or a lot of noise. You know, it's hard to separate that from the signal. We do have signal at this point, and right now, all I can say is from Tanya and myself, our thoughts and prayers absolutely go out to Erica, to the children, to everyone in Charlie's family, the team who was there, and we're working behind the scenes as much as possible to find out exactly what happened, to find out exactly who did this. Charlie
he was assassinated in cold blood. Right?
Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood today, and Charlie Kirk was and is one of my best friends on this planet. And Charlie Kirk is a hero. Charlie Kirk was the hero when America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk to move the youth in 2024, to do the heavy lift that nobody else could do, what he did with the campus and everything else. And
Arizona and Pennsylvania and all the college campuses, but those two states with the ground game, President Trump been very difficult, if not impossible, if he did not have the ground game of Turning Point and the efforts of Charlie Kirk.
And after Butler, I said to Charlie, Charlie, are you sure you still want to keep doing these? And he said, Jack, I'm never going to quit.
He wasn't going to quit. I mean, you see that today. Today at was the University, Utah Valley University, out right south of Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk. It was about 2:00. It was in your show, so it was like 2:15 Eastern Daylight Time. So I guess it was 12:15 when he would normally have this
Mountain Time
massive crowd. I want to make sure everybody understands that the individuals in that tweet, the older guy, looks like it's not the shooter. The shooter has not been apprehended.
Yeah, we do not. So President Trump has just announced that all flags to be lowered half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. in honor of Charlie Kirk. And yes, Steve, to your point, the shooter the person who was originally suspected of being the shooter that was making the rounds online, there's some reporting now that that's not the shooter. Obviously, I'm in touch with, everybody knows I'm close to this one. We're all close to this one. We're in touch with everyone we're in touch with. As of right now, what we're being told is that that's not the guy.
I want to say also, you can see from the video and the shot, Charlie was in very bad shape from the beginning, and I want to give a shout out to the people around him that did the emergency crew. I think he was airlifted. They worked nonstop on this.
Look, they gave him the immediate care, but that kind of hit is something, and everybody I know in the military, special forces guys started calling me up. They said, I've seen guys take hits like that on the battlefield. And when you have an exit wound like that, it is a very, very hard wound to try to save someone's life just because of the quickness, because of the pressure, the oxygen to the brain. This is something where it's something where it just absolutely breaks your heart, because when you're there, you know what's happening and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, by the way, it is a battlefield. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk wasn't going to back down. After the Butler assassination attempt last summer, you warned him, other people warned him that, hey, Charlie, you're the most exposed person in anybody in this movement, because Charlie would, it looked like a couple of times a week, go into these crowds, and look at that crowd today at Utah Valley University. It had to be a couple of thousand people, 4,000 or 5,000 people.
No. He knew. He always knew. And he knew, and he would say, I need to do it anyway because it has to be done. And if I don't do it, who else will? Because he had a drive, he had a spirit, he was a builder, he was a father, a husband, and he had this, unlike no one I've ever met, maybe outside of this room, where he just would never stop. And it could be 2 a.m. I could send Charlie a text, he'd text me right back.
100%.
2 a.m, 3 a.m.
The only time he would take Saturday off for the family.
Except for Saturday. Saturday, of course. Saturday, if you need him, you go to Erica. And that was the time he said, that's my time. I want to be with God. I want to pray. I want to unplug. But my point is that this guy would never stop working. 24/7 operation. 24/6. And
keep going.
The movement that Charlie Kirk started will never end. The movement of the youth, the movement to save this country, the movement to ignite a fire for freedom and liberty across this republic. And by the way that he always spoke so forcefully for Christ Jesus, that whenever chance he had to give his testimony for what he believed in and who he believed in and to lift up God's name, Charlie was always the first one to do so.
So I know, obviously, people are shocked today. When we left you a couple hours ago, what did I do? What I always do at the end of the show in the morning is toss to Charlie Kirk for 2 hours of populist nationalism, followed by Jack Posobiec, Steve Gruber, Eric Bolling, then back to the war room. It just shows you, hey, every minute's precious, for particularly for people in this movement and people the tip of the spear. I realize everybody's rattled by this. Charlie Kirk being assassinated, shot down in cold blood for the entire world to see. The shooter is not apprehended yet. Yes, there's going to be prayers and mourning and half staff in nurturing the widow and a ceremony. But we have to have steely resolve, right? Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war. We're in this country. We are. And the mocking that you had on MSNBC today was completely and totally inappropriate by Matthew Dowd, and the owners of MSNBC ought to know he ought to be removed immediately and never come back on that channel. His comments earlier today, when we first heard that Charlie was shot, right? And Katie Tur was trying to do her best job, right, given the circumstances, but you have a guest like on there. We need steely resolve. Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
Charlie Kirk never... Look, what did he do? He would say, if you disagree, come to the front of the line. Because he wanted to have a conversation. Charlie Kirk never raised a hand in anger. Never once. He said, come out here. He would say, change my mind.
He was a happy warrior.
He's a happy warrior every single time.
Right.
And
never saw him.
You had conviction.
Right.
You know, he had conviction.
Tough.
He was tough as nails. But he never once did so, and he never once came off a stage. You go find hundreds of hours of video. No. He never did it. No. Never once. No matter how crazy, no matter how nuts, whatever he was being faced with, he would always sit there and he would hold his ground and hold frame and do so with the peace of Christ. He had a gift from God. He had an absolute gift from God. And for, these are the reasons that we'll never be able to really get the answers of, but God called him home today.
Well, it's your fate and your destiny, right?
Yes.
Charlie Kirk knew what he was getting into in doing this, right? Charlie Kirk was at the tip of the spear, never flinched, never backed off. You never heard any whining from Charlie Kirk. I mean, we would have texts, and there was a lot of stuff, we didn't always totally agree on. The text message chains with Charlie Kirk all hours of the night, always trying to learn, right? Always trying to move the ball forward, but always doing it with in a very upbeat spirit, right? In a way that was he's a glass half full guy, right? And the organization he built, that's what attracted so many college kids. And it started with college kids, but it built all over the events themselves now. His and 2 big events, one in the summer, and of course the event right before Christmas in Phoenix, are the most important events of the calendar for the conservative movement. It's a who's who comes on the stage, including President Trump came on last December, and on that stage for the first time, President Trump told that audience, because of what Charlie Kirk brings and the intensity he brings, President Trump told us why he ran for office. It was because he knew the 2020 election was stolen, and he says, I had to come back and make sure that we didn't if we let that go, we weren't going to have a republic. And that's the power of what Charlie Kirk built. Charlie Kirk was a warrior to the end. If you see his last moments of maybe consciousness before he was shot, what did he have? He picked up a mic to respond.
He died fighting. This is a man who died fighting. Charlie Kirk died fighting, not for himself. Charlie Kirk died fighting for you. Charlie Kirk died fighting for Jesus. Charlie Kirk died fighting for this country, and he did so knowing full well that he wasn't just staring down at a microphone or some liberals. He knew about Butler. He knew everything about it. I've talked to him about it a million times. He knew. And by the way, he knew
about the security too, because he says, "Hey, I can't get too much security because it cuts me off from the young people. It cuts me off from the crowd." Charlie was a people person. That's why today, when you saw that tent, the people were right there in front of him, right, and they're in the line and they're tossing back and forth, and Charlie's giving as good as he gets. He was answering. He picked up the microphone to answer, to respond to something he didn't agree with. Right, that the individual.
If you disagree, you come to the front. If you disagree, you come to the front. He always every time I did an event with him, he'd always say, "You disagree, you come to the front." We did Penn State last year. We did. By the way, just because I haven't said it yet, to Charlie's mom and dad, his mother and father, that obviously our prayers are absolutely with you, the entire Kirk family, and we need to get to the bottom of this right now.
Need to get to the bottom of it, but he went out as a hero. What'd you say the hero America needs right now?
When America needed a hero, God sent us Charlie Kirk.
As a fighter.
When America needed a hero, God sent us Charlie Kirk. He sent us Donald Trump. Some say that we're not sure who sent us Steve Bannon, but we got a Bannon too.
I'm not in that league. But I'll tell you, the Trump, they came for him twice. You saw it in Butler when they tried to gun him down in cold blood in Butler, assassination attempt, another one later.
Look.
And Charlie Kirk, I don't want to hear Charlie Kirk is dead. I don't want to hear that Charlie Kirk died today. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. An assassin's bullet cut him down.
Single shot
at 31 years old. Yeah, at 200 yards. What we're hearing. So it was not a rookie, right? It was somebody who knew how to use a weapon. Charlie Kirk was cut down by an assassin's bullet, right?
In the prime of his life.
Top
of his game.
Just when he got going. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I mean, beyond all that, he's our friend. This is one of our friends. And when you come for one of our friends, that's it. Gloves are off. Gloves are. You thought that before was bad, that we went hard. You just took away one of our friends. And that's something that requires a response.
But people have to expect this. Look at Luigi.
You get MAGA or get Mangione.
That's my point.
And the Mangionis are now taking out the MAGAs.
And Mangione is considered a hero by those guys. I tell folks all the time, you got Mangione and you got Ma'am Donnie.
It's the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks.
Yeah, exactly. So you see what they're doing, and Luigi and Mangione is treated as a cult hero by these people.
So tell me again about Posobiec and Bannon and the rhetoric. The rhetoric. You're so upset. Because I used the word unhumans. Yeah, what word would you ascribe to an act like this? It's unhuman. Okay, that's what we're living through. You think I want to do this with my time? You think I got kids? You think I want to be here? This is what you have done to our country.
Exactly.
And what comes next is on you, too.
And we're not going to back off an inch. Anybody think if you're going to back off, then this is not for you. Charlie Kirk gave his life for a country. He's on the battlefield of political combat, okay? And they cut him down with an assassin's bullet. Let's be blunt about this. They cut him down with an assassin's bullet. I guess we're going to take a break here. We're going to take a short commercial break. We've got John Solomon, three other people going to join us, hopefully the great Matt Boyle. Jack Posobiec, one of Charlie's best friends and best partners, is with us. And we're going to take a short break and return in a moment. You're in the War Room.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh, no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
We don't know why that man did what he did. We don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
Okay, that was Van Jones. What do you say about this Van Jones situation?
Really, Van Jones? Really? And all of them. All the people out there. They want to blame Charlie Kirk. They want to blame Charlie Kirk, who never hurt anybody in his life. Charlie Kirk, who always stood up for truth, and he did so with his voice. He didn't do so with his hands. He didn't do so in violence. He didn't do any of this.
And what was Charlie talking about? A woman being stabbed.
The woman being stabbed to death. Where's your energy for that, Van Jones? What, you think people are worried about when they go on a subway late at night that they're worried about being surrounded by Charlie Kirks? They're looking over their shoulder for Charlie Kirk? No, I don't think so, Van Jones. I don't think so at all. So now my wife has got to go reach out to Erica because as close as they are, and now we have to deal with this. But no, it's all Charlie Kirk's fault, right, Van Jones? It's all Charlie Kirk's fault, and all the rest of it was MSNBC saying, "Oh, Charlie Kirk, he ginned up the rhetoric and he did all this." Shooter's still at large, by the way, as far as we know. There's a manhunt, they're saying, and we've been in contact with FBI and all the rest. So it's all this, right? Or what did they say? It was maybe a MAGA guy who was getting up. Cut me a break. We know where the violence is coming from Butler to West Palm and now to Salt Lake City, Utah. No. This is the Mangionis. This is the Unhumans. This is the sick, pervasive violence that's going on by the blood in the streets and the blood of Charlie Kirk now. Just like the blood of Trump a year ago, less than a year ago. Just over a year ago.
Charlie Kirk was not killed today. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood.
And they're gonna sit there and say,
the nation.
They're gonna sit there and say, oh well, it's the War Room, it's the Charlie Kirk show, talking about COVID, talking about no.
Steel yourself, folks. Steel yourself. Now's the time. This is a moment we need to show strength. Okay, need to show strength. Matt Boyle, talking about the strong. Matt Boyle, your thoughts? You've covered Charlie from the very beginning. I happened to sit in, I think, one of Charlie Kirk's first pitches when he started Turning Point with a couple of people very closely associated with Breitbart. And let's say he went up a steep learning curve. That's the kind of guy he was. Your thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, well, but by the way, before he even started Turning Point, he was working for Breitbart, right? Like way back in the day, as far back as when he was in high school, as far back as 2012, back when I was first starting at Breitbart. I remember we actually just published this a few minutes ago. There's an email he sent us back when he was a high school student in 2012, and when he reached out to Breitbart, like a cold reach out to want to join the cause. And he was inspired by Andrew Breitbart. He always talked about that. 100%. I've known him very closely. Look, you're 100% right. I was just watching your segment there with Jack. This was a political assassination. This was like an assassination of Martin Luther King or JFK or something like that. This needs to be a wake-up call and a clarion call to every American.
Hang on. A clarion call, but particularly for this generation, one of our younger producers, because we have them, they're very young here at the War Room. He told me, he says, this assassination will be a formational event for my generation, right? The generation under 30, under 35 years old. This is your moment. Charlie Kirk represented you. Charlie Kirk he came in with a crazy idea. I want to take over student governments. This is when he first came to Breitbart. I want to take over student governments in college and then in high schools, right? And what you have now is a political powerhouse, a grassroots, not just grassroots powerhouse as far as delivering Matt Boyle, but also thought leaders. Remember, he had the pastors, he would have thinkers, he had so many different aspects of Turning Point. He's built a massive machine through his personality and force of will, right? And for that generation under 35, and remember, Charlie Kirk gave his life for you. Where was he? On a college campus. What was he doing? What Charlie Kirk does every day, debating, right? Using ideas, coming back, and he picked up the microphone. His last act on earth, right, was picking up a microphone to rebut something that he heard from one of the people, as Jack says, if you don't agree with me, come to the front of the line. That's the kind of people he took, Matt Boyle.
Yeah, this is a really emotional moment for a lot of those young people, including myself, right? I'm a little older than Charlie, but the fact is that, I think everybody's going to look back on this moment and remember where you were, right? Like, remember where you were when JFK was killed. You're going to remember where you were when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And the fact is that I think that his mission is now all of our mission, right? We can't let him die in vain. We have to carry on his mission. And then the other thing is that the radical left, frankly, there is no differentiation anymore between the radical left and the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is rotten from top to bottom. They've been corrupted by the radical left. They've been taken over. They've been subsumed. Maybe one day we'll get to a place where we have two parties again that are reasonable, but we don't have a reasonable Democrat Party anymore. Democrats are not reasonable, right? Like the fact is that they have created this culture that you heard the establishment media people out there like Van Jones and like the MSNBC crowd. I don't know if you saw this, but in the immediate aftermath of it, you saw people on MSNBC suggesting, it might have just been Charlie Kirk's supporters just shooting their guns off. No,
that was Matt Dowd. That was Matt Dowd. Yeah. And Matt Dowd is, remember, folks, embrace this, folks. Matt Dowd is not a leftist. Matt Dowd, let's get that up. Matt Dowd was a Bush Republican. And today what he said on MSNBC is unforgivable of what he said. When Charlie Kirk's life was hanging in the balance, when they medevaced him out, they helicoptered him out, and the doctors and nurses are sitting there trying to save his life. This is the kind of thing Matt Dowd said, right? So it's unforgivable. But you're exactly correct. This was a political assassination, and it's a political assassination trying to target the young people in this country because they understand that the power of MAGA, the power of our movement, is not a bunch of boomers. The power of our movement is coming from the young. And that's where the energy is. And they understand this changes American politics and saves our country. This is what Trump came back for. This is what he returned for. He returned to save the country and make it great again. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and I think that this is not good. They're not going to succeed, right? Like, I think that what's going to happen is, because I'm telling you, I'm getting the messages right now from people across this movement. People
they're not going to see. Hold it. The future is undetermined, Matt. Today at 11:59 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I tossed it to Charlie Kirk to do the show like every day. 2 hours of populist nationalism coming in hot with Charlie Kirk. The future is unformed. We have to form it. It's not. We will win if we don't flinch. We will win if we don't sit there and start sucking our thumbs and get in the fetal position. Okay. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, where I'm going with that point, Steve, is that I think that the raw emotion of this, right? Like, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not really an emotional guy, but this has hit me pretty hard. I knew Charlie very well. It's hit me very hard in the last, couple hours here since I've been processing the news. I've been trying to get the details of what happened, but I mean, this is just terrible. And I'll tell you, this gives me more fight. It gives everyone else across the right, everyone I'm talking to is newly inspired by Charlie's mission, right? Like, and I think that we have to not let him die in vain. We carry his mission on. Everything he stood for what Breitbart believes in, what the War Room Posse believes in. I mean, this is a guy who built his entire career. I mean, he's 31 years old. He's younger than any of us. But like, I mean, again, his entire life and career was built in this movement, this America First MAGA movement. I've been going back through in the last hour or so here some old interviews I did with him, where he's talking about things like immigration, and he's talking about things like standing up to China and on trade and building out a political movement and voter fraud and all this kind of stuff. I think that it's even bigger than just young people, right? Like, I mean, Charlie Kirk and everything that he stands for is going to. I don't think that the mission of whoever conducted this assassination, and we don't have all those details yet, but clearly they were trying to silence him while he's debating, right? Like, I don't think they'll succeed. I think his message is going to become, even more profound now after this, because again, this feels a lot like a JFK or an MLK type moment, right? Like in our country, and we're all going to remember where we were the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated and when we heard the news and how we heard the news.
Matt Boyle, where do people go on social media to get you? I know you guys are putting up stuff with Charlie. A great reminder that Charlie first came to Breitbart when he had the idea, and people associated with Breitbart getting back of him. And put the seeds in that came up with the turning point. That was one of the critical, and not the critical, element to winning the 2024 election. Where do people go, Matt, today to get to your social media and to get all the great news over at Breitbart?
Yeah. Well, first off, Breitbart.com, our team is working around the clock. And then also my ex-Twitter account is @mboyle1, and my true social is @realmattboyle. But yeah, our team is working very hard, and we're trying to get all the details and the facts, and then we're going to see where this goes. But I'm telling you, the emotion here is raw, and I think that that a match has been lit in America. And I think that the American right, especially young people, are not going to take this.
Not going to take it. The last day, I talked to Charlie on the Sunday before I went to prison on Monday on July 1st, and Charlie said, "How are you going to do?" Because we lead into the show. How are you going to do the show? Who's going to be the host? I said, Charlie, next man up, right? Is that not the message for Charlie's generation? Next man or woman up. Matt Boyle, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. Jack Posobiec's riding shotgun with me in this hour. I want to thank Real America's Voice, everybody, for their coverage today. Real America's Voice, because of the closeness, obviously, with Charlie Kirk, broke the news. I think it was on the Eric Bolling Show, John Solomon, etc. We're going to try to get John Solomon up. We need to get we need to find the assassin. We need to get to the bottom of this. We also have to make sure that the best way to remember Charlie Kirk is to carry on his work at the level Charlie Kirk would. Sure.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Charlie Kirk on one level is totally irreplaceable. Is it not, Jack Posobiec?
Look, Charlie Kirk is 101. And Charlie Kirk, there's never going to be another Charlie Kirk. But you know what else is going to happen? There is never going to be another assassin to take out someone like the way they did because of what comes next. And because what comes next will be swift, will be quick, and it will be retribution. And that's it.
Next man up, as far as everybody, Charlie's organization, all of it right now, particularly this younger generation that Charlie was one of the top one or two leaders of. They're going to test your mettle, and they're going to test it right now. John Solomon joins us. John, you working your contacts with the FBI, et cetera, were incredibly helpful to finding out early exactly what was going on. Give us your assessment, and what do we know about the shooter?
Yeah, we don't know much because he's not in custody as of yet. It looks like a professional hit job from quite a ways away. Long shot, probably high-powered rifle. able to pierce the arteries in the neck. So someone who's professional, it appears. That's what the FBI's early assessment is. We're a long way from knowing a lot. But
Hold it.
it's a moment of reckoning in our country.
You're using a term. You've used it twice now. You're saying this, I mean, it was a long distance and the shot hit one of the most, susceptible places as a kill shot. You're saying you used the word professional. What do you mean by that?
Someone who knew how to handle a gun. It wasn't someone that just got a spur of the moment idea and was going to go shoot Charlie. It looks like it's from a longer distance, maybe from a building or window away. We're still learning stuff, and in the fog of war, it takes some time. So we're going to have to sort this out. But the early assessment of law enforcement officials I talked to is that this looked like somebody who knew how to kill and knew how to handle a gun and knew how to set up in a way that they could assassinate someone and then possibly get away, which is what they initially have done. They don't have anyone in custody yet. So a lot to be learned. We're going to learn. This story will turn.
John, in your discussions with law enforcement, we've seen some reports out there regarding range. Obviously, it's still early on that. But have you been able to confirm any of the current assessments on how far they think the shooter was?
They don't believe the shooter was in the crowd. The angle of shot suggested it was probably an elevated location, which would have to be a little bit further off, much like what we saw with President Trump's attempted assassination in Butler, where someone gets on a roof or in a window. But they really don't, as of 40 minutes ago, they had not located the shooting scene yet. So perhaps this person cleaned their brass up, or they don't have the right location yet. But it seems to be an elevated shot from a distance. How far a distance, hard to say yet, because they don't have the shooting location. They don't have the origination of the crime scene.
The fact that it was at a distance, it appears that was close to being perfectly placed, and that they have not found him. So this is someone who had thought through how to exit. It leads you to believe it's just not some random, at the last minute, emotional, like some of these school shootings we've seen or some of these other shootings we're seeing. That it is something, looks like somebody that really knew their way around weapons and the way around getting a shot off and getting away, John Solomon?
I think that's the early assessment. Early assessments change, but there is some belief that this was intentional and thought out, perhaps a little bit. Now, on a college campus, in the chaos, it's easy to escape even if you're not a professional. So let's wait and see what they come up with. But some of the early assessments of the shot, the way where it landed, where it came from, suggests that there's some intentionality and maybe some marksman expertise in this. Let's wait and see what it looks like. And there, I was with Charlie just 2 weeks ago in Colorado, and he talked about, he gets all threats all the time, and it doesn't deter him. He didn't take these threats seriously. He said something profound to me, and that is, I said to him, I look at these Gen Z numbers, and you've had a generational change on America. And he said to me, "Oh, you're being so dramatic, John. Listen, it's not that simple, not that complex what I did." I said, we talk about, all people needed, all young people needed was a little moral support. It's people willing to stand shoulder to shoulder to them and say it's okay to be conservative, to believe in freedom, believe in the goodness of America, believe in life, believe in God, and not be bullied by teachers or friends. He, in such extraordinary fashion, he could summarize how simple and yet how extraordinary the mission he set out to. And I went to one of his first conferences. He invited me down when he was like 20. I think it was in Florida, in Palm Beach. It was like 200 kids in the audience. And now you look, and every year Charlie's organization is reaching tens of thousands of people. And he never saw it as anything more than a simple job of just giving people moral support. I found that remarkably refreshing when I talked to him 2 weeks ago.
John, you're going to follow us at 6 o'clock. What is your social media? Because you break a lot of news up there, sir.
Yes, sir. Jay Solomon Reports on all platforms. And, of course, justthenews.com is the news website.
Thank you. Appreciate you, John Solomon. Posobiec, you probably spent more time on the road with Charlie, more time working on things. The two shows backed up, but you guys were in constant communication, plotting, strategizing, executing. Your thoughts on tell us who Charlie Kirk was.
Charlie was always thinking. Charlie was always he was more of a chess player than people realize, because he could see angles and he could think 3 moves ahead, 4 moves ahead, 5 moves ahead. He knew how to take that bank shot. boom, 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 triple rail bank shot, and he was going to make it. If something was in his way, he was either going to take it down or he was going to get around it, because he would see these things coming. And there's just so many stories behind the scenes that people don't even know. Things that Charlie has never talked about publicly once, things that he's been involved in, conversations, decisions, plans that beyond Turning Point, right? The amount of lives that he touched, even beyond politics, the amount of stuff that he did just as a good person for people is unlistable. It's innumerable. And the fact that they would take someone like that away, the fact that they would take someone like that away from this world.
What do you mean? From their perspective, Charlie Kirk was one of the top 2 or 3 people in the entire MAGA movement. Right? These people are vicious. They're playing for keeps. Of course, Charlie Kirk. That's why when you gave him the warning that Charlie was a target, is because how many go back through American history? How many individuals in their 20s? Because the formation of this generation started, years ago with Charlie Kirk. How many people have done to a generation when they're in that generation as far as leadership go? No one really comes to mind right now except for Charlie Kirk.
Well, I would just say, when you think of, coming from Philadelphia, that you look at the age of a lot of the founders in the founding generation.
Exactly.
And you see guys in their 20s and 30s, and it was young men.
That was a Charlie Kirk.
Who stepped at the age of Jefferson when he writes the Declaration, and we're coming up on the 250th in just a couple of months here. And you look at that age, and there's something about that age where you're just hitting your stride. You're in your prime. You're on the top of the world. You've got your health. He was so healthy, Steve. Yep. Charlie Kirk was a biohacking, loved the Maha, health nut, cold plunge every day kind of guy. I mean, half the time, he didn't drink caffeine. That Starbucks cup, that's tea. That's not coffee. Didn't drink caffeine. He's been he was off of caffeine for a year, I think. And he really focused on what goes into his body, and really focused on health and nutrition, and was always talking about that. Funny, behind the scenes, we would talk about that just as much as we would talk about politics or, argue theology and, debate back and forth, all of these various things. And I mean, they took my friend away. You took my friend away.
What is it?
And let me just
go ahead.
I was at the Museum of the Bible earlier this week with President Trump. And President Trump, and he got there and he said, America needs to pray again, and America has to have the prayer initiative. But he also talked about this horrific situation with the young Ukrainian girl down in Charlotte. And he said something. He said, sometimes you have to do horrible things to stop horrible things. And we are now living through the era of horrible things.
Does September of 2025 change things? What's happened in this month alone? Does it send things in a different direction?
Last night, I tweeted out that the Overton window has been stabbed to death. The Overton window just got assassinated. The Overton window is gone. It is completely gone. There is a gaping hole with blood gushing out of it now where the Overton window used to be. I'm done. I'm done playing these games. I'm done playing games. No more games.
The 60 people would argue, and people do argue, that the end of American greatness came with the assassination of President Kennedy, and then you had the 60s with Martin Luther King. You had Bobby Kennedy, Malcolm X. They then eventually They got to George Wallace. We had a string of political assassinations
in Maryland, right?
In Maryland,
yeah.
He did not die. He was felled by an assassin's bullet. Didn't die. A couple times they came after Jerry Ford at close range.
You had Reagan down here at the Hilton.
President Reagan got shot at close range and came so close to death. Is this an inflection point for the country when somebody is prominent as Charlie Kirk, particularly in this movement and one of the driving forces in this movement, as far as not just an activist, but an intellectual, a leader, and somebody that's done something to a generation that you have not really seen in American history, really changed the politics of a generation, right? When we talk about President Trump passing the baton back, not just to who will follow him, but to generations, 2 or 3 generations, 4 generations in back of him, you get the Charlie Kirks. Is this an inflection point, not just in our movement, but in the country's history?
And the country's history will never be the same now. The country, we were on one path, now we're on another. The legacy of Charlie Kirk now will forever be tied together with this violence.
Oh, yes.
Will be tied together with the violence
With
and
his
the
death.
carnage of this period. And there is no way that you can talk about this period ever without having to talk about the violent, radical Marxist left that has been conducting killings in the street, killings on college campuses, attempted killings in fields in Butler. There's no way that you can put this back now. And the response, you see, Steve, it is a law of the universe. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And no, I don't mean picking up arms. But what I mean is justice. I mean, due justice must be done and will be done. We have been talking about left-wing killers. We have been talking about these political assassins for years. And nobody, Chris Wray and all these people, and you want to talk about the trans shooter shooting up a bunch of kids down at a Catholic school? It's done. It's absolutely done. There's no more games.
That was the question that Charlie Kirk perked the microphone up. They were in the middle of I think they were questioning the numbers of this transgender shooters, and Charlie Kirk was engaged in the debate on that. Okay, we're taking a short commercial break. Jack Posobiec is hosting Riding Shotgun. John Solomon's going to follow. We'll have probably later tonight or tomorrow morning some notifications of what we're going to be doing over the next couple of days. Obviously, Charlie Kirk is top of mind for the country, top of mind for the movement. President Trump has just ordered the flags to half staff. I don't know I think we may have some footage on that. Charlie Kirk, a great man who would never sit there and go, I'm a great man. Charlie Kirk was all about getting it done. That's what always impressed me about this guy. Everything he accomplished, everybody's trying to get to him. Everybody's trying to praise him and hold him up. Charlie Kirk was just, at the end of the day, just a grinder. Got it done, right? And what he got done was absolutely magnificent. He's one of the key reasons we've been able to save this country to date. If it was not for Charlie Kirk and the great team that he built at Turning Point USA, we would not be where we are today. Short commercial break.
It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends. But Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD and a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, You're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to ho.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, ho.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Besides being a very good friend, Jack, you were almost Charlie's partner in the podcast. You follow him here in Real America's Voice. You would sync your schedules. You guys travel around the country. You were live, and the irony of this, you were live on the show this afternoon when we got the announcement that Charlie had been shot. What went through your mind?
You know, look, it's being in the military, being intelligence, having served at Guantanamo, it's just something where you take the emotions, and I always say you just kind of put your emotions on the shelf and you focus. What happened? All right, how bad? The same as when I got the news about Trump. It's how bad, you know. And then who do we have booked? Get him off. You know, get him off. I just get me off air, get me on the phone, get me information. What happened? What's the latest? What's the situation? And then as it came out more and more and more, you have to think, all right, has anyone informed Erica? You know, is she given the green light to put this information out, et cetera, because this is obviously the most sensitive thing that you could talk about in a situation like this. You know, but then you're just inundated. My phone, it just wouldn't, I'm sure yours too, it just won't stop ringing, and I'm barely responding to anyone outside of just the family. And Tanya, of course, calling, and she's close with Erica, so she's powering through. And you know, you have to think, and it's weirdly enough, part of me is just thinking, you know, hey, we have the show Thursday. What, you know, I'm trying to think of my schedule Thursday. I'm like, oh yeah, what time's Charlie free? What time are we going to tape the show? And
this is your special podcast. We
do the Thought Crime show, right. Yeah, and it just,
and you got to sync the schedules. Like,
we've been doing it for right. You know, a couple of years now, and it just hasn't set in yet that, you know, we're not going to do that show or any more shows.
Yeah, that won't kick in for you. Also, the coverage he would do, the amazing coverage of all the elections, the Kerry Lake situation out in Arizona,
election night,
the stolen election. It's so many.
Being with them on election night,
so many memories.
The minute.
And this guy, I'm telling you, for someone that had risen so fast, a lot of times it goes to people's heads, right? And they become too precious. They can't do it. Charlie Kirk. Today, he was assassinated doing what he's been doing for years and years and years. Other people could do that, but Charlie Kirk was doing it at Utah Valley University in front of, looks like 3,000 to 5,000 kids in the high noon and the lunch break, and sitting right there. And what would you say, Jack? If you disagree with me,
come to the front.
Come to the front.
Come to the front. Look, Charlie, he wanted that back and forth, but not out of anger, not out of a place of he wanted to humiliate them or embarrass them or something like that, because he wanted to actually try to communicate with them. And that's what he would do, is he would find a way, find out something personal about that person. And I've watched his technique for years, and he would try to find a way to come outside of politics, get to the core of what made that person tick, and then start to have a conversation there outside of the combativeness.
Tage Gill, you join us. You did, 16 tours. You've had a lot of very close friends killed in combat. Today we had a political assassination. Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, one of the great leaders in the United States of America and one of the leaders of his generation, cut down in cold blood by an assassin's bullet. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, first I just want to say my condolences to Charlie Kirk's family and to America. This is a huge tragedy. It's crazy to think that these things are happening regularly now. Look, they tried to kill Trump twice last summer. There's murders on the subways. It's crazy what's going on in America. This left-wing ideology is becoming more and more radicalized as the years and the months go by.
And violent.
You shouldn't have to go to have armed security everywhere you go. You shouldn't have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go. This is absolutely sickening that somebody killed Charlie Kirk at a college. It's absolutely sickening, Steve. It's horrible and it's terrible. And the irony of this is this left-wing ideology is born from the college professors. That's who's radicalizing our children. The young men and young women, when they go to college, they get radicalized by these college professors. And it's getting to the point where it's almost as dangerous as radical Islam.
It's the whole propaganda all the way through, and their ideas don't work. And so when their ideas don't work, they strike out like children. They're getting more and more radical because
they've lost power. They've lost control of the narrative. They've lost soft power. They've lost political power. This is all they have left. So that is why they are turning to the Mangione tactics. That's why they're turning violent, because it's all they have left. And who was it that said it? The most radical communist of them all, Chairman Mao. Political power grows through the barrel of a gun.
Yes. And they realize
it doesn't and they're killing our children, Steve. These transvestite shooters are going in to these, this Catholic school last month and whatever school, but it's absolutely sickening. They're attacking our children through their transvestites. They're killing political figures that they don't agree with. They're desperate to hang on to power any way possible, and even if it means killing people in the United States of America, the land of the free, the home of the brave, the free speech country. They want to silence conservatives. They want to silence white people. It's absolutely sickening what is going on, and this should not happen in America. This is the safe haven of the world. We are the leader of the free world. We're the leader of Christianity, and people are being murdered every day. It's horrible.
Tej, we got to bounce. Thank you so much. Jack Posobiec, closing thoughts on one of the great ones, Charlie Kirk, assassinated today on the 10th of September in the year of our Lord 2025 at just after high noon Mountain Time in right outside Salt Lake City, Utah.
Look, just like when you went away, Steve, even though that was a brief time, what you said, I'm going to say it again. It's next man up. Turning Point USA will never die. The movement that Charlie started will never die. And Charlie Kirk will be forever remembered now and for all times.
Jack Posobiec and I got to shove off. We're going to turn it over to John Solomon. John Solomon's going to take it from here in Real America's Voice, the home of the Charlie Kirk show. We won't be tossing it to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. People got to embrace that.
And Steve, you know what Charlie would say to us when he's looking down? He'd say, hey, guys, get to work.
Yeah, figure it out.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. You have to embrace that. The future is not guaranteed to anyone. Remember that. Remember that in the fight we have. And I will tell the left and those people cheering this on and that crowd over MSNBC, Matthew Dowd and that crowd, we have not yet begun to fight. Turn it over now to John Solomon at Real America's Voice, Just the News.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. I went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison.
Good evening, America. I'd like to tell you we have good news for you tonight, but we don't. Welcome to a very sad edition of Just the News, No Noise. Our colleague, our friend, I used to call him my taller but younger brother from another mother, Charlie Kirk, assassinated in cold blood while doing what he did best, working with college students to get them the confidence they had to be strong conservatives. Amanda, what happened in Utah just a few short hours ago, it's unthinkable, unnecessary, but this is a reckoning moment in America. Whatever happened here, we don't know all the details yet. It is something that America is going to have to deal with in a really big way.
Yeah, regardless of whether it was domestic or foreign, Charlie represented the best of not just one political side, but the best of America. He was a huge proponent of the First Amendment above all else, and he wanted to have open dialogue. He wanted to have conversations because he firmly believed that when you stop talking to the other side, when you stop having conversations and debating each other civilly, that's the inception of violence. And unfortunately, someone had a lot of hate in their heart today and took it out on Charlie. And I'm only going to say this once because I've already cleaned up my makeup 4 times today. My heart goes out to his wife and to their children. And I know that Erica is grieving right now, so I am joining all of you in praying for her for impossible, unexplainable peace in the midst of all of this. As a wife myself, and John, for you as a husband, we fortunately don't know what that's like, but
we don't.
Just unexplainable.
Yeah, no, we do, and we're about to head into the morning of 24 years ago, what happened that horrible day on September 11th in 2001, and tonight we have a fresh reason to mourn because it's the same intolerance and hatred. It doesn't matter whether it's Islamist terrorism or liberal intolerance or some foreign government, whatever this turns out to be. We have to confront intolerance and hate in America, and we got to stop letting it be the norm on television, on our discourse. You mentioned Charlie Kirk, the debater, and my goodness, was he an incredible debater. But I want to address something that I've heard on several of my former colleagues' shows today. Some have suggested he deserved this. That's just, obviously, we're not even going to dignify that with a response. But people said that he was a hater, and I know that for sure not to be true. This was a man of deep faith. He might have disliked the values of the left, but he never hated a person who was a liberal or any person. And he always treated people with dignity, even if he applied the greatest sharpness of his intellect to an argument. He would give the shirt off a back to help someone that was in need, regardless of their political stripe. And so for you guys in the media who want to call him a hater, just stop it now. I can tell you it's factually false. Don't do it, because I will call you out every time, every night for the rest of my life if you do it. Stop it. Yeah. There's a lot to be learned here. To bring you up to speed on what we do know. At this moment, the shooter or shooters are still at large. We believe the shot was fired from a distance beyond the crowd. Charlie was at a Utah college doing what he does best, just giving students the courage to stand up for their values and believing in freedom and life and God in this great country. It appears that the shot was from an elevated location. It struck Charlie in the neck. He fell to the ground. He did not recover and died shortly thereafter at the hospital. It appears to be a skilled marksman. That's what we're hearing from law enforcement. And we're going to keep you up to date on this network all night long. Facts matter, even in a moment of mourning. We're going to try to give you as unemotionally as we can the facts, the truth. wherever this story leads, we owe it to Charlie to give America the truth, because that's what he always was fighting to do. We'll never be the same here. I was with him in Colorado. I have to admit, I griped and complained about taking the trip because it was the last weekend in August. I was a grumpy old guy, and it was going to be a 13-hour flight with all hops and stuff. But I was blessed when I got there. And Charlie and I talked for a little bit, and we were on stage. It was myself and Scott Jennings. It was a great conversation. But before, I talked to Charlie privately a couple times, and I said to him, did you ever think you'd have this much profound effect, a generational change? And he said to me, oh, you're being so dramatic, John. It's really not that difficult what I did. Like, we talk about, I just realized that young people needed strength in numbers. They needed to be surrounded by other people who weren't ashamed to be conservative or believe in freedom or in this great country. And all I did was create a little peer pressure so you could stay who you are and you weren't bullied into being a thinker that you were not. And I thought that was such a profound answer. He was a joyful warrior. He was always happy. Yeah. Always tall. Let me say, he always towered over me. But he towered over me not just in his height, but in the intellect and the sense of mission that he felt. And we are a lesser country tonight, absent his incredible persona, and we grieve with him, along with Erica and the kids and our colleagues here at Just the News, who, amidst the sad news, just kept reporting the news so you could get it in real time. And I'm proud of every one of them who stood alongside us today, Amanda, and just gave our viewers what we knew in real time. All right, I think we have somebody who knows Charlie really well. He was a mentor, an advisor, a supporter. He once ran for governor of Illinois. He would have made an incredible governor of Illinois, and he's joining us right now, Gary Rabin. Gary, thank you for joining us on this very sad evening.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you having me on. It's not an easy time to be on, but when you call, I'm going to be there for you for sure. And I got to tell you, I had the honor of meeting this young man at 18 years old, and he told me this dream he had. He had 20 or 30 kids involved in this organization. Told me this dream he had, and at the time, three of my kids were in and out of college. One left to go, and I saw what was going on in college campuses. At the time, I looked at my late wife Cheryl and said, "You know what? This is the blessing that we have to invest in." And at the time, we'd been investing in great causes, but Charlie asked if we would help and invest in this new cause he had. And when we understood the intelligence of this young man, we're like, golly, if anybody can do it, this is the mind that can make the change. So this huge dream that this kid had at 18 years old, and as I got him speaking in front of people all over America, entrepreneurs, and his dream at 18, 19 years old was, I just want to be in schools across America and educate kids on why God and America are so great. So anybody that says that he has hate in his heart, they don't know him. They didn't know him, okay? He loved everybody, just like God expects of all of us. And when you listen to him debate, he respected everybody before he disagreed with them, and he always reasoned with anybody to tell his side of the story, his point. And so, anyway, I had the blessing to be great friends with Charlie through these last 13 years, and I love him dearly. We have to pray for Erica and his family because, boy, she needs us all. And then we have to pray for America because we know that, the devil goes after great leaders in our society, right? From Jesus to Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, Charlie Kirk. And what do? We rallied behind their families and rallied behind their cause to make them even stronger than they would be if they're here with us.
You said, and I'll just interject, I can turn it over to my amazing colleague, but you said he loved everybody. I will tell you, I know personally, he really loved you, Gary. When I was in Milwaukee last year at the convention, you and I had breakfast, and I saw Charlie a little bit later. I just with Gary, his face lit up, and what he said is, I couldn't have done what I did if I didn't have a mentor like Gary in my corner. His love for you and his respect, and he looked up to you, and that kid had the audacity to dream, and he delivered on his dream, but he knew also he didn't do it without people in his foxhole like you. And so I just want to say that because I didn't get a chance to tell you in Milwaukee, but his face smiled when the second I mentioned your name because he knew what you did for him.
I didn't do anything but just help him dream a little bigger. That's what all the entrepreneurs that could get behind him. I got some of the biggest dreamers I could find, myself and many others that had big dreams that accomplished their dream, that got behind Charlie to help him develop a dream. And all of us big dreamers never dreamed as big as Charlie ended up accomplishing, right?
That's so true.
Millions of supporters and followers and people that love this young man. And they didn't love him because he hated anybody. He changed more minds from left to center to right than anybody ever has, I think, in this country. And you know, when a young man like him gets respect from leaders of countries. Last I talked to him on Sunday, he was coming back from Japan, flying back from Japan.
Right.
What do you do in Japan, Charlie? Well, I was in South Korea and Japan, and I'm talking to all different groups of people and leaders that wanted my opinion and wanted to hear from me, so I had to go. But again, think about that. A 31-year-old kid, leaders of countries want to hear from him. Yeah. And so we can't let this dream die. It's got to be bigger than ever before. We people like myself have to, and other people that love this man so much and this cause so much have to now rise up and really, you know, thank God we had him. Thank God we've got the model, in my opinion, that he left, this legacy left that we all need to continue on and make stronger.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Gary, you are such a shrewd businessman. I have no doubt that you have probably been pitched 10,000 dreams in the course of your business life. When Charlie came to you with this idea of Turning Point, of spreading the message of freedom across schools in this country, what was it about him or his delivery or his message or his dream that you thought that is bankable?
Well, I never heard of an 18, 19-year-old kid with this clarity and goals and expectations, right? And when I realized he had this photographic memory, he would never say this to anybody, right? But he had photographic memory, and his memory was really anchored in love of God and love of faith and family and America, right? So how could you not love this kid and want to be part of what he was going to do? And by the way, I had this selfish thing in my head saying, people around me were saying, why are you spending so much time with this kid? And I said, because he's going to be one of the leaders of our country someday, and you're going to say you wish you'd have been around him. If you don't invest in him now, you're going to wish you did. And okay, but in the background, I'd tell my family, I'd say, you know what? Worst case scenario, this doesn't work out, Charlie will be the best CEO of any company I build in the future. So that was kind of a selfish thought, right? If it doesn't work out, Charlie would be welcome to be a CEO in any. I've started 41 companies in 44 years. Charlie could have led any one of them better than me or any of my leaders today. You know, so that when you know that, it's kind of like, I want to be close to this kid. If that doesn't work out, we know we got a place for Charlie always. And I think there's nothing he could have led in this world. And you know, we can hate this situation, and I have a hard time staying away from hating what happened, right? But I think we have to look back and love this person and love his family and pray more than we've ever prayed in our lives that Charlie's message and this legacy continues on.
He would have been a CEO of a great company called Courage because he always had it. He was fearless. He was a joyful warrior. He was always happy. Whenever I was around him, he was always happy doing what he did. Gary, we have seen since Charlie started on this mission in 14 and 15 an extraordinary shift in Gen Z. And I wonder if you could opine a little bit just on the legacy that once he created a space for young people in high school and college to be for freedom, for America, for the American experience, it seems like he moved a whole generation.
So you're exactly right. I mean, I'll tell you, my kids were out of school by the time he started, my older kids. And then my younger son didn't go to college, but his friends that went to college had this backdrop of Turning Point USA that they can lean on. My older kids, one of them was pretty vocal against some of the messaging they got from their professors and administrators. The other two were kind of quiet, but their brains didn't get turned differently than they thought going in because they grew up around entrepreneurship. But their friends, many good kids, really turned in a different direction. My son's friends now, my son Nick's friends, younger generation, all in college and at the end of college, all had the backdrop of Turning Point USA that my older kids didn't have. So to see the difference in a 10-year span, it's incredible. And so what he's created is really something that our history will never see again. Now it's a matter of us making it bigger and better and going forward. Making it bigger and better, right? But yeah, it's such a difference in college campuses. Now high school campuses also, by the way, we're growing rapidly in high school campuses as well. And it's like we have to educate this message in grade schools as well.
Yeah, you are right.
Gary, Charlie was so one of a kind. He was so patriotic. He was so charismatic. It's hard to see Turning Point continuing in the same manner without him, but we all know that he left an incredible playbook, and there are plenty of capable people there at Turning Point. Does it continue with the same speed and fervor as it has been traveling along since its inception?
I think it's going to continue we're going to pause for a little bit here, and we're all going to pray a lot and remember Charlie, and then we're going to regroup in the near future. And when we regroup, I believe that we've got so many great leaders on board in this organization, young and old. We need to regroup, and we need to understand how this legacy continues stronger than ever before. And I believe that I'm not stopping. I'm not going to let this stop. And I believe the hundreds of investors and thousands and hundreds of thousands of kids, no way we're going to let this slow down.
Yeah. Well, from your lips to God's ears, we got to make this even bigger and better and ride the wave that Charlie started for all of us and that you started, Gary. It's an honor to have you on the show, and I couldn't think of a better person who could capture the essence of Charlie Kirk than you, Gary. Thanks for joining us tonight, my friend.
Thank you, and pray for Charlie and his family. We will never forget this man. Just like we didn't forget Jesus, we didn't forget Lincoln, we didn't forget Martin Luther King. We're not forgetting Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, we shan't. We'd be a mistake to do so. Gary, thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break, catch our breath here. We've got more around the corner. The FBI has a lot of work ahead of it under Kash Patel to figure out what happened here. We've got one of the FBI's best to join us, retired FBI Executive Assistant Director and good friend, Chris Paiota. Up next, right after these messages.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get to our next guest, just a quick programming note. Shortly, Utah's Governor Spencer Cox is going to be doing a live press conference, so we're going to dip into that. Utah, of course, being the state where Charlie Kirk was tragically killed just a few hours ago at Utah Valley University. So we're going to dip into that in a moment. But John, I think about all of the interactions that we had with Charlie as a brother at this network, and you oftentimes with him in places far and wide.
Yeah.
And just always such a genuine guy. And regardless of how busy he was, you think of if you've ever been to a Turning Point event, you know that it is, it is a production. It is a production on the scale of a Beyonce concert, and all of the intricacies, all of the people who get involved on the production side, on the logistics side, on the governmental side, on the law enforcement side. It is just such an operation, but he He never was too busy to talk to people.
No, I love the event he did a few months ago where he was on stage with his wife the whole time, where they were basically interviewing each other, and you saw the love they have and the faith that they have. And I just thought that he was something special. I would fight with him. I would mentor him. But I will tell you, the first time I saw him was in 2015. And I was working at Sinclair, and David Smith, the owner of CEO, said, "You're jumping on a corporate jet." Now, I'd never been on a corporate jet in my life, so I thought this was a pretty big deal. And we went down, and there was maybe 200 kids in this hotel ballroom, and Charlie stood up. I spoke for a little bit, but they stood up, and I'd never seen anyone like this. And then David said, he skipped college. He dropped out of college. I'm like, he don't need college. But you could just see somebody magical. And from the 200 or 300 kids in December of 2015, and I think it was West Palm Beach, to these last few events where you have thousands, tens of thousands a week that were being touched by him. What a success he was. And it's probably that success that made someone want to stop it, but they're going to have failed. They didn't. They may have succeeded at killing Charlie. They will not succeed at the greater goal. Somebody who succeeds a lot, particularly when he was in the FBI, is one of our next guests. We got a good one, don't we?
Yes, we do. And I loved having Gary on in the first block because he offered kind of that personal side of things. He's a witness to the charisma and the intellect of Charlie Kirk. So now let's talk about the law enforcement side of things, because there are a lot of us out there asking questions. As journalists here, we are obviously the first champing at the bit, trying to get answers to a lot of the questions, and who did this and how it happened and why wasn't Charlie protected. So joining us now to discuss all of that is retired FBI Executive Assistant Director Chris Piotta. Chris, thanks so much for joining us.
Good evening, John, Amanda. And before we get started, I'd like to offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Charlie Kirk's wife and children, family, and friends for this tragedy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chris. Walk us through what's happening there on the ground in Utah. What's the process here? Who all is on the ground? Who is there from Washington? What does it look like right now?
What you have right now is a process of course, they look to identify and mitigate any immediate threats, any continuing threats, which I think was probably done earlier today. And now you have the process of investigative work where they're interviewing on-scene individuals, people who can provide audio and video footage, people who may have seen certain things, bits and parts that the investigators can put together. Also, what they're trying to do is make sure that the site is preserved for the post-shooting investigation, where you're going to have the state and local authorities, along with federal authorities, working together to identify what happened, how the shots were made, looking for forensic evidence, and they're also looking to reconstruct things like trajectory, ballistics, and things of that sort that led to the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. It's going to be a complex event, and when you don't catch a shooter right away, it gets a little trickier. And obviously, right now, at least as of an hour ago, there was no one in custody. From what you can see in video footage, it looks like this shooter was a pretty good marksman, aiming for the neck, if we're right. And from an elevated angle, it looks like those are the three things we've been told by law enforcement so far, which isn't a lot of detail, but where might that lead the early search? I assume buildings, rooftops, windows might be the place that the FBI is going to look quickly for, right?
That's correct. They'll bring in the FBI Laboratory Division to support our state and local partners. And they'll start looking at, again, trajectory, and they'll look at the way the video shot was taken, and they'll recreate what happened. And there's some footage that I just saw a few minutes ago where someone saw a shooter or someone on a rooftop.
Yeah.
And what they're going to do is they're going to look at how that could have happened, and then they're going to look at the security perimeter, and this individual may have been outside the security perimeter.
That's right.
When you mentioned the shot that was taken, the neck or the throat area is not a general target area. Usually you'll have the head or the chest. So this individual may have taken the shot and miscalculated for certain shooting characteristics and hit him in the throat instead, but it was still a lethal shot.
Great observation.
Chris, so often in these high-profile murders or assassinations, you have ballistic tests that are performed, and that oftentimes gives us a lot of information. I mean, we obviously all know from the Kennedy assassination a lot of conversations surrounding what we learned from those ballistic tests. What can we glean once they figure out what was used? Can they figure out the source of the weapon? Can they figure out if it was foreign or domestic?
I think what you'll find is after they recover any bullet fragments from Charlie Kirk, and they do an analysis, they'll see what the caliber of the bullet was, whether it was a 5.56 round, or maybe a 308 round, or whatever. And then they'll look and see basically, what the weapons platform could have been based upon certain characteristics, and they'll use that in the investigative effort to then try and trace backwards, look for any specific or unique identifying information that could lead them to some suspects that they can, conduct investigation and move forward to try and find the shooter.
Yeah. We have so many enemies of this country. Some are inside, some are outside. Do you look at foreign? Do you look at domestic? There's always chatter out in the intelligence world. What's your when you're at the FBI? There's a sit room probably set up, or someone's working the intelligence angle too. Do you consider on the eve of 9/11 that this is foreign, or do you mostly look at domestic, or do you just keep your mind open to all possibilities?
In the world that we live in right now, you have to keep your mind open to all possibilities, depending on the symbology of the 9/11 anniversary versus the awful and divisive political and ideological environment we have in our country right now. You don't want to rule out any investigative avenues or investigative areas of motive, but the FBI and its partners will look in all areas, and they will leave no stone unturned.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No.
Chris, we all know that Charlie was a proponent of freedom, and he therefore was a big supporter of President Trump. So you connect those dots. Is there a good reason for President Trump to have some extra security over the next few days?
I would say anyone of prominence in the conservative media world or political world should probably take a little bit of extra time and look at their surroundings and where they're going and some of the activities that they're involved with. The problem you have here is that in an act of violence such as this, if you can get I guess you can call them your adversary or your opponent, to step down, step back, to be afraid, to move away from, their message and their mission, then you've won. Right. And that's why they do these types of things, the people who move to violence. And one thing I will say is that what I'd like to see is a very affirmative, aggressive movement from our law enforcement community to put this type of ideological or terroristic violence down hard. Violence can't be tolerated like this, and there has to be a
Chris, we want to stop you for a second. We have some news from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. The subject of the shooting, the person believed to have been the shooter, has been taken into custody. This is about 2 minutes ago. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with @FBI. We'll provide updates when able. We just got that word from Kash Patel. That's a pretty quick turn on someone who probably left the scene, right?
I would imagine that person left the scene quickly, but again, with the FBI's vast resources, they can bring in audio visual recognition, and they can bring in their vast investigative authorities and their skill and professionalism with our state and local partners, and make sure that we can make that arrest like they did just now. Congratulations to the FBI and its partners on the arrest.
All right, Chris, we're going to go to the press conference. Thank you for joining us. The governor's just taken the stand. We're going to get you back on tomorrow. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going live to Governor Cox.
We'll be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988 our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Do we have Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area. Surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things. Unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, Steve?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's get you quickly up to speed on what just transpired at that news conference. Governor Cox, like FBI Director Kash Patel, confirming a person of interest is in custody. He's being interrogated. They believe he may be the shooter. There is video footage, which we have seen here at Just the News and at Real America's Voice, excuse me, that shows the shooter on a roof. Police chief for the Utah University confirming that the shot likely was taken a single shot, which hit Charlie Kirk in the throat area. And there's not a whole lot more. An interesting moment in the conversation. They asked if they can rule out any foreign involvement. They said they couldn't address that issue yet. That's an area I know federal law enforcement is looking at right now. We're going to keep you up to speed on that as we develop over the next hour. But right now, we've got a fantastic guest. He represents the state of Indiana in the United States House. He is Congressman Marlin Stutzman. Congressman, good to have you on the show on such a tragic day.
Thank you, John and Amanda. It's obviously just heartbreaking to see what happened and to hear what happened to Charlie Kirk this afternoon. We had votes on the floor a little bit ago, and the mood on the floor is just shocked. Our hearts are broken for Erica and their young children. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Kirk family. There's so many emotions that I know all of us are going through right now. Obviously sadness, but also, I'll be honest, for me, it's a little bit of anger. Here, one person silenced a voice that was talking with 3,000 young people. Charlie was an inspiration to young people across this country. And for one person who has the freedom here in America to assassinate somebody that he disagreed with, it's a sad day for America.
Yeah, that it is.
Yeah. Congressman, Charlie Kirk's circle of friends reached all the way up to Capitol Hill, and he led a generation of people who oftentimes inspired and even pushed for changes in legislation. His presence, I imagine, or the lack thereof, is going to be felt in the halls of Congress too, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. My son, I have two boys, Gen Zers, that just admired Charlie, and our oldest son is a student at Liberty University. He was the chapter president of TPUSA last year, and he just called me a little bit ago. You could just hear the sadness in his voice, and they were having a prayer vigil before it was announced that Charlie was assassinated. But there's hundreds of thousands of young people across this country that are hearing the news today of Charlie's assassination, and it's going to have an incredible impact on them and their worldview on what happened today. And the impact that he had on Capitol Hill was incredible. Anybody that has the ability to communicate to the younger generations the way that Charlie did is always a person that we all admire, because he's engaging young people into a conversation, with the freedom of speech that we have on college campuses across the country. And there's so much admiration for him on Capitol Hill for being fearless, and but also the way that he communicated with young people and his actions spoke so much. And it's a huge, incredible loss for our country today.
Sarah, I want to turn to just one other topic. You have so eloquently captured what Charlie has done. You also are such an important voice for what's going on in Syria and some of the ethnic minority cleansing going on. You're perhaps one of the most cogent voices in Congress on this right now. Tell us just a little bit about what we need to keep our eye on there and what we in the United States can do to stop some of this horrific behavior.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I was planning on talking, as you said, about the Christians and Druze in Suwaida in Syria who have been just without mercy killed by militia in Syria. And, and here it just happened in our own country today, where hatred assassinated somebody that he disagreed with. And we're seeing the same thing in the Middle East. The hatred that happened October 7th coming out of Gaza towards the Jews in Israel. And now we're seeing Christians and Druze that are being assassinated just point blank without any mercy in Suwaida. And so, our request of the president and our Secretary of State and others who have any influence that there be a humanitarian aid route opened up for the Druze in Suwaida and the Christians in Suwaida. But again, it's the same hatred, John. It's so discouraging today to see that, the hatred that happens over in Syria is also happening right here in our own country, whether it's the young Ukraine lady on a bus who's stabbed to death, or Charlie Kirk, who is assassinated on a college campus. And this is the sort of hatred that needs to stop and needs to be ended.
Yeah.
Congressman, I think for so many of us, we see the political discourse in this country and the direction that it's been going, and we immediately jump to, this is domestic, it's someone on the left, but this could be foreign. If it is foreign, how do we retaliate? Do we retaliate?
Well, I think, just like with President Trump, I would not be surprised, and I'm actually very suspicious, would believe that there was a foreign component to the shooter somehow. This is what they do in the Middle East. They hire young people. Well, we see this in the drug trade. In Chicago, they hire these young people to go out and assassinate and shoot people wherever their mission is to spread hate and create terrorism. And so if there is a foreign component to it, and our leaders find out, I believe that President Trump will be sure that justice is served. And if the shooter that they have apprehended somehow gives any indication that there will be further justice. And this person who assassinated Charlie Kirk, I was grateful to hear the governor's comments from Utah that they will follow the law as far as they can, and that justice will be served, including the death penalty in Utah. But I'm praying for all the people involved right now, and I'm praying for our country, because the political shootings that have happened over the past several months have got to stop. And it's so discouraging today to see that a great leader like Charlie was assassinated.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And you're right. The final victim in this is our country, that we have to get a grip on this intolerance. That for 240 plus years, we were good at disagreeing with each other, but letting our words speak for themselves. But we seem to have a generation that doesn't see a human when they shoot at them. They see some video character or some android. And I don't know how we get this culture of civility back. I know you and your colleagues talk about it. Some thoughts about where we start this process, what we need. When we were struck on 9/11, we all agreed that we needed to stand up that hatred. But today, my colleagues just down the hall here at NBC, they had people on suggesting that Charlie was the reason he got shot. How do we get over this insanity?
Well, first of all, I believe it starts with faith in God and respecting human life. Yeah. That's why the abortion issue is such an important issue for us as Republicans, that we protect human life. I mean, you know what? Charlie's not coming back. Charlie's not waking up tomorrow morning. And his boys are without a father today. That is heartbreaking and heart-wrenching. And if any person hears and just realizes that, you know what, you may disagree. I don't care if it's over what kind of food you like or the political positions that you take. It is never, ever right to take another person's life. God gave us life, and I think that that's what's important, is that we need to realize that life is such a gift, and that God has given each one of us that gift. And you know what? If you're struggling, if you are uncertain about life, I mean, find answers. There's answers. And of course, I would encourage people to go to church, go to the Bible. There are good answers there that can help any person to find their way through life. And taking it out on another person, it's not the right way to do it.
Yeah, it's not the American way. It's not the way we've done it. No. And sir, you are such an eloquent voice on so many issues. It's a great honor on this tragic evening to have you here to help us come to grasp with what happened. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you both.
What a great guy, and what an extraordinary person. What a great person to memorialize Charlie. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, catch our breaths. We're going to come back with one final segment before we hand off to the one and only Grant Stinchfeld. We'll be right back, folks.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Welcome back, everybody. As John hinted at in the last segment, yes, when we got off the elevators at the building, NBC is right across the hall. And I have to admit, John, that I'm not nearly as diplomatic as you are, and I really wanted to, throw up one of these four fingers on each hand.
I was swearing on the inside.
Yeah, but there has been a lot of disgusting, despicable coverage on the news today, and Matthew Dowd on MSNBC was one of the perpetrators. Check it out.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Oof, I wonder if when he lays his head down on his pillow tonight, if he's going to regret saying that. Maybe, probably not, honestly.
On the same note that he was making stupid people lead to stupid ideas, and I think we just witnessed one of them. I mean, it's just anyone who knew Charlie Kirk, and this is what happens, people who don't know him start opining about him. Yeah. We know that Charlie wasn't hateful.
Not
he didn't condemn people at all. He just tried to debate with them about what he believed was right. The president has just ordered all flags to be flown at half-staff in the United States. That is a rare moment for someone who wasn't a government official. It's usually reserved for presidents. An extraordinary honor for an extraordinary young man who's been stolen from us far too early. I was thinking as we drove over here, Amanda, to do the show tonight, that how do you honor a guy like Charlie Kirk? And I know the first answer is you got to carry on the legacy. You cannot let this assassin stop what he's done. In fact, the best way to punish that assassin is to double down on Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
But I'd like to float an idea tonight. You guys on social media tell me whether you like it. If you like it, we're going to go do it. I think we need to have an annual award called the Charlie Kirk Defender of Freedom Award, because of all the things that Charlie fought for: life, faith, family, common sense. He believed in the core belief of liberty in this country and freedom. And that's really what he was fighting for. He wanted those students to have the freedom to walk safely on campus and to speak their feelings. And just 2 weeks ago, and I briefly talked to Charlie about this the other day, we had a United States Senator from Democrat who sadly apparently comes from my home state, Senator Kaine, who actually suggested that that freedom doesn't come from our maker, that our defenders of and the writers of the Declaration of Independence were wrong when they declared that we were bestowed with inalienable rights of freedom from our creator. The greatest way we can fight this is to start the education campaign that freedom is America, and that what Charlie was fighting for and died for is that. And so I want to.
I like it.
You like it? I think we should go do it.
Here's the thing.
Charlie Kirk Defender Freedom Award.
Freedom is God's idea.
Yeah.
Scripture talks about it all throughout the Old and the New Testament. Who the Son sets free is free indeed. Lyrics to one of my favorite praise and worship songs, rooted in Scripture. And for someone like Charlie Kirk, who so loved freedom, he is free indeed. He is free indeed, and he is going to be watching whoever stewards Turning Point through its next generation. And I just want to tell all of you at Turning Point, I know you guys are like family. All of you who worked at and with that organization, it was always such a family atmosphere there in Arizona every time I had the pleasure of visiting the facility. So for all of you who are going to be tasked with taking up the mantle and continuing on this organization, you are fully capable. I know that you all are full of the zest and the patriotism and the love for freedom that he was. So take it and run with it.
Don't let the haters scare you tonight. That's what they wanted by this act. Absolutely. Stand up to them and punch them back in the mouth. Yeah. All right, a guy that's good at punching truth in the mouth every day. We love him. Grant Stinchfield, my good friend. Up next, we're going to hand off to him, and we're going to take a little bit of time to think about Charlie. Good.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years,
Or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Sadly, I knew that this day would come. I always did. That I would have to start a show, guys, telling you a lunatic assassinated one of my friends. Well-known conservative friends, simply for being a voice of reason, simply for defending American values and reason. Today, they shot Charlie Cook, murdered him in front of thousands of college students. College students he dedicated a life of saving from leftist indoctrination. It could have been Dan Bongino, Benny Johnson, or even Steve Bannon. It could have been me or any of the other hosts here on RAV, but today it was Charlie Kirk. Today, it was Kirk. Yesterday, it was President Trump. Who's tomorrow? I've sat on stage with Charlie Kirk too many times to count. I don't just consider him a friend and a colleague. I consider him an American hero and one of the most smartest, well-schooled men I know. Now he's gone, leaving behind a young, beautiful family. I pray for all of them. So it's no secret that Charlie died today doing what he loved.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Moments later, they would take his life. See, he was there debating young, confused students at Utah Valley University, changing a few hearts and minds along the way. That is until that one lone shot rang out. The moment I saw the video, I knew that he could not be saved. Today, not only am I devastated for the Kirk family, for this country, but I am angry, enraged, really, left-wing Marxists parading as pundits, just as early as yesterday, vilified Charlie as a racist, all but egging on would-be shooters to take him out. CNN got their wish. Listen to me, and listen to me carefully. Democrats no longer get to claim Republicans are the violent ones. The facts just do not support that fake news bullcrap anymore. Today's Democrat Party is the party of violence, and every single American who calls himself a Democrat ought to be embarrassed by and disgusted with the radicals who encourage these assassins. The reality is, sometimes I think they want a civil war. Civil war, folks, is the last thing I want. But if it ever comes, God bless them all. I've been trained not to ever say this, but I've always known it. So here it goes. I'm mad, folks, and I'm angry, and I hope they take notice. They don't stand a chance against us. So here's the real deal. Let's return this nation to peaceful discourse. Do you hear me, Democrats? And keep on track, making America great again. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Charlie Kirk. Doing that is exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. Now, I actually believe this may go far deeper than just some deranged leftist lunatic. It appears to me, after watching this video that was sent to me from people on the ground in Utah, that there was a shooter on the roof. And Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, has announced there is a shooter in custody. Watch this video sent to me.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
After what happened with President Trump and a shooter on the roof, people aren't speaking out that they saw someone running on the roof. There's this video, it's hard to see, but if you look real closely as the camera pans across, you'll see someone running on the roof. Roll that cut. I believe it's 31. Watch the roof. Very, very closely, you can see someone run on the roof. We've got a still frame of that picture. If you could throw that still frame up there of the guy on the roof. Very small to see, but he's there. Then, to make me lose even more hope in Democrats in this country, our friend Lauren Boebert, the Republican Congresswoman from Colorado, asked for a moment of prayers and silence on the floor of the House of Representatives. Watch how this goes down.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
No. You're not going to say prayers for Charlie Kirk? I'm telling you, folks, if there was a leftist pundit, fine. Take a moment of silence on the House floor for that leftist pundit. Have some respect for the other side. The left doesn't have any respect for the other side, which is why I have little respect for them now. This, of course, is the radical leaders. I'm not talking about every Democrat out there. But every Democrat out there ought to really take solace in the fact of what's going on with their party. And it's not really solace they should take. They should take embarrassment with what's going on with their party. I'm so angry right now. I really am. And it's hard to process this whole day. Charlie Kirk was a longtime friend of mine, as he was with most of the hosts on Real America's Voice, including my buddy John Solomon, who's been covering this all day today. John, in many respects, I apologize to ask you to come on tonight after you've been covering this all day long. I know Charlie was a friend of yours, but I'm grateful to have you on tonight, John. I really am.
Thank you. I'm always grateful to be on your show, Grant. You do such a great job. We're all got a big loss in our life. There's a hole in our heart that's never going to be filled again. It's called Charlie Kirk. But I think you just hit on something that is so important. We, for most of our time, could agree to disagree without firing bullets, without showing the obnoxiousness of what you just showed on the floor of the House. But we have a part of the country today that can't applaud for a cancer-stricken young child who gets honored during a congressional speech because he might be associated with Donald Trump. We can't mourn the loss of a 31-year-old dad who was just a good old-fashioned American because he had conservative values. We can't salute police officers who do in the line of duty what they do. We have a group of people in America that are exhibiting the most downright un-American, anti-American traits I could imagine. They make some who ran the Soviet Union or the Chinese gulags look like they're in our country. And until we get a grip on this, until we repudiate it, not with a day or a moment or an arrest, but until we repudiate it day in and day out, we're not going to get a grip on this. Almost a majority of young people, close to a majority of young people, believe political violence is now justifiable. How, in God's name, did our school system produce that? And if we don't start speaking out every day, every hour, we are putting this country at risk. Just like the men and women who answered the war of World War II, answered the bell and went and fought tyranny and hatred and intolerance in Europe, those who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11, our generation needs to have a response that is as powerful and as overwhelming as our prior generations delivered to intolerance. And I fear that we'll mourn Charlie Kirk for a few days and then we'll go back to accepting this insanity. It is time to lay down a gauntlet and say, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. If you hate America, don't run for mayor of New York. If you salute terrorists, get out of the damn country and go join them somewhere else. But it's time to start punching back against this hatred and intolerance. The speech is fine. The sentiments we have to stop.
Yeah, John, we sure do. And as I think about what happened here, and I think about Charlie, and I think about visions of you sitting next to him at a CPAC event on a Real America's Voice couch. This could have been any conservative commentator. They went after Charlie. He's one of the loudest, most powerful voices, most certainly. But I think they wanted to silence us. This is their goal. And if they can't silence President Trump by killing him, if they can't silence Charlie Kirk or John Solomon by killing him, sorry, John, then they want to just silence the others and make sure that we shut up. I'm not shutting up. I know you're not shutting up. This is only going to make us all louder, John.
Yeah, that's right. And listen, we don't know yet whether this is a domestic political person, a terrorist, or a foreigner, and I think that's a very important thing. I noticed the pause in the answer with law enforcement at the news conference when they asked if there's foreign intelligence, and there was a long pause before they said that we can't answer that question. We're going to keep an eye on who it is, but whoever did this was trying to silence a voice of freedom, a voice of liberty, a voice of Americanism, a voice of faith. And all of us who have our voices have got to stand up in unison and say, we ain't going to be cowered by you cowards. And I think we're doing that tonight on this network. And you do it every day when you get behind that mic, Grant. And this great network has given such voice to Charlie and to Jack and to Steve and to all our great colleagues. And I know one thing about the lineup I'm involved in. There ain't nobody on this network that's leaving tomorrow saying, I'm afraid to come back on air and fight. And that makes me proud to be with all of you guys.
Last question for you, John, and I'm just as proud to be with you, and this is a huge loss for Charlie's family, of course, America, and of course, Real America's Voice, with the time that he fills here, and really part of a family, and we all are family on this network.
Irreplaceable.
You see the video that I showed that was sent to me of what appears to be someone on the roof. If it was someone on the roof, this tends to tell me that this was most likely well planned. It's more of a difficult roof to get onto than where President Trump was, where a guy's walking around with a step ladder. And if it was well planned, then I worry it could be something foreign, trying to sow chaos in America and wanting to push us into civil war, why we have to be very careful about this. I'll give you the last word on that, John.
Yeah, what I told Steve at 5 o'clock, I think is turning out to be true. This shooter was at a higher altitude, aimed, and was able to hit someone in the throat, which is very hard to do. Now, might have been aiming for the head and got off, but there's also a think that he may have been aiming for the throat specifically because of Charlie's extraordinary voice. The person dressed in all dark clothes that matched the color of the roof to make him very hard to spot. They were in a parapet shooter's position when they fired the shot. There is some element of professionalism here. Now, doesn't mean it's a hired gunman, but someone who knew how to handle a weapon and knew how to handle an assassination, and that should trouble all of us. The good news is we believe we've caught this person in just a very short period of time, and I suspect that we are going to turn up every stone. Marlin Stutzman, the congressman from Indiana, just said on our show, he's very concerned that there's a foreign element to this and that there's still an undiscussed foreign element in the Butler assassination of Donald Trump, and given that they were both potentially rooftop shooters, I think we need to do a lot of reporting in the next few days to get answers on this, but also keep pressing. We have not gotten the transparency the American public deserves on Butler, And I'm hoping we can press for that as part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if there's anybody who can do this kind of reporting, John Solomon, it is you. Thank you for coming on tonight, and God bless you too, John. I appreciate you coming on for sure, and the honor is most certainly mine. This is Congressman Wesley Hunt talking about this, Cut 19.
And we have got to stop the violence that we are seeing ravaging this country. We have got to stop political violence. And Senator Kennedy is exactly correct. The second the hate enters your heart to this extent, to where we are literally murdering our fellow Americans, means that we have a serious problem in this country. And at the end of the day, no matter how you feel, no matter what your thoughts are, if we can't disagree without trying to murder each other, then by God, this is not the America that I fought for.
Put very, very well there. Now, there were literally thousands of people there. One of those people is running to be the next governor of Utah as a Republican, of course. His name is Phil Lyman. He's been on the program before. Phil, welcome back to the show. We welcome you to the program.
Hey, Grant. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing this on such short notice. Why don't you tell me where you were, what you heard, and your thoughts now, being able to assess this, just a few hours after an assassin took the life of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a whirlwind. I drove up this morning to Orem and got there and went down and met Charlie as he arrived, and we spoke for a few minutes back behind, and the crowd was crazy, and it's a bunch of college students, and it was really exciting, and I appreciated the chance to just take a second with Charlie and tell him thanks for coming to Utah. Then I went out and as he was throwing hats and stuff, there was a young man there who was handicapped, and I motioned to Charlie and said, "Hey, over here," and he brought a hat over and handed it directly to him, and it warmed my heart. And I just watched the good man that he is, and his energy, and he's connecting with those kids, and then after he started speaking, I thought first I needed to meet a couple of other people, so I went up top, and as I went clear up to the top up on the balcony there, and I was kind of walking. I thought, okay, I'm going to go into the building. I was trying to get some video of Charlie up there too. Thought I'm going to go into the building and see if they're in here. As soon as I went through the door, I heard this loud bang, and I turned around and looked at the person who was standing outside the door, because I thought it came from there, like 10 feet away, and she was looking a little confused too, and everybody's kind of looking around. And then I saw some commotion, and people started running into the building. So I ran out, thinking I am very, very close to where this happened. And my only conclusion after looking around is that the person I determined had to be on the roof right above us, because it just was not very, there was nothing else that made sense. And I couldn't picture someone in that crowd being able to pull out a high-powered rifle and make a kill shot, a single shot. And as I learned the details of that, I thought that person's on the roof, and this was not settling an argument. This was not a disgruntled attendee. This was somebody who knew how to assassinate a person, and they did it. So I think the idea that foreign entities are involved would be much more plausible than that it was a hate. Somebody that hates Charlie Kirk's the way he challenges people's beliefs.
Yeah, when I saw, and I'm not showing the video of Charlie's moment that he died, it's just too graphic for TV, and nobody should have to look at it if they don't want to, and I'm not going to force it on people watching this here. But when I saw it, as a gun guy working for the National Rifle Association, being around guns a long time, I knew it was a high-powered rifle, because the way it took out Charlie's neck and the damage it did instantly, there was no way that was a 9mm handgun. And it sounded like it came from a ways from where the video that I saw. So it makes sense. I'm glad they are in custody. That is a good thing. After you went down and out of the building, were you in and amongst the students? And maybe just real quick for me, if you can, explain to me how the students were reacting to all of this.
Well, so I ran back down to the front of the place where the college students, the volunteers that were helping to put this together, and just to confirm, what did you see? And they were all just distraught and telling me about the shot to the neck and the blood and just how horrible that is. And so and then I ran into one of Charlie Kirk's folks who said that they thought they had apprehended the shooter. We found out later that was not the case. But yeah, very sad, very sad. And then going out to the just with the people out in the front of the parking lot and stuff, just a real feeling of sadness. I have family that live right next door, so I went over to my family, some of my relatives' home where I parked my car, and we were talking about this, and then we look out the back, and there's a lot of military style people in the yard, like right in the backyard, circling the house with their guns, and looking in the bushes,
the response was very big, and there was law enforcement on scene right away, and I know he had security there, did everything they could do to try to save him. Phil Lyman, I appreciate you coming on the program tonight. Good luck with your race for governor in Utah, and thank you, sir.
Well, that was actually 2024. We'll see what's happening in 2028. But yeah, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Phil. All right. I just wanted to say something about Charlie. I've known him for probably a decade. We didn't always agree on everything. In fact, I was just having an argument with my son about making him go to college. And he says, Dad, Charlie says I don't need to go to college. These are the kind of conversations that Charlie invoked in households across America. I'm grateful for him for that. I want to show you this clip, number 16, of him and his family, and really what Charlie was all about, and that was family. It was so important to him and saving America.
Well, I would say you need to understand the biblical role of the father. When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally, and really outside the house, and obviously in other ways as well. Quality time is everything. You're not above any of the duties or the tasks or the roles, and it comes with a lot of responsibilities.
Well, it's so true, and I'm struck by those words because we couldn't protect him. And I hope whoever did this, apparently he's in custody, gets to meet his maker some point soon. I want to bring in now my co-host out on The Morning Answer on AM 870 in Los Angeles. Jennifer Horn is with us. She knew Charlie as well. Jen, you and I did many events with Charlie. He's a Salem radio colleague. Of course, he's a Real America's Voice colleague of mine here. I just have to ask you, you knew him well. Your thoughts now that this man is actually dead?
I am still kind of in shock. I am sad. I am angry. I'm disgusted. What Charlie Kirk was, and we knew very well. I mean, actually, the funny story, Grant, you and I have been doing radio together for the last, 5 years now. But before you came to the station, they actually had Charlie Kirk sitting in your chair, and we co-hosted The Morning Answer together. And during that time, I got to really see Charlie for really the person that he was. And I think what always struck me about him was he had this innocence, but he was so intelligent at the same time. And he always had this real curiosity to try to figure out how other people were thinking. And it just struck me today that he's doing what we should all be doing. He was a happy warrior who was a husband, who was a man of faith, and who was unafraid to just talk to people and have civil discourse. And yet that made him a target for someone, some lunatic, some paid assassin, who knows who this guy is, but that made him a target. And we talk about loving free speech, and we talk about having open dialogue, and we talk about all of those things. And someone hated him enough, this good man who you may have disagreed with his politics. I'm not saying I agreed with 100% of the stuff that Charlie Kirk would say, but he was happy to have a conversation with you about it. He never got angry. He was very smart, whip smart, of course, and he could have these debates with you, but he wasn't the guy that was angry or throwing stones at other people. He would actually have a civil conversation. And for that, he was a target. And I am so sickened today by the Tim Wallses of the world who were laughing about Donald Trump being dead. And I'm sick of the late night comics. And I think that we need to make sure that it's Charlie's legacy. We start doing better as a country and dial it down, because you're keying people into thinking that this is somehow making them a hero to take away these two babies' dad for the rest of their lives. I hope that's the legacy of Charlie Kirk, is to bring us back together again in some way.
I will tell you, it's made me take an assessment of who I am surrounded by. And having John Solomon on first, a terrific friend of mine, just a fabulous guy, you, and getting to work with you. Today's one of the first days, I'll tell you, I've been mostly at a loss for words. I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, and anger has basically taken over my emotions here, and it's been really, really difficult. So I'm grateful you're able to come on. You know, you talked about the left, and this is what makes me so angry. Real quick, if you can play MSNBC's Katie Tur. Instead of just taking a step back for a moment, this is how they talk about Charlie Kirk on the day he died.
Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast.
Divisive, polarizing. The New York Times headline called him a right-wing activist. Right-wing? And it can't be a conservative influencer? I mean, this is how polarized we are as a nation, Jen. Something has got to change. Otherwise, Charlie Kirk is not going to be the last. They're going to come for more of us, I promise you, and it's not going to end well.
A story you may not have heard yet is that the Reagan Library, which is just up the street, up the road from our radio ranch here in Los Angeles, they canceled Ben Shapiro's event tonight. I don't know if it was Ben. I know that he was friends with Charlie Kirk. If there was a security risk, I mean, this is terrorism at its core. The goal of the left is to try to shut down strong conservative voices. And so today, I say to you, do not be quiet. Don't be afraid. Continue the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Don't let his death be in vain. And let us continue to speak the truth and continue to fight. And that's the only thing we can do to honor him. I was talking to Michael Reagan today, and he said, you know, this is going to be our generation's Robert Kennedy. And I think he's right, except more powerful, perhaps.
Amen to that. Look, I'm sure it's out of Ben Shapiro's hands. There's no way you'd get me to cancel an event, because that means they silenced us. That means they won. And so it's a tragedy that they canceled that event. They should have gone on with it, in my humble opinion, and added more security and did whatever they could do to secure it. But this was the very day where we need to show them that we will not be silenced. Jennifer Horn, thank you, as always. I will talk to you and see you in the morning on AM 870 out in Los Angeles. 9 to 12 Eastern time. You can find us on Rumble besides the radio, 6 to 9 in L.A. All right. We are keeping an eye on this. We'll hear an FBI agent's perspective on how the investigation will move forward now.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garmin and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, folks, we continue to cover the death of my friend Charlie Kirk. He was a colleague and he was a special guy, and truthfully, this man was an American hero. Murdered by an assassin, quite possibly on a rooftop. It looks like there's a lot of evidence pointing in that direction. And so if this is the case, I believe this may go far further than just some deranged leftist lunatic. This could have been plotted and planned out. I've got the deep state I want investigated. I've got CIA ties I want investigated. I've got Chinese CCP ties that I want investigated. All of these things are in my mind if I'm an investigator. No one is ruled out as a suspect until I can rule them out. Do you hear me? No one. No entity, no foreign enemy, no leftist lunatic. They are all in my circle until we can rule each one out one by one. This was the video that I had gotten just moments before the show of someone spotting someone on a roof. Let's roll that.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
It's not an easy roof to get on. You don't use a stepladder like they did in Butler, Pennsylvania. So where does the FBI go from here? They say they have a suspect in custody. That's a good thing. I want to bring in now to discuss former FBI special agent and counterterrorism expert, John Guandolo is with us. John, welcome back to the show.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, John, I know it's early, and I know speculation is never great, but what do you make of this from an FBI perspective, from an investigatory perspective? Where do you go from here?
Well, so there are, basic investigative techniques that are going to be followed. And the investigators on the ground are obviously going to be canvassing for witnesses, canvassing all the videos and all that to nail down the suspect. But if I might, I'd like to back out a little bit and say my concern is what it's been for a long, long time, is that in the FBI and certainly in state and local law enforcement, there is no understanding of how to put an event like this into the broader war that America is engaged in. And that makes the investigative process very difficult, because things that would be reasonable facts that go towards reasonable suspicion and probable cause are not even being considered, and avenues are not being pursued because of the lack of understanding. And if I might, just for 30 seconds, dig down a little bit. America's engaged in a real war, and we use all kinds of things to words and phrases to define it. But there is an identifiable communist movement and an identifiable Islamic movement that are working at the ground level across the United States. Now, this is going on elsewhere, like in Europe as well. But we know who these entities are. We know who the organizations are. We know the way they do propaganda, the way they communicate. And I just put something out a few days ago on social media that this month, right now, a huge number of communist and jihadi organizations are hosting almost every day during September strategic meetings to talk about how and when to go kinetic like mass operations inside the United States. And these are the kinds of things that precede those things. And the shooting at the Minneapolis Catholic School is also potentially one of those cascading events. But if you don't know any of that, and you don't understand these movements and the organizations that are a part of these identifiable movements, as a matter of fact and evidence, then this is just some guy who's a quote unquote conservative, hack gets shot on a college campus, and it's only a murder investigation, and it ends there. So the things you brought up at the beginning that might actually have a play in this, we don't even look there because we have no idea what this is.
All right. Certainly the FBI has gone one direction, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino trying to bring it back. They focused on right-wing extremism as the greatest threat to this nation, which was a ridiculous thing to focus on, took up a lot of agents' time. So I believe that if you were to kill someone like Charlie Kirk, a possible motivation would be, if you were an Islamic terrorist, to sow chaos in the United States. That we see what happened on the House floor when Lauren Boebert asked for prayers for Charlie Kirk, and you got Democrats booing and saying no. People on the street or at their offices arguing with each other over something like this. Do they want to spark a civil war for us, whether it's jihadists, whether it's the Communist Party of China? Could that be a possibility here? It sounds to me like what you're telling me is the answer is yes.
No, the answer is absolutely yes. The communist movement, I mean, we look at, just rewind 5 years. I've run into a lot of people, smart, I would call them patriotic people, that are not aware BLM was created by the largest Chinese Communist front group in the United States. It never was anything but that. And these other organizations, these other communist organizations like Answer and Code Pink and Unity of Fields, a Hamas organization that works directly with these national communist groups, the DSA, Communist Party USA, RevCom. I mean, it's endless. And at the ground level, they're working together. Yes, I guarantee you, Charlie Kirk, much like the operation in Butler, Pennsylvania, these are not quote unquote lone wolves. These are coordinated operations. We know that at the international level, these things are being coordinated to the point in both of these movements. Well, let me put it this way for your audience. It might even be the simplest way, is what's going on in the United States are hostile foreign powers like China, like Iran, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, are using these networks that they control in the United States to run these operations. So we keep treating this like it's a one-off, like these are wingnuts, like Democrats are just crazy and they're incompetent. They're not. They're very well organized. And the Democrat leadership is the leading edge of this communist movement. So the fact that this is not merely politics, this is a war.
Here's what I take solace in. That Kash Patel is at the helm. If anybody knows that this could be a possibility, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino do. You may have some other agents in there that are oblivious to it all, but those two guys do know that. And I hope they listen to what you're saying, because I do think this is really all a strong possibility that needs to be vetted out. John Guandolo, thank you for your service to this country as a former FBI agent, and certainly thank you for coming on the program tonight.
Thanks for having me on, Grant.
Absolutely. I mean, that's absolutely chilling, folks, when you think about it. And you know that they're going to want you to think, all right, it's a leftist lunatic. And it may be. But it could be far deeper than that. He named CCP and jihadists, Chinese Communist Party and jihadists. Deep state, do not rule them out either. They are so angry with President Trump. They want chaos from all of us. And certainly, if you want chaos, killing Charlie Kirk is a good way to cause it. It really is. All right, we'll be back. Up next, we're going to talk a little bit about something Charlie Kirk would want us talking about, and that is that young lady killed in North Carolina.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo, and sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, We think globally. We think business. Your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you!
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll tell you what, Charlie Kirk would want us still talking about Irina, the young lady killed in North Carolina. Irina Zarutska, on your screen right there, killed by a deranged animal, 14 times arrested, 4-time felon. Well, apparently he was recorded by his own family saying this from inside jail after being arrested for the murder of that beautiful young lady. Listen.
The material, feel like the material used my body to stab the lady.
And so she just got stabbed.
Yeah. You know that's not me. I'm talking about just for no reason. But since they did that, now they got to investigate the material my body is supposed to. Since they want to do all that, now they got to investigate.
The material in his body killed her? It wasn't me, it was the material in my body. Clearly mentally ill, unless he's faking it. Either way, I really don't care. I want him to have the death penalty. I really do. Many say, oh, let him rot in prison. It's worse punishment. Let him go meet God. Run the next clip of him.
She's from the Ukraine. She's from Russia. And, you know, they got a war. They had a war going on against the United States. So I'm just trying to understand, out of all people, why her?
It ain't. I don't have nothing. They just lashed out on her. That's what happened. They lashed out on her. Whoever was working the material, they lashed out on her.
He's deranged. The material in his body. All right, no secret that he was deranged. You know who else is deranged? This Judge Stokes who let him go. I call her a judge. She doesn't even have a law degree. Do you believe you can have a judge in a city like Charlotte, North Carolina, with no law degree, appointed by a diversity, equity, and inclusion clerk, apparently? This is Congressman Mark Harris.
Well, these magistrates, as I understand, are somewhat appointed. I mean, she's not even elected. She's appointed, if I understand correctly, by a clerk. And I think you've got to just follow the line and look from there to the clerk that appointed her. I assume that clerk has the responsibility for the individuals that she appoints to serve as these magistrates. And again, where did the breakdown occur?
The breakdown occurred the moment she was appointed, and this is a real problem with all of these judges. I want to bring in now to discuss this former U.S. Navy JAG officer, former special assistant to the United States attorney, and 2026 Republican Senate candidate for North Carolina, Don Brown, is with us. Don, it's great to have you back on the program.
Grant, thanks for having me. I've got a little air traffic in the background. I hope it's not too bad. It's a hard day. I didn't know Charlie that well. I just spent some time with him. If the leftists think that Charlie Kirk's death is going to slow us down, we're coming at you harder than ever. We're going to draw upon his life. And I'm praying for his wife and his kids tonight. And it's a hard day for us. But we're going to come out stronger, and we're going to dedicate our work to him.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. We're not going to let this silence us. I will ask you this. You're in North Carolina. How does a woman who doesn't have a law degree become a judge?
Well, it is a flaw in the legal system in North Carolina. These magistrates are appointed for political reasons. As my friend Mark Harris pointed out, they're not elected like regular district court or superior court judges, or even Court of Appeals and Supreme Court judges are in North Carolina. They're not appointed by the legislature. It is a political plum job. And obviously, this particular magistrate is highly incompetent. And this individual, this murderer, this thug, had been, on a revolving door released 14 times. This is a big problem. North Carolina has the death penalty, but no execution has been carried out since 2006. That is a travesty. We got to get out to carrying out these executions swiftly and publicly. And the city of Charlotte is to blame a lot here too, Grant. I have to tell you, this light rail system has become a cesspool and a magnet for criminals and thugs. When it was put in back when Pat McCrory, the Republican mayor, when I moved to the Charlotte area in the early mid-90s, there was a 6-5 Republican majority on the city council. That's gone to hell in a handbasket. Now the Democrats have taken police officers off this light rail. There aren't security officers. You have thugs getting on the light rail in downtown and coming out in suburbia. And I've called on President Trump, and I'll do this again, Mr. President, send the National Guard in to stabilize this cesspool of a Charlotte light rail. Put a soldier on every train. If Charlotte cannot get its act together and man those cars as police officers within the next 60 days, it should be shut down. We got to protect our people, and we got to get tough on crime. We can't put up with this bull type of situation we have with political appointees who don't know what they're doing serving as magistrates.
Well, I'll tell you what, President Trump and the National Guard will have their work cut out for it, because it's not just Charlotte, North Carolina. It's probably the top 25 blue cities across America need the National Guard called in. And notice I said they're all blue cities. Don Brown, I wish you the best of luck in your race for the Senate in North Carolina. Thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant. We appreciate you. God bless. Hang in there, brother.
Absolutely. You too, sir. And we appreciate you coming on. Again, I watched 7 minutes of this video of her being killed. It did take bystanders a minute and 20 seconds, roughly, to render her aid. I don't think it was that they didn't want to help her. I think they didn't understand what had happened. It was virtually silent the way he stabbed her and slit her throat. Very, very sad. All right, up next, Real America's Voice White House correspondent Brian Glenn with his reaction to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies failed. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
You know, folks, I think I'm a lot like all of you. When it comes to the death of Charlie Kirk now, the assassination, I'm gutted. I really am. I'm at a loss for words tonight. I'm not on my game. I apologize for that. I really do. But I want to send a message to those on the left. I don't know if this was a left-wing lunatic who killed him. It could have been a foreign entity. It could have been deep state, CCP. I don't know. But I do know this. Leftist so-called pundits encourage this crap. Just yesterday, CNN was vilifying Charlie Kirk as a racist, all but encouraging and egging on leftists to take him out. This is Van Jones. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong. Then he says that if something like that had happened the other way, there would be sweeping changes imposed on society. Where is the George Floyd Policing Act? It didn't pass. Even when you had a white police officer murdered.
He's mad because what Charlie said is true? Yes. That kind of rhetoric, calling people names like racist. I know Charlie personally. He's not a racist. I can tell you that much. I want to bring in now someone else who knows him very well, Rav, Chief White House Correspondent, my other friend, Brian Glenn. Brian, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant.
Brian, I can't help but notice you were in Butler when President Trump nearly lost his life. Now we got Charlie Kirk. This could have been anyone. I just wondered how you're processing this.
Well, like others that have been following this story since it happened, I mean, our hearts are broken. There's no mistaking about that. I was on a flight coming back from Chicago with Attorney General Pam Bondi and RFK Jr. as they had a story about raiding a Chinese vape manufacturing plant when I got the news of that Charlie was shot. I am not only am I heartbroken, but Grant, I got to be honest with you. I'm not surprised because you see how toxic the left is towards conservatives, towards President Trump, towards Republicans in general. And I agree with you. We don't really know who was behind this assassination. But regardless of who it is, there's one thing that's clear. Charlie Kirk preached the gospel to youth, to young Americans, the youth of our country. He preached peace, love, compassion. He did it in a very articulate way that people would understand it. And they don't want that. So whoever's behind this assassination truly does not like this country. They aren't a follower of Jesus, and they simply want to eradicate us from this whole conversation. And I don't think, to be honest with you, and I walk past all of these people in front of the White House almost every day. They don't want a conversation, Grant. They want to shut you down. They want to shut you up. And I think Greg Gutfeld on the 5 earlier today said it best, and I'm not going to drop the F-bomb, but if they think that this is going to make us go away, they got another thing coming. Yeah. We're going to be stronger after this, and God bless Charlie Kirk's family, two kids. It's just heartbreaking. It really is, Grant.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think it's going to silence anybody out there. And I'll tell you, I try to put myself in the other side's shoes often to see how I would react compared to them. If this was reversed and a left-wing pundit was killed, they would be wishing it's a Make America Great Again person, wearing a red hat. You know, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Brian. I'm not hoping it's anybody, whether it's a jihadist, whether it's a left-wing Kamala Harris supporter, I just want them caught. I'm not hoping it's anybody. They hope because they always want the story. And I'm sick of them wanting the story at the expense of people's lives. And they're willing to take people's lives, I think, in many times, and encourage people to take lives for the story. And I give you the last word.
I agree with you. And I'm still got questions on Thomas Crooks, who attempted to shoot President Trump. I've got questions across the board in regards to this. And I'm with you. Regardless who it is, I want accountability. But let's just put every conservative, every influencer, every TV host, anybody that's in this MAGA movement, that's in a public eye, put your head on a swivel and protect yourself.
Yeah. You know, the saddest part of all of this, and I was talking about this, Brian, is even if Charlie had his head on a swivel, even if he was carrying a firearm, he wouldn't have seen it coming. I mean, if they're going to come and get you, they're going to come and get you. As what happened to President Trump, he had God's hand on him. Charlie has God's hand on him now, and that I know. Now, Brian Glenn, thank you, my friend. It's always good to see you.
Grant, God bless. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, final thoughts on all of this. Just a horrible day in the conservative world. It really is. We're back in a flash.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back, everyone. Sad day. I don't need to tell you that. My New York Yankees, I'm proud of them. Look what they did tonight.
2 children is 31 years old.
It's a quick video, but Charlie Kirk on the Jumbotron, 31 years old. And then President Trump truthed out this today. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. I'll tell you what, I still can't believe that I'm not going to see Charlie. I'm not going to talk to him, do an event with him, sit on a stage with him again, go on his program, him come on mine. Whew. It is a tough day, to say the least. But we move forward because that's what we do. We're Americans and we'll stay tough, and we pray for his family. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you tomorrow.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes.
My prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family.
I pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steel and resolve about this.
There's no playbook on how to do a show like tonight, especially when you speak every night 2 hours and then you find yourself speechless. Tonight we confront a moment of profound tragedy, a bright, vibrant life taken far too soon. At approximately 12:20 p.m. Mountain Time today, Charlie Kirk, just 31 years old, was assassinated while speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. It was the kickoff of his American Comeback Tour, one of his signature Prove Me Wrong debates, where he stood, as he always did, engaging students with courage, conviction, and a passion for ideas. In an instant, a single gunshot silenced a voice that inspired millions. A cowardly act of violence that struck not just a man, but the very heart of our civic life. This was no mere attack. It was an assault on the foundational principle that ideas, not bullets, should settle our disagreements. Charlie Kirk was a warrior for truth, a leading voice in conservative politics, and a champion for a generation of young Americans. He died doing what he does best, standing before a crowd, honorably engaging his foes, and defending his vision for a stronger, freer America. President Donald Trump confirmed his death this afternoon, calling Charlie legendary and urging the nation to pray for his family. Flags across the country will fly at half-staff through Sunday in his memory. But there's no gesture that can capture the weight of this loss. Not for his beautiful family, not for the countless young people he inspired to stand up and fight for the timeless truths that we all know make this nation great. Charlie, by the way, was winning the debate. He was leading the charge to win back our culture. We've seen the advances. And for that, an unspeakable evil took his life. This was not just murder. It was an attack on every student who gathered there for civil discourse, on every champion of freedom, and on every American who strives peacefully to try to save this great nation. A man who, if you knew him and watched him, never raised his voice, who met every challenge with respect and reason, well, he was silenced by a movement and a satanic ideology that answers debate with death. Charlie Kirk was courageous, brilliant, compassionate, and powerfully honest. A strong Christian, he boldly proclaimed the gospel and loved our country deeply. He fought daily on the front lines against the lies and evil seeking to divide us each and every day. He died in battle, and we must honor him for the patriot that he was. We wake up in a different country tomorrow, one marked by this tragedy, but hopefully one that's not defined by it. This is political terrorism, make no mistake about it, and it will not win. Justice here must be swift. Charlie's legacy will endure in every young person he inspired, in every mind he awakened, and in every heart that continues his fight for truth. We will forever remember him, and we will honor him by carrying forward the torch that he lit. Tonight we mourn, tomorrow we fight. For Charlie, for freedom, and for the America that he loved. And like I said, there's no playbook on how to do a show like tonight. We're going to do the best we can. Slick's here, Rick Delgado, Paul Nolan, Aaron and Fran, as always. And we're going to have a bevy of guests to come on and talk about this unspeakable tragedy today that just just shakes you to your core. It's hard. It's hard to even know that we're talking about this tonight. It's still not real to some of us. And what I found myself thinking about today before I welcome the other guys is I said, I only met Charlie, I think, once. And it was before this show was even on Real America's Voice. It was an early CPAC, I think around 2018, 19, something like that. And I thought, I didn't really even know this man, but yet felt to the depths of my soul today with grief that was unexplainable all day. And I think that says probably more about him than anything else. I felt like he was a brother. So, Slick, how are you?
Okay, Big Dig.
What did you, any thoughts you want to share now before we get to our guests? I don't.
Yeah, I just left a fundraiser for a bunch of young Republicans that are bringing up the local government in Islip and in the county. All these people are 30, 35 years old. They're all devastated. They're beyond devastated. They cannot not even get over what had happened. So, yeah, it was a heavy day, Big D. Very heavy day. Really impacted my wife, too. She was a tremendous fan of Charlie Kirk, which I don't think I ever shared on the show. She was such a big fan, supporter, loved his messaging, loved what he brought to the table. And, boy, it hit my home hard. I was just getting ready to start looking at prepping for the show. And, man, I mean, I just wanted to, like, shut down for the day. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's just, I don't even want to make comparisons.
Delgado? Give me your quick thoughts, because I want to get to the guests.
Stunned. Really can't say anything. He didn't have the opportunity or the pleasure of ever meeting Charlie, but like you and probably many others, got to know him through all the video clips that you'd always see him challenging people to the debate, and that's again what this country was built on. It's built on debate and challenging your thoughts and your beliefs with his. And, doing it in a respectful way. What you see here is what you always get when people like this, like a Charlie Kirk, come along, where they can't seem to be beaten in the arena of debate and ideas. People find a way to silence them, and it's sad and it's unfortunate. You feel for his young family. It's a young family. He was a young guy. I had no idea he was only 31.
Yeah,
31.
31,
93.
And again, when you see people that are threatened by words, that's when we end up suffering.
Paul,
you know what? You guys covered most of it. Your opening was outstanding. As a Christian, born again, I take comfort and solace knowing that he is at the right hand of the Father.
Yeah.
But like you, Rick, I come home, my wife just was tears and hugging me. And, to me, like, he wasn't, this guy was killed, like you guys said. I mean, he was a champion to liberty, to freedom, to God, to good values, to civility. He was shot and killed and assassinated today because he was making such a huge difference. I mean, he was changing the youth of America. And who do the globalists, who do the leftists, who do the people want more than anyone? They want the children. They're the most important part of their diabolical, satanic, demented plan. And, Charlie Kirk was just a beautiful soul, man. And I don't want to go too long, but, when you saw him on Bill Maher and you saw him on debates with PBD, with full-blown leftists, he never raised his voice. He always kept his dignity. He listened. His articulation to answer clearly and decently was unrivaled. He is a champion for good decency, and the internet lives forever. Charlie will live forever.
Well said. Aaron, let's go to our who do we have with us? And we're going to have a bunch of people join us. We've got Brian Glenn, I believe, in our Washington, D.C. studio with the great John Solomon. We've got Ben Bergquam. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And I know it's been a heavy, long day. Ben, Brian, John. John, if you don't mind, I'll come to you first. I guess, and I've seen what you've, most of the day. I've seen all the reporting you've done.
Yeah.
Is there anything new as we come on the air tonight at 11 minutes past 8 o'clock on the East Coast that you have learned or we should know?
Yeah, a couple pieces. They're still trying to figure out the shooter, who he was. He clearly was on a rooftop. He clearly was a long distance away outside the normal security perimeter. He was in a parapet position. He was dressed in the same color as the roof. So it was a man who appeared to have taken some time to think through and plot out this assassination. He was a decent shot. He hit Charlie in the chest of the vest, and then the bullet ricocheted from the vest up into the throat area, and that's what ultimately killed Charlie. There is some component of this that the FBI and authorities are looking at as foreign. That doesn't mean it will turn out to be foreign, but there's something that has led them down asking questions about any foreign involvement, just like they did with Butler. We don't know much what that is yet. We don't know the motive yet. I think we'll know more later tonight. I think there'll be a press conference around 10 or 11 Eastern time with an update, and that'll give us a little more information. I'll just say quickly, I've known Charlie for about a decade. I went to one of his earliest events. There were 200 kids. The last time I went to an event, there was like 10,000. I just couldn't believe in a decade what he did. I was with him 3 weekends ago in Colorado. The great Rob Sig asked me to go out and do something, and it's funny, I was kind of grumping, I don't want to go to Colorado on the weekend. And when I got there, I realized how blessed I was. This is way before I realized that Charlie was going to be taken from us today, because what he does is he inspires, and his defense of freedom, his passion. And at one point I said to him, hey, Charlie, I'm marveled at how much you moved the Zoomers, the Z generation, in politics. And he said, it's kind of profound. He says, I got to tell you, John, I don't want to put a hole in your balloon, but it's not that profound. It's kind of simple. I just realized that conservatives needed to have someone to stand alongside them to help them, so they weren't bullied into expressing their opinions. And that simplicity, that clarity of vision, that joyful warrior, and that stunning intellect, and that towering figure, because he really was tall. We've lost it, but we will not lose the essence of it. And they may have silenced his voice today, but they will never have silenced the movement for freedom that he began.
Yeah, amen to that. Brian Glenn, you, of course, were there on one of the darkest days in the history of this country back in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. So I know you weren't there today out there, but boy, similar sounds and just similar scene when you watched it on TV. Give me your thoughts on what we saw today.
Yeah, I was on a plane coming back from Chicago. I went out there with Attorney General Pam Bondi and RFK Jr. on a story about Chinese manufacturing on vapes. And after the press conference, we got on the plane, and it was shortly after that is when I got a text message from my son that had said Charlie Kirk got shot. And so we went on to further investigate it on social media and some other sources, and it was confirmed. Let me tell you something. This guy changed a generation of kids, youth, our college-age kids, and we were just talking offline before we came on. He had such an elegant way of explaining things to our kids, and doing it in a very respectful way. And he would stand in front of the biggest critics. These people would get in front of the microphones and bait him with a bunch of hate, but he never took the bait, John. He never took it. He was respectful for everyone, and he truly will be missed. But I think we can all agree, his voice, Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, everything that he was a part of, the MAGA movement, the Trump agenda, the America First, the Christian movement in this country is not going to stop. Matter of fact, I think it got much bigger today.
Yeah. John, I want to make tonight about Charlie, obviously, but I do want to catch some of the details here for the audience. I just want to go back to what you said. Your belief or your information is that Charlie was wearing a vest and the bullet hit the vest and then ricocheted up into his neck. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, that's what they're investigating. Again, you start with what you think you see on video, and you're looking at it. We'll learn more when they get to the forensics. The FBI lab will be there helping local authorities, but that's what I was told from a federal law enforcement officer, that's what happened. So that would mean the shooter was aiming for the body of mass, the center body of mass, and then the bullet just ricocheted up into the throat area. That's what I was told tonight. We'll see if that turns true. It's hard to tell from the video, so we don't know that. We are certain that the shooter was on a rooftop, and it was quite a ways away and was able to hit Charlie. And I think we're going to learn a lot more about that shooter, what motivated him, and if there are other perpetrators in this, we're going to learn more in the next few hours.
Ben Berquam, let me bring you in. As I said to Brian, we've all lived through a lot of violence in this country. Ben, I found myself at some point today thinking about this week with this poor woman in the train in North Carolina. And we talked about this the last couple nights about the actions of our fellow citizens there. And then seeing this today, I found myself at a point today where I said, this country is so sick right now. How do we get through this? When you look at the behavior of our fellow citizens, not only there, but here today with the reaction to this. Give me your thoughts, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, similarly to what you expressed, Damon, when we started, there's just still a sense of numbness. I think about a guy like Rush Limbaugh when he died. He was a guy I grew up with, and I think about that impact that he had in my life. That same sense, you think about a guy like Charlie Kirk for this last generation. To John and Brian's point, he changed a generation. And I think about what he was doing today. The very thing that the left hates. Every time I go out to these protests, the left tries to silence their own side. I've seen it all this week. I'm out here in Chicago watching the left attack ICE and protest to protect criminals and protest in this evil soup of all these ideas that are terrible for America that they have accepted. And the irony is that they turn around and tell us that we're the haters and we're the bigots and we're the evil ones. And in reality, everything they stand for today is evil. And you look at a guy like Charlie who said, you know, I'm going to go into that fire. I'm going to go into the universities and I'm going to go to where they're failing our kids. And the impact that one man had, started off as a kid, became a man, Charlie Kirk, the impact that he had, you know, Paul said it, the enemy, the devil, he comes after our kids. And what was two of his main focuses? Protecting the unborn and stopping the mutilation of our kids and the mental psychosis, the transgender mental illness of our kids. The devil did not like that. The devil does not like that. And the devil that's inside of so many people in America right now wanted to silence that. But I talked about it earlier today. Man, I really had a hard time. I was on the air when that official word came through, and I saw the shot. And as a hunter, it was clearly looked fatal when you saw it. But to have that official word come out, it was hard to get through it. But I think about the lives that Charlie touched and the countless lives. I pray for his family. I think about those kids, having young kids myself. That's my biggest fear. Every weekend I go out, just about every day, I'm in a place where it crosses my mind that my kids may not have a father someday. And it's the worst thought in my mind. And so I look at, and I pray through it and I pray against it. But I look at that now. I look at his kids who will have to live that life. And it breaks my heart. And I look at his wife and I think about my wife. And it breaks my heart. And I found myself, this morning I was kind of stressing about things. There's a lot of stuff going on in life, and I've got to do this, ride along, and I've got to, go on to this next spot and this next spot. And I didn't get much sleep the last few days, and I was getting anxious about life and annoyed about things, little things. And after this happened, it's this, numbness, but it was this weird calm that it's like, man, we waste so much time worrying about things that don't matter. And you think about the things that do matter. And I think about the impact that a guy like Charlie has. It will live forever. And it's not just going to live forever on the internet. It's going to live forever through every one of those seeds that he planted in those young people that will grow into adults, that will have their own children, who will have their own children, who will have their own children. And the ideas will transcend the generations. And that to me is, I thank God for Charlie. I thank God for the time that we had him. I wish we had more time with him. I'm shocked just like everybody else. But I thank God for a guy like Charlie. And I just pray that those seeds that were planted become trees across our nation for liberty. And that, to back to your point, Damon, where do we go? I mean, we are in such a divided place right now that we are either going to fall into civil war and this nation is going to crumble just like every other great nation has in the past, or we're going to defeat this evil and this cancer that's in our society. And it really comes down to us. Either we're going to stand up and say, I don't care what names you call me, like Charlie said, I don't care what you do to me, I'm going to continue to stand up for the values that I believe in regardless. And if we have a generation, I think this is a galvanizing moment. Sadly, it's one of the worst. But this is a moment where we say, I'm done. I'm done. You look at what happened in North Carolina, I'm done. You look at what's happening all across our country, I'm done. You hear what Governor Pritzker here in Illinois said today, blaming Trump, I'm done. You blame the guns, I'm done. CNN, MSNBC, I'm done. I'm done with the lies. I'm done with caring what you think about me. I'm going to stand up for the values that will protect this nation, my family, and glorify the God that made me and made me for a purpose. But I do pray for his family. I pray for his family because it's my biggest fear.
Yeah. John, I'll throw this out to all of you, and then I'll let the guys here ask some questions as well. But to Ben's point, You know, the message here is it's dangerous to speak your mind, right? That's the message that some want us to take away from that. And either you kind of take that message and crawl into a corner and shut up, or you do what Charlie would want us to do and kind of find some revigoration and go out there and speak about these things even stronger, right?
Our clarion call for tonight. We can't sit any longer and allow people to get away with the bullyism and the hatred and the intolerance and say, oh, that's just the left. It's time to end it. It's time to call out people like Matthew Dowd for his hateful and stupid comments today.
Yeah.
People don't invite to be killed. They don't. Not for speaking freedom, not for defending America, not for loving your children, your family, your country, your freedom. We have to speak up when a senator says the founding fathers were wrong, well, because they didn't believe our creator created us with unalienable rights of freedom. They're wrong. That story should get way more attention. Rob Sigg created this network, and we all work together, and we are a bullhorn, and we do a good job. We got to get the rest of our country moving in the same direction every single time. We got to play whack-a-mole. We no longer can tolerate hatred, division, and we need to stand up for America. We do not need to be ashamed of America. We do not need to renounce our freedom. We do not need to hide our faith. We do not need to fear when we walk outside that some crackpot will take a shot at us. The way we do that is by standing firm. And the World War II generation answered that bell, and they saved freedom for a generation. The men and women that came after 9/11, we're about to celebrate the 24th tomorrow of that extraordinary day where we really got suckered punched. I feel a little bit like 9/11 in a way tonight, but they answered the call. Our generation's call may not be a kinetic war. It may be fighting among our own people to root out those who wish to silence and harm us, and that's why I'm proud to be along this guy and that guy on TV.
Well, real quickly, if I can, I was just telling John, we were whispering just a few minutes ago, I said this is a time within our party. We have so many people that are so fractured on one side of the party, the other side of the party. We're arguing about percentages and debt ceilings and all this stuff. We're not our enemy. The left, the radical left, the person who shot Charlie Kirk, that's our enemy. So I'm calling for a truce within our own party. Yeah. We have people that fight, that go tooth and nail at one another, like we're the actual enemies in our own party. We need to put those petty grievances aside and focus on defeating the left. And I hope today that let's just bury the hatchet. I don't want to name names on right now. But there's people in our party that all they do is attack other Republicans. We need to end that.
I tell a story. I told Brian I was going to tell the story. Now I'm going to tell him it on air because it's my favorite story. I'm going to force you to do it now. I only interviewed Ronald Reagan once, but he told me the story. It was a story about how he came to choose George H.W. Bush, who had been a vitriolic opponent of him in the 1980 primary. And then he picks him. He shocks the world when he picks George Bush. And he described about the importance he united the family, the party to go into the election and defeat Jimmy Carter. And I said, well, what happened? Like when you sit down with the guy who's been smearing you, what do you say to me? They said, oh, I had the perfect message. The morning after I told him I picked him as the vice president, we met for breakfast, and George Bush said to me, Governor, is there any advice you have for me when you go on the trail? And he said, George, you're a military man. I think you're going to understand this one well. If you're ever in a damn foxhole in the future and you pull the pin on a grenade, do not throw it on anyone but the other guys. And I think that was his way of saying we don't fight each other in a foxhole. The enemy's on the other side. And Ronald Reagan's wisdom still rings true almost 50 years later.
Yeah.
Good point.
A couple of the guys here have some questions too, Delgado.
Yeah, first off, guys, thank you for taking the time and joining us tonight. Let me ask you, and Ben, you kind of alluded to this earlier, you being really out front and center and on the ground for a lot of these things that you do, especially with the border where that's concerned. The three of you, after today, have you kind of sat back and kind of recalibrated, like, maybe I got to rethink, because we just don't know. As Dan Bongino used to say, you got to walk around with your head on a swivel. Are there any things that you're thinking, not that you'd share them, but at least are you recalibrating, like, maybe I should, change some things up, kind of, you know what I mean, in terms of just safety?
Well, it's something I think about, again, almost every day, and I pray about it. Lord, give me the wisdom to know where to go, and where not to go, and what to say and what not to say. And there are many times where I'm in a position and it's only God's hand. There's a covering that I've felt that I can only describe as God's hand, God's angel armies going with me. And so I believe that everywhere I go, God leads my steps. And I also believe God has a time, and this life is finite. And so we are called for a certain number of days in this life. And within that time, the most important thing is that we get right with the Lord. And I thank God Charlie was, and I thank God I know where he is tonight, and we'll see him again. And so I go with that perspective, but I also do pray about, is this the place to go? Because not to be stupid, you don't just jump off a cliff and say, God, protect me. You follow his wisdom. And I do think about that. And in particular, as the violence, the rhetoric on the left increases, I get death threats. I don't talk about them, but I get death threats. I consider it. I pray about it. I speak to law enforcement. I wear my vest when I'm in places. I carry my gun as often as I can. Unfortunately, you come to a place like Chicago and you can't. Only the bad guys do. And but it's definitely something, and especially today. I mean, you can't not think about it even more. This is what the enemy wants. They want to kill us. And I hear it when I'm out at a protest multiple times a day. You can't not think about it. But I said it earlier today. There's a picture, and I don't know if the studio has it, but I started my journey after God turned my life around. And actually, I want to preface this real quick. So I was a drug addict, alcoholic, that wasn't sure if I was going to end up in prison or dead. I was addicted to crack at a point in my life almost 10 years ago. And God set me free. He broke my chains. And as soon as he did that, the fear of man, the fear of what I'm walking into, it's not gone. There's a lot of times where I'm still afraid, but God has given, it's this weird feeling like, man, God gave me a second chance at life. I was going towards death, and he gave me new life. And that idea, and also knowing where I'm going, it really empowered me to just say, okay, I'm going to continue walking down this path, but still understanding that, we're not called to be stupid. But when God turned my life around, I was back in Berkeley in 2017, the Battles of Berkeley, and it was the first time I went out there with my MAGA hat on. I walked out. Actually, my wife was 8 months pregnant at the time. We had our first daughter, Chloe, who was 6 years old at the time. I dropped them off to go shopping. I said, hey girls, I'm just going to go, interview some of these people, and I'll call you when I'm ready to get picked up. And 2 or an hour and a half later, I had to call them on somebody else's phone because I had been attacked, and I got attacked by Antifa. They stole my hat. They went running into the crowd. I ended up getting hit over the top of the head with a stick, the side of my ear. And the worst part about it was my daughter had to pick me up and see me with my bloody head. And I went home that weekend and I thought about it, and I prayed about it after getting stitches and going home. And I thought, man, is this even worth it? Is it worth taking the risk with these evil, evil people? Because I knew who they were then. Antifa, these guys, they're evil. They're demons. They're led by demons. They're people that are led by demons. And what I ended up deciding was, if I don't do this, they're going to have to do this. My children and my wife are going to have to do this. And as the husband and the father, the leader of my household, I can't not do this. I can't not stand up for them and for this community and for this nation. And so, no, it doesn't dissuade me at all. If anything, it just shows me how much more we need strong men to stand up in this generation who aren't cowards, who aren't afraid, who aren't cowards like the coward that hid on top of that building while Charlie Kirk engaged this generation to change hearts and minds, and this scumbag took that away. That evil and that cowardice has to be defeated, and it will only be defeated by brave men. And so I think about it, but if anything, it just drives me to say, okay, now we stand up even more, and we're going to defeat this enemy, and this is the enemy that's very, very clear right now.
Amen, Ben. Amen. We pray for you too. You are one of those men, all three of you. Paul?
Guys, first off, I never had the honor of meeting Charlie, but I was a big fan. So I know he's your friend. So first thing, I'm really sorry you guys. I'm sorry for your loss. As a friend, on top of him just being a fantastic champion. And I think of this almost when I first saw it. My first reaction was the old me was this like an act of war, and then I thought, well, what do I know about war? The first casualty of war is the truth, and I started thinking about how the media and how the disinformation campaigns and how the speculation and how the algorithms, echo chambers of these biases, are going to divide people into these corners. I thought it was really great the way you guys said that we have to unite within MAGA, and I think that's so important. How do you guys battle when you're trying to report on this real journalistic integrity that you guys have? How do you sift through the rubble? Can you guys speak to that at all? Because it's so relentless, the amount of nonsense that we have to cut through. So if you guys could speak to that.
John?
Let's start with Brian. He does it every day in the White House, surrounded by people who are mistruthers. Right. I mean, he does such a great job.
Yeah. It's incredible, really.
I get I get criticized for being Trump's pro-MAGA reporter in the White House, and I get questioned by a lot of foreign media, and I just tell them I ask questions that the American people have, and I talk about subjects that no one will talk about. I'll give you a great example. We talked about mail-in ballots, and President Trump put a truth out on that one day, so I followed up in the Oval Office about that, and of course he made a comment about it. So all I'm trying to do is talk about the stuff that people message me on social media. People come up and say, hey, what's the latest on this? That's all I'm trying to do. But I do have to work amongst people, and they are some of the worst of the worst. They could give a rat's ass right now about Charlie Kirk. They really can't. They're shedding no tears. Or the truth. They're shedding zero tears over this. I can assure you. I went to the White House as soon as I landed at Joint Base Andrews. I went straight to the White House. Not one person said hello to me. Not one person said, I'm sorry to hear about your loss, knowing that he was so close to the network. One person did. That's Daniel with OAN, who we have a personal relationship with. He's the only person that said one word to me. So that tells you all you need to know about the legacy media.
Hey, John, I know you have a busy night, and I know you got to go. But can I just ask you, well, number one, did you have a comment there on that?
I love what Brian said, because I think what makes this network so unique is that we're always connected to Real America's Voice, and we want to get the answers that the American people have. Too many journalists today live in an ivory tower, and they only care about what they talk about with each other. And what Brian does, the way he ciphers through all of the comments and to go in and maybe ask a question on behalf of the American people, that's what journalism used to be about. It's probably what Walter Cronkite did when he picked his stories for his network. He was a liberal, but he was kind of neutral as a journalist. I love the fact that this network, which had Charlie Kirk on it, which has the great Brian Glenn, and all of us here tonight. Well, what a great John Solomon. I'm only as good as my next door, so we'll see. But I love the fact that that's what motivates people on this network to go get the questions answered that the American people have, because the media used to do that, and somewhere in the last decade they stopped. They serve themselves, and it's time that we start serving the American people, and we serve them a healthy dose of truth again.
Yeah. And again, John, I want to make this about Charlie, but I do have, just want to be clear for the audience before you have to go. So right now, obviously, we have somebody in custody. You said they're looking into whether there's any foreign interaction or foreign connections. I've heard that they may still be on the lookout for maybe a second person of interest in this case.
Right.
But let me ask you this. Was this a typical, and I don't know if you know this, but was this a typical security setup for Charlie Kirk when he does these? Because when you look at the footage of where he was, the amount of people, the buildings, the roofs, the plateaus, I know he's got people directly around him, but was this a typical security setup for him?
It was by the interviews I've done this afternoon, because I asked that question. I think there is a couple changes. He's down in a pit area, which would allow an elevated shooter a better shot than normal. Now, if you're in a normal flat crowd, you got to shoot around people or through people, and it gets harder. But this was a scenario where being down in the pit made him a little bit more vulnerable to someone who's elevated on a rooftop looking down. So I think that's one piece of the puzzle that makes me think the shooter was doing some pre-thought about this. But he had a good compliment. I think I know of 9 officers, 3 plainclothes, 6 uniforms around. There was a security perimeter on there. Charlie's apparently wearing a vest, so his team has always been incredibly protective of him and good guys. I used to sit in my office when he'd come in, Brian and I, and the security guys would sit in our office, and they're a lot of fun, man. They're just good guys, but they cared about him. How do you stop a guy being able to shoot from 130 yards away in a parapet? I think you have to stop it by confronting hate, because you're never going to be able to find every security vulnerability in a situation. And I think the mayor and the police chief said, or the governor and police chief said some really smart things today. We got to confront this at where this assassination began, and that is with intolerance and hate.
Yeah, amen.
Well said. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know you've had a long day. It's a heavy day. I just want to thank you all for the time. Ben, Brian, John, you're all great. We all pray for all of you. Yes, go ahead, Ben, of course.
So to the division point, and then to our audience, both things that Brian brought up. First to the audience, there's a lot of people out there. The reason that they connect with us is because of the authenticity of this network, and in particular, people like Charlie. I go all over the country, and people would always ask me, who do you work for? What do you work for? I'd say Real America's Voice, and I'd throw out some names for the network, and it was always Charlie Kirk that people said, oh, I love him, especially young people. And we have an audience watching right now that's their heart's broken. And so my prayer is not just for Charlie's family, but for the audience that's watching. I'm thinking of Randy and Laura right now. I love you guys, and all of our audience across America that are just heartbroken right now. We're heartbroken with you, but I truly believe that all of this, God is going to use what the enemy meant for evil for good. And to Brian's point about division, this is one of the things that God's put on my heart for a long time, to avoid division and distraction. And we've done so much more to hurt ourselves over these last several years that the enemy could ever do. We spend so much time fighting amongst ourselves and worrying about who's getting credit, going back to some of Reagan's slogans, who's getting credit, and they're on our side. If this doesn't do anything else but say, stop bitching about things that don't matter and focus on the things that matter, and focus on getting rid of the real enemies of God, of family, of country. That's my prayer, is that we come together, stop the division, come together as a country. And again, it's just, I just thank God for Charlie Kirk and for the legacy that he's going to leave behind. And I just pray for him and his family. But again, the entire audience and everyone who's mourning tonight.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Speaking of the media today, and we'll spend some time on it the rest of the show, but there was a statement put out after the disgraceful that John referenced, Matthew Dowd. There was a statement put out by MSNBC. I mean, it's fairly weak, but it's still a statement. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There's no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. But, John, we see the media and we see the reaction today. We see MSNBC just living on division and hate, saying, oh, it may have been a supporter who was firing off his rifle in joy of celebration or whatever the hell she said. I mean, it's just, there's no statement that can explain away their behavior.
Now, listen, if you watch MSNBC, you do so at your own peril. The peril of truth, peril of emotion, peril of mental health. But, we live in a free country. I'm glad NBC somewhat repudiated Matthew Dowd. It was an obvious thing to repudiate. I think the bigger thing to repudiate is the mindset that gets a reporter thinking that way regularly, because this isn't the first time he said something stupid. We got to attack this sense that if you don't agree with me, you're the enemy. We weren't that way in this country, but somehow the left has made anyone who doesn't think exactly like them the enemy. Will censor you, will deplatform you, will debank you, and if we have to, we'll shoot you. And that is the sentiment we have to conquer, and that's what this network, I think, does a good job getting a start on every day.
Yeah. Now there is, and again, we're not gonna roll with it, but there is the New York Post and Fox News are reporting the name of a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And to John's point about being a foreign connections, the name certainly would lead you in that direction. And John, I don't know if you've seen this name, but is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, I'm working on. I did know the name a while ago, and we're working on it. When we're 100% sure of the connection, we're going to get it out there for you guys. But take it one step at a time. We want to be careful and smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for the time tonight on what is a tragic day, a tragic night. But as Ben rightly said, hopefully these seeds grow into trees of liberty in Charlie's honor, and we'll remember it and honor it for as long as we can. And the work that all of you do each and every day for this network, we appreciate it. Brian Glenn, John Solomon, Ben Berquam, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I really appreciate it.
Be safe.
God bless.
It's an honor. Thank you, guys.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 42 past the hour. We blew some of the breaks so that we could spend as much time with the boys as we could on this really devastating night. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back live from Studio 6B. Now there's an update that says FBI Director Kash Patel said the person detained in connection with the Charlie Kirk investigation has been released after being questioned by authorities. So, like John said, you just have to let time do its thing here, because there's people saying they got a name. You have the FBI director that says no. Chat. What's going on in the chat? Sorry, we haven't spent a lot of time in there. Obviously, you understand on a show like tonight.
Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot too, that person was released. Manhunt continues.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up because it's moving so quick. FBI says suspect they had in custody has now been released.
Yep.
So the assassin appears to still be at large.
Well,